Walter Krupinski. My name is Walter Krupinski, and I was born on November 11th, 1920, in a little town called Donau in East Prussia, which is now under the jurisdiction of the Russian government, but I lived in Braunschweig, which is currently under the Polish government. I recently visited Braunschweig, where the family had lived from 1933 to 1945, and found that it has changed little since I was last there. In fact, I found my old home, and even the old sewing machine my mother had used when I was a child. It was very strange, as well as very familiar, almost comforting. When I was born, my father was in military service. He had been in the First World War, as were all the able-bodied men, and later, as the war ended, he was called upon to serve again. At that time, starting in 1918, he was fighting against the communist groups trying to take control of Germany after the war, and the first large riots started in Berlin, as well as the Navy revolt that occurred in Kiel and other places. He served in the Army during World War I and after, until 1923 or 1924. He finally left the Army and became a government employee. He soon joined the Army again before the outbreak of World War II, but he was discharged after the 1939 Polish campaign ended, as a first lieutenant. Later during the war, my father became a government employee once again, but as the war progressed, he was enlisted as a member of the Volkssturm, civilians conscripted in defense of Germany in the closing days of the war, as the Soviets entered Germany proper from January to May 1945. I had two younger brothers, Paul and Günther. Paul and I were born on the same date, but 2 years apart. Paul joined the Kriegsmarine and entered the Unterseeboot submarine service, where he met his fate. He was killed when his boat, U-771, was sunk off the Norwegian coast, and only the bodies of Paul and a non-commissioned officer were found on the shore. U-771 went down with all hands in Andfjord after being torpedoed by the British submarine HMS Venturer on November 11, 1944. They were buried at the military cemetery in Narvik, Norway. My youngest brother, Günther, was born in 1932, and he fled Prussia to the west with my mother in January 1945, during the Soviet advance. He died of cancer in 1970. My education was the same as most of the others in the Luftwaffe, and the military in general. Primary school, and then the gymnasium, similar to an American high school but a little more advanced, studying the basic curriculum. I passed the Abitur, which is the final exit examination, in 1938, and decided to join the military. I had thought about joining the Navy. I always liked ships and the sea, having read many books and high-adventure novels, such as the works of Robert Louis Stevenson and Daniel Defoe. I also liked Herman Melville and the like. What is probably very interesting is that I never really had any interest in flying. In fact, I attempted to become a naval officer like my friends Johannes Steinhoff and Dietrich Rabach, as I always liked the sea. However, when I finally was admitted into the Navy, they transferred me to the Luftwaffe. I did not apply for it. It seemed as if fate threw us all, Steinhoff and Rabach, together for most of our lives, even far beyond the war. I started flight training as a new Luftwaffe pilot candidate, training in September 1939, just as the Polish campaign started, at the Officers' Cadet School at Berlin-Gatow, later transferring to Vienna-Schwechat, which was the fighter weapons school. So I missed the first battles of the war. It all started with classroom instruction, aerodynamics, the basics really. Then, after a couple of months in the classroom, we were introduced to the Heinkel HE-51 biplane trainer, in which we learned the basics of takeoffs and landings, or touch and goes, as well as proper aerial maneuvers with an instructor. When we were considered competent, we soloed, and I just took to it quickly. The instructors looked at us, assessed our strengths and weaknesses, and somehow made suggestions as to who would transition into fighters, bombers, or dive bombers. They did allow us to apply for what type of aircraft we wanted to fly, and I learned that the bomber and reconnaissance programs were much longer than the fighter program, due to the extra requirements for long-range navigation and more detailed instrument rating requirements. Well, I knew that if I went into fighters, I would get to the front more quickly. I also thought about the survival ratings between fighter and bomber pilots, and figured I would have a better chance in a small, fast plane, as opposed to a larger, slower target. One of my American friends I made after the war called it the Big Sky Theory, which really is nonsense, but it made me feel good. It was after 6 months or so of training, mostly on the HE-51 and Arado types, that we actually trained on the Messerschmitt Me-109, which, as you know, was actually the primary fighter throughout the war, with around 35,000 being built. I know this has been said many times, but I think it is very important to say here. The Me-109 was a fine fighter when it was in its element. That element was higher altitude and in a diving battle, but it was a good dogfighter with good weapons, with the 7.92 mm machine guns and the 20 mm centrally mounted cannon. Just a few hits from those would bring down almost anything. It also had what we called short legs, and therefore did not have the range necessary to be a great fighter for long missions. The tricky part about flying the 109 was the takeoff and landing. Now, this is true of any aircraft, but in the 109, you had to really stand on the rudder until you achieved airspeed, otherwise you could pull a ground loop. This was due to the torque of the engine on the propeller. Once you mastered that, you were fine. However, landing was just as hazardous. The 109 was the first German monoplane fighter with a retractable landing gear, developed in 1935. The plane was better with each variant produced, but they all had the same Achilles heel. The landing gear undercarriage was very narrow. Many pilots cracked up landing the 109, and this happened quite often after we transferred from the grass fields in the Soviet Union to hard surface airstrips in the defense of the Reich. It was sometimes quite embarrassing, and I should know. I cracked up a couple of 109s on landing myself during my career. The gear struts were mounted centrally under the fuselage at the wing root. This was good for weight displacement and allowing for more fuel and weapons to be introduced later. It also helped the fighter to have a great roll rate, very important in combat. However, that narrow landing gear caused a lot of problems for many trainees, and many fighters were cracked up on the landing during training. The other problem with the 109 in combat was the fact that it was liquid-cooled, meaning the radiator was vulnerable to damage, which, if hit, would cause a coolant leak and the engine overheating. This was an experience that I and most fighter pilots are very familiar with. Most of us Luftwaffe pilots who were forced to bail out or crash land did so with this very problem being the reason. I must admit that I liked the Focke-Wulf FW-190 for the reason that it had an air-cooled radial engine, and it was also a great heavy weapons platform. It was faster, more maneuverable, and better for engaging bombers and ground attack than the 109, in my opinion. The FW-190 could also take more structural damage than a 109. However, most of us fell in love with the 109, because once you mastered the airplane, it was a very reliable fighter. Then, getting back to the training, after achieving competence in the fighter, we trained on instrument flying, enemy aircraft identification, emergency procedures, formation flying, gunnery skills such as deflection shooting, and learned about our own particular aircraft, including minor maintenance. In Russia, that was to become very important, as we never really had a solid supply line after 1943. Our mechanics were always worked to death, so knowing more about your own aircraft and doing minor things helped everyone. Shortly after completing the year-long training process, I was transferred to the Channel Coast, and in late October 1940, assigned to JG-52, Jagdgeschwader or Fighting Wing 52, where Günther Rall, Dieter Hrabak, Johannes Steinhoff, Gerhard Barkhorn, who transferred to JG-2 Richthofen and then returned to JG-52, as Hrabak alternated between JG-52 and 54, and others were starting their careers, later becoming Experten, which was a term usually used for those with 100 or more kills. By the time I got involved in the war, the Battle of Britain was just about over, which was in November 1940. I flew only 30 missions over the United Kingdom, and I was involved in a few dogfights with Supermarine Spitfires and Hawker Hurricanes, but scored no victories. I was a slow starter, as I was suffering from bad shooting, and I was very anxious since I was afraid of being shot down over the English Channel and having to swim home. I was then commissioned as a lieutenant in 6 JG-52, 6th Staffel or Squadron of JG-52, in February 1941. I served at the Channel Front until the late spring of 1941, when JG-52 was transferred east. We flew from Ostend in Belgium to Suwałki in East Prussia, and we had been staging there 10 days prior to Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union on June 22, 1941. The war started for us at Suwałki, where we took off to perform ground attack missions against the Red Air Force airfields. During these missions, there was not much air-to-air combat. We mostly strafed airfields, at least in my squadron, destroying aircraft on the ground. We did not get credits for victories against those. I was also quite surprised that there was not much anti-aircraft fire, hardly any at all during that time. I was certain that, given the response, we had caught them completely by surprise. However, I also believed that we were to be the target of an advanced Soviet attack, as their aircraft were all staged in forward areas, in what appeared to be preparation for offensive operations. I flew a lot with Gerd Barkhorn, and usually Heinz Ewald was his wingman, but later he usually flew with me, and then later Erich Hartmann flew as my wingman quite often, until he became a Staffelkapitän. In 1942, I was transferred to the replacement group of JG-52, then to 6th Staffel, attached to Zweite Gruppe, 2nd JG-52 in southern Russia. This was where I also flew with Rall, Steinhoff, Herbert Ihlefeld, Willy Batz, and Hrabak for a while. Later, I became Staffelkapitän for 7th Staffel of 3rd JG-52 during the transfer to Romania with Erich Hartmann, Hermann Graf, Heinz Ewald, Helmut Lipfert, and others, guarding the Ploiesti oil fields and refinery, bridges, and that sort of thing, from the American long-range bombers from North Africa. And later I went to Italy for a short time until the spring of 1944. I must say I like Southern Europe more than Russia. I still go there for vacations to warm my bones. The Russian winter. It's famous, you know, and all of the horror stories are true. We could not fly many times due to heavy snow and bad weather, and when we could fly, it was hard to know how to get back unless you flew totally on instruments, and landings were quite often more hazardous than combat. Engines would not start due to the oil freezing. Incredible. Many planes cracked up as well. Naturally, I was there with Steinhoff, 176 victories, Oblesser, 127, Graf, 212, Ihlefeld, 132, Grasser, 103, Grislavsky, 133, Rahl, 275, Hrabak, 125, Barkhorn, 301, Butz, 237, Ewald, 84, Dutmann, 152, and many others who became well-known names. Later, when Helmut Lipfert, 203, and Erich Hartmann, 352, joined, we were quite a crew. We all had the same experience, but not just during that winter. Every winter in Russia was miserable, but we were better prepared for the winters after the experience of 1941 to 1942. Like most German pilots, I liked the 109 more than any other fighter I flew during the war, probably due to the familiarity I had with it. I think that we make that collective statement due to the ease of flying, the comfortable fit of the cockpit, and the instrument layout. Everything was within easy reach, and we also had a good weapons system, and the WWII gun sight was a very nice piece of equipment. It was not a true computer gun sight, but it was reflective, with a yellow ball and a targeting sight with range estimation. If you knew your weapons, you could estimate the range to your target, and then fire. The best of the deflection shooters, like Novotny, Rahl, Marseille, and others, used this sight to good effect. I preferred to close as fast as I could, and then fire from no more than 200 meters. The closer the better. That way, no bullets or shells go stray, you conserve ammunition, and every round makes an impact. Even better, you are close enough to assess the damage to the aircraft. This was what I taught Hartmann, and Grislavsky had him for a while also, so he had good on-the-job training. However, there were some drawbacks to closing in close and getting the kill. Whenever Hartmann was forced down, it was always by flying debris from his victories. He was never shot down by enemy fighters. He was downed by his victims. I also had a similar experience once, against a Yak in the area of the Crimean Peninsula, when I closed in after shooting down his wingman. I hit this fellow with a full cannon shot, perhaps 5 shells that ripped into the fuel tank. The fighter blew up, and pieces of the fighter cracked my canopy, put large holes in my right wing surface, and the right ailerons hardly worked. In 1941, we really did not have a lot of air combat, not when compared to later in the war, but this increased in 1942. After Rahl crashed in November 1941, while we were fighting in the Caucasus, the front seemed to go to sleep a little. We heard reports from the North Front that there was hardly any activity. Then, after February 1942, the war picked up pace. I can tell you that from the reports we received up and down the front, the northern sector stayed pretty static. The central sector had more action, but was pretty stable, with air activity being constant, steady. However, in the southern sector, where we were, the war just exploded. It was as if Stalin had taken a personal hatred against JG-52 and sent every plane and pilot he had against us. We had just lost Rahl, and we did not even believe that he would ever come back, and Steinhoff had taken over some of his duties. In fact, I was with Mackey on this mission when he shot down 3 planes in less than 1 minute. Absolutely incredible, as I was about 200 meters behind him, covering his tail, and I had yet to score any kills on this mission. Mackey chased 2 Yaks and fired into one, and that fighter simply disintegrated, and the other broke right, but Mackey made a deflection shot that nailed him solid, and he also went down. Then, out of nowhere, another Yak flew past me at great speed and was going to get Steinhoff, who was still turning hard right, reversing course, which brought his 109 head-on into the Yak as he pulled up. I saw both the Yak and 109 fire, but the Yak took the worst of it, shuddered, stalled, and Mackie flew past and above the Yak. They were so close, I thought they would collide. My fighter just happened to pull alongside the left wing of the Yak, Mackie's third kill, and being only 40 or so feet away, very close, I could clearly see the pilot. He was beating against the canopy, trying to open it as smoke began filling the cockpit, and flames began to erupt from the cowling. The front of the Yak had been shredded by Mackie's 20mm cannon fire. The Yak's canopy must have been jammed shut from the 109's guns, as I could see shell strikes all over the bevel, where the canopy frame meets the fuselage. The plane started burning even more from the engine, the fuel line apparently feeding the flames. I saw the terror in this man's face, and I was even screaming into my oxygen mask for him to get out, which was silly. There was no way he could hear me, so I made the hand gesture for him to get out. Mackie pulled alongside him on his right, and saw as well what was happening. I heard Mackie over my radio. "Jesus Christ, Punsky. I hope he can get out." And I could feel Mackie's emotions. The man in that plane had no surface control, the elevators were gone, and the rudder was just hanging on. He could do nothing but ride out this flaming torch until it crashed, killing him, or he burned to death slowly, or the smoke killed him. He could not bail out, and we were at high altitude, perhaps 8,000 feet or so, I think, and I knew he would not survive a crash landing. Mackie knew this also. "Punsky, go away. I will catch you," he told me. I knew what he was going to do. It was a clear violation of our ethics to kill a disabled opponent, one who was fairly beaten. But this was not murder. Mackie was performing a mercy killing. That pilot was going to burn to death, slowly. Before I pulled away, I saw him slip in just behind the Yak. Then the Soviet pilot, who must have known what was going to happen, just relaxed, and gestured with a wave, and nodded his head. He knew what was going to happen, and this was simply his way of saying, "Thank you." I rolled away and called the men to form up on me, as all of them were watching this spectacle. As I reversed course, I could not help but look over, as did Ewald, and the Yak had apparently already exploded. There was nothing but a large, evaporating ball of black dust and flame. The minimal pieces of the wreckage rained down like confetti. Some missions stand out more than others, for many reasons, but this is the most vivid image I ever took away from the war, other than Mackie's crash on April 18, 1945. I felt a cold chill come over me. I think that this was perhaps the sobering moment, that time in your career where the reality of death is most vivid, and could only be more so if it were happening to you. Once we all landed, I walked over to my superior officer and good friend, Mackie Steinhoff, who just stood there, leaning against his fighter, his hand on the fuselage. I swear I think he was crying. I know he was. He knew that killing and shooting down aircraft was our job. But this mission really shook him up. He always tried to shoot the plane, not the pilot. That was just his way. He was a true knight in every sense of the word. Ada was the same way. They were cut from the same cloth. Mackie Steinhoff would not talk to anyone beyond discussing war business for several days after that event. I do not think it ever left him, and beyond that day in the Caucasus, we never spoke of it again. The only thing he said was, "If I am ever in that situation, please do the same. I would not want to burn alive trapped in my fighter." I assured him that would never happen, but I gave him my word anyway. How ironic. Almost 3 years later to the day, he would be trapped in a burning fighter, and there was nothing any of us could do to help him. For us, 1942 was a busy year, and this was when we first encountered Spitfires in the Caucasus, which happened later that year. I had seen them in France earlier in the war, but not in Russia. We knew that the Allies were supplying the Soviets with tanks, trucks, aircraft, and all kinds of things, but this was a new development. We had heard reports of Spitfires and Hurricanes being engaged, and even a few shot down, but none of us had been that lucky. Well, in August 1942 I came across a few, and these pilots were not your average Russian. These fellows knew their business. There were also some American-made twin-engine bombers that the Soviets used with great effect, and we also encountered these on occasion. We had been flying non-stop throughout 1942, scoring a lot of victories, and losing a lot of good men. The 6th Army had entered Stalingrad on the Volga in September, and the 11th Army was taking care of the Crimea. We had been stopped at Moscow the previous December, but our superiors assured us that this was only a minor setback. That fall, Hermann Graf dominated the air over Stalingrad in his Messerschmitt Me-109. In 30 days, he shot down 62 Soviet aircraft, and I witnessed a few of these kills. One of those missions was a dogfight that Ewald and I had with an expert Russian pilot and his wingman when I was with JG-52, which lasted for about 15 minutes, which was rare for a Red Army pilot. After his tally reached 172, Graf was awarded the Diamonds to the Knight's Cross on September 16, 1942. One of only 9 fighter pilots to receive this enviable decoration, and one of only 4 pilots having that award for reaching 200 kills, I believe, and he did so in the course of more than 830 missions. It must be remembered that Graf scored 200 of his kills in only 13 months of combat. That was quite astounding. Those next 2 victories were hardly worth it. I was over enemy territory. I could not roll or bank very well, and the cold sub-zero wind was blasting me inside my cockpit. I decided that it was time to leave, and I managed to touch down on my grass strip. Actually, I glided in with a whirling propeller, since the engine died due to a lack of fuel. I had apparently been damaged in my main fuel cell, and I was losing fuel. Although my fuel gauge never registered I was losing fuel at all. I had just become commanding officer of 7th Staffel of 3rd Gruppe JG-52 when, in March 1943, I first met Erich Hartmann. He had been with JG-52 since about October with Paula Rossmann, and had been groomed by him and Alfred Krislavsky, as well as, later, Dieter Hrabak, who took over from Hubertus von Bonin. He was such a child, so young, and that was when I gave him the nickname of Bubi, or Boy, and it stuck with him for the rest of his life. He remembered me from about 6 months earlier, when I had a memorable crash landing in a burning Me-109 at Maikop. He had just arrived and was assigned to 3rd Gruppe JG-52 under Hubertus von Bonin, although we did not formally meet. I was shot all up after a sortie against the Soviets, a very difficult mission, and I was blinded by smoke and slightly wounded. Later we heard the early reports that Hartmann had a bad habit of breaking formation and losing his aircraft with little to show for the efforts. He learned eventually, after being grounded a couple of times. Regarding this mission, We had flown 8 of our Me-109s to look for a group of Ilyushin IL-2 sturmovik bombers, and we found over a dozen of them with a like number of fighter escorts, mostly Yaks. These fighter pilots were not the usual suspects, and their markings indicated a red banner unit. These were the fighter units that contained the best and brightest Soviet pilots, real hotshots who knew how to fly and fight. They looked for a fight, unlike the average enemy pilot. The Yak was also a fighter that you could not underestimate. It had great speed, could outdive us, outclimb us, and was just as good, if not better, in a turning fight. Unlike their brothers in the more traditional units, these men wanted to fight. Once you engaged, you had to keep your head. The Red Banner fighters would dogfight with you, and then ram you if they could once they were out of ammunition. I saw this happen on more than one occasion. It happened to me once, while I was flying with Dieter Hrabach as the element leader. One of our guys called out enemy aircraft at 9 o'clock low. We had the altitude advantage, about 2,000 meters in fact, so I banked over and told my wingman, who I believe was Heinz Ewald, to follow me. I went into a shallow dive, pulled up and closed in quickly on the trailing IL-2, and when I was perhaps 300 meters away, I fired. I continued firing as I closed the distance, short bursts, cannon only. The rear gunner was hit. I knew this, as glass flew everywhere. It just exploded. Almost immediately afterward, the engine started smoking, so I continued on. I stepped on the left rudder and drifted into a really good firing position to engage another bomber. I scored some good hits on him, and the aircraft's engine exploded. The range was only 100 meters, so I kicked more rudder to avoid a collision. The engine fire turned to black smoke, and he dropped out of formation. Ewald called out more Indians, and we attacked, as they were below us, 2 IL-2 sturmoviks. Ewald managed to shoot one down, and another pilot got the second, both using the standard method: close in and hit the oil cooler. This was really the only way to shoot down one of these airplanes. I had once wasted an entire inventory of ammunition, to include all of the ammunition in my 20mm cannon, into just one sturmovik to bring it down. These planes were built like tanks, and could withstand all but the heaviest 88mm and larger AA fire. I was once able to inspect a crash-landed IL-2, and I studied it closely. All of us did. We located the bomber's Achilles heel. The radiator coolant system was centrally located, and if you could come up from below and attack, that was the place to aim for. I taught Hartmann this, as well as many others as I mentioned before. I flew into a formation of 8 IL-2s, and I followed them right through our flak screen. Now this was not the brightest thing to do, but I really wanted to get a couple of kills. Suddenly, one of the enemy bombers took a direct flak hit, and the entire plane was thrown up about 100 feet straight up, above the others. It was still flying, streaming smoke. Never one to pass up an opportunity, I pulled the nose up and finished him off. Then I kicked left rudder and fired into the cockpit of the nearest IL-2. He started smoking and went down, both men bailing out. I then knew I had enough ammunition for a third pass, when suddenly my fighter was hit by flak. I felt the engine dismount from the brackets forward of the firewall. Shrapnel had torn dozens of holes in the right wing. The canopy was blown off, and smoke was coming into the cockpit. I smelled burning oil, and then decided to bail out. I looked up and released my straps to climb out, but when I looked up, I saw the ground. I was upside down and did not know it, so I moved the stick all the way to the left, but the plane would not respond. I looked at the altimeter, which had disappeared, as the instrument panel was gone. Well, as I could see soldiers clearly on the ground, bailing out was not an option, and landing upside down was definitely not my first choice. As if by divine intervention, my 109 was rocked again by flak, which luckily righted the plane. I looked ahead, saw an open field, and then decided not to trust the landing gear. I plowed right into a smooth landing, perhaps the smoothest forced landing I ever had. I got out, walked away as my plane started to burn furiously. 3 of my friends flew overhead, and I waved that I was fine. Once I had a similar situation, not too long after this event. We were flying a mission to support a Stuka strike, and the flight in was very uneventful. I had flown perhaps a dozen flights with no action at all, so I guess I was becoming complacent. Then we saw a flight of over 20 IL-2s and a like number of escort fighters, which woke me up. I heard Ewald call them out over the radio. We had, I think, 17 Me-109s, the Gustav models, in this flight. We divided into 2 sections. The first flight attacked the fighters to keep them busy, while I led the flight to hit the bombers. The bomber formation was slightly below us at our 2 o'clock, while the fighters were about 5,000 feet higher. I called the attack, kicked the right rudder, and threw the stick hard right. I rolled over and glanced behind me, and saw my 7 comrades following me. I remember that Rahl had just returned to flight status again, but he was not on this mission, and neither was Hrabak. Graf was, and he had 2 kills, I think. I had 2 new pilots who were on their first war patrol, and that made me a little nervous. I also wished that Hartmann was with us, but he was not up there that day either. I began closing on the bombers, and they definitely saw us. They seemed to try and take evasive action, but at the speed we had in closing on them, it was no use. I closed in on one, about the 3rd from the right, and fired into him. I saw the cannon shells strike, but having little effect other than shattering a glass pane where the pilot sat in the cockpit. The plane was not smoking, but it did go straight down. I did not bother to see if it crashed, as I was rather busy. I heard "Horrido" and knew someone had scored a kill. I pulled up and then hauled back hard on the stick, kicked left rudder, and banked left to come around again. I immediately came up on the right rear 7 o'clock position on another IL-2 and fired. He started smoking and lost altitude in a shallow dive, and then he started burning, leaving a thick black smoke trail. I knew I had enough ammunition for another attack, and I was undamaged. I called out my status and learned that all of my flight were undamaged, and 6 kills were confirmed. After hitting the second bomber, which I knew was a confirmed kill, I flew through the formation, losing altitude to gather airspeed, and then I pulled into a climb again. My wingman, the ever-present Ewald, called in a kill of his own, which I saw. As I pulled the nose up, I banked right in a shallow turn and could see 4 bombers going down and only 3 parachutes. I also saw a Messerschmitt going down trailing smoke, followed by 4 Yaks, red banner boys that were followed in their dive by a single 109. I saw from the markings that it was Barkhorn firing, and one of the bombers just exploded and then careened into another IL-2, and both fell in flames. Then he pulled up to avoid the falling wreckage and almost collided with another IL-2. He would have clipped it with his wing if he had not rolled over to the right in his climb. His wingman killed that one, and the 4th and last one turned into me. I thought, damn, 2 kills for Gerd, maybe I can get this guy. Then I felt the whump 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 as my fighter was hit. I looked at the instruments, and all seemed fine, although I then noticed a rather large hole in the left side of my canopy. Had I banked left instead of right, the force of banking would have placed my head right where the cannon shell had penetrated. That was the wake-up call I needed. The shell had continued and went through the left corner of my windscreen, so I now had the slipstream pouring in on me. My wingman, Ewald, chopped his throttle and slid in behind my enemy, who was trying to kill me. He shot him down, which was his second kill, but then he radioed that he was also hit. Then I saw a yak flash past me from above, and I tried to pull the nose up to shoot him down, but I was near stalling, so I rolled upside down and pulled the stick back. I decided to dive away and gather speed, allowing me to pull up and then have a better look. Well, this one guy stayed with me through the maneuver, which was a reverse split S by the time I was finished. I rolled upside right and level, gained more altitude, and then saw another IL-2 headed east, so I firewalled the throttle and closed the distance. I looked behind me, and I was clear on my tail, and Ewald was smoking. Again I had the bumpy after effect of enemy rounds hitting my fighter, and my wingman called out the problem. Another yak had caught me while it was in the dive, shooting me up pretty good. I radioed back that I was well aware of the problem, because I had a burning smell in my cockpit, but saw no flames or smoke. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a call sign and a horrido. I think it was Heinz Sachsenberg, who was also another outstanding fighter pilot. He joined the battle and made 2 kills in a row, and the irony of it was that he was not even assigned to fly on that mission. He was in the process of ferrying a repaired 109 from another unit, where the pilot had landed it after a fight a few weeks ago. He just happened to hear the fight over the radio and decided to join in. I decided that it was time to break off and go home. I heard over the radio that my comrades had called out 9 kills, 1 loss to us, which must have been the 109 I saw going down. That was a bad feeling, because we all knew that nothing good could come of being captured by the Soviets. I found out it was one of the new men whose name I cannot remember. The other new pilot claimed a probable, but definitely damaged an IL-2, which was later confirmed as a kill by ground troops. Barkhorn had also fired on the same bomber, which was the last one I saw and wanted to get, but when the new pilot fired and then finished it off, Gert gave him the kill. That was the kind of guy he was. My fuel warning light was on, and I was losing fuel, as Ewald said he saw the vapor trail from my fuselage and wing. That sober reality was probably more influential in keeping me aware of my fuel than anything else. However, these Red Banner boys were not interested in breaking contact. Soon there were only the 2 of us and 8 yaks, all turning ever tighter to try and get an advantage. I did not see the other German fighters. I later learned that they had climbed for higher altitude, as another fighter group was being vectored in to pick up the very formation we were attacking. Again I felt this whump whump, and noticed another good-sized hole in my left wing. Ewald flew past me, and his fighter was scored with what appeared to be dozens of bullet holes. Then a pain flashed through my leg. An exploding shell had hit the fuselage, and a piece of the hot metal struck me in the thigh. I was bleeding, but it was not life-threatening. I called that I was headed home, so I let the sturmovik go, as I was still at least 20 to 30 minutes flying time from my base and low on fuel. I still had my wingman, and that was always the way I defined a successful mission. Even if you shot down a few airplanes, if you lost your wingman, the mission was a partial failure. Well, I noticed that my fuel gauge was still dropping fast, so I assumed I was losing even more fuel. Soon I saw my airfield loom into view. We had a standing rule. The aircraft that were the most badly damaged were to land adjacent to the landing strip. This was so that the airfield would not be choked with debris, thus preventing undamaged fighters from landing. If the landing gear locked down, you could use the auxiliary strip. If they did not lock down, we were to belly into the field adjacent to the auxiliary airstrip. The fighters in good shape would land first and taxi off if possible. Then we damaged fighters, with solid gear down and locked, would set down. I tried to lower my landing gear, but something was wrong. Avalt told me that the entire undercarriage was shot full of holes, and the smoke I smelled was a small fire, as one of my tires was slowly burning up in the wheel well. Rather than bail out, which I hated, I wanted to save the fighter. I was really too low to safely bail out anyway. The thought of that fire touching off my streaming fuel and blowing me up, or turning me into a flying torch, preyed upon me. Without my gear able to come down, I came in to land, engines switched off, fuel off, belly riding across the grass strip, taking 2 bounces, and slamming into a pile of bombs that had been placed at the edge of this field, and I scraped right through all of it. I was lucky that my plane was not on fire, and the bombs had no fuses. That event was written about by Raymond Tolliver and Trevor Constable in Eric's biography, The Blonde Knight of Germany. The reason I mention this is because this was the first day I met Erich Hartmann, which was October 1942. He had just arrived at the unit, and I was assigned as his temporary section leader. So, the first time Hartmann sees me is when I am climbing out of that shot-up fighter, stepping over a scattered collection of bombs, bleeding from a minor leg wound, my flying jacket also with tears in it, from the cannon shot through the canopy as the glass shattered. Many months later, when we were together on a more permanent basis, I assigned Hartmann to serve as my wingman many times, and also with Gerd Barkhorn. Before this, I was informed by Rossmann that Hartmann was hard-headed, so watch him, but he also said that he was a naturally gifted pilot. He was just rash and impetuous. Under Alfred Kreslavsky, he was given his first opportunity for a victory when we met a single Soviet fighter, which was also in October 1942. He was a typical fighter pilot, young, impetuous, and easily excited when he thought of getting a kill. We called it the fever, and we all had it at some point early in our careers. But Erich had it really bad. He took a lot of foolish chances early on that he would never repeat after he gained some maturity and experience. On more than one occasion, he gave full throttle to chase a kill, only to get into trouble. Dieter Hrabach was also a little concerned, as was Hubertus von Bohnen. Erich was placed on probation a couple of times, and he had to work with the mechanics and ground crews as punishment. He also got hit by flak a few times, which I always called the Great Equalizer, since anti-aircraft did not distinguish between friend or foe, but that dealing with it was part of the average day's work. Hartmann was a good student, and I taught him combat aerial gunnery, primarily deflection shooting in a turn, which was very difficult in a banking maneuver, after I had experience myself. He was already a good gunner, and he picked up on it easily. He finally completed the war as the top fighter ace. The great thing about Erich was that he never allowed his success to go to his head, and he always remained a very humble and friendly young man. Erich had already been reprimanded earlier for breaking formation and chasing fighters, getting damaged and crashing his plane with nothing to show for it. Author's note: prior to Krupinski's assignment to command 7th Staffel, 3rd Gruppe, JG-52, Hartmann had, in fact, taken part in a team effort in downing a sturmovik of the 7th Soviet Guards Attack Aviation Regiment on November 5, 1942. As he followed his already burning victim down, the sturmovik exploded, damaging Hartmann's Me-109G and forcing him to make a belly landing. This was properly credited to him as his first victory, as a means of encouraging the new man in the squadron. Eric was a slow starter, only having 2 kills by the end of the year, and he was never a high-scoring pilot in missions, or even in the daily reports when compared to many others. However, he was a steady scorer once he found his rhythm and gained more confidence. His first solo victory, scored while flying as my wingman, was over a Mikoyan Goryevich MiG-1 on January 27, 1943. I think this was his 3rd victory. Eric was a great shot at long distances, unlike me. I preferred to get in close and shoot, and many times I brought pieces of the enemy aircraft home with me. Eric later adopted the same tactic, and he was always successful and was never wounded or shot down by an enemy fighter pilot. He did get forced down once from debris, after scoring a kill against an IL-2 in August 1943, when he was first captured, but he managed to slip away pretending to be wounded, almost getting shot by a German sentry after a couple of days on the run. What was really amazing to me was that his mechanic, Heinz Mertens, whom I knew pretty well, loved that guy. When he heard that Eric was down in enemy territory, he grabbed a rifle, map, and rucksack, and, without any orders or even informing anyone at all, which was a serious court-martial offense, headed out on foot, east toward the front, to try and find him. That was foolish for a number of reasons, but he and Eric had a special relationship. This special bond between a pilot and his chief mechanic cannot be underestimated. I do not know of a single fighter pilot, especially a successful one, who wouldn't hate to have to choose between his wife and his chief. The wife may not have liked the decision he made. It was that man who kept you in the air and kept you alive as much as a good wingman. I remember that on May 25, 1943, when Eric shot down a Lavochkin Gudkov, Lag 5, and as he pulled up to avoid the explosion and debris, he collided with another Lag, probably the wingman of his victim. It was a horrible crash, and he was also credited for the 2nd kill. But somehow, despite the clear damage that we could all see, he managed to bring his 109 back to base. That was excellent airmanship for certain. We then went back up for a 2nd mission later that day, and Eric climbed into a new Me-109. Mertens had not had a chance to change the oil and run a check on the engine, especially the manifold pressure and RPMs. Eric believed that it was fine, as it was a brand-new aircraft with less than 90 hours on it. Mertens, who turned out to be something of a soothsayer, I guess, shook his head and said he was opposed to it, that he wanted to check the fighter out. Well, Eric dismissed his superstition and took off anyway. But within 10 minutes of the mission, he turned back, stating that there was an engine problem. Frobach was there when he came back and asked what the problem was. Eric told him, and Frobach decided to take the plane up himself. He had just retracted the landing gear when a loud bang was heard, and smoke began pouring from the exhaust manifold. I did not see this, but learned about it upon my return. Frobach banked back toward the airfield, lowered the gear, and eased into a landing, and climbed out as the 109 was still rolling. Mertens and his team checked out the plane, and found that a crack in a piston had created a stress point. The piston head under pressure had blown apart, sending shrapnel into the engine and oil crankcase, which in turn started a domino effect. The fighter was covered with oil all underneath, and a piece of metal had cracked the windscreen as it was blown up through the cowling. Frobach asked Hartmann how he knew there was a problem, since when Frobach took off, he could feel nothing wrong, and the instruments did not indicate any problems. "It just felt wrong," was Eric's response. He had that gift. He could tell if there was a problem with a plane long before warning indicators informed him of a problem, and this saved his life on numerous occasions. Of that I am sure. I had returned from the mission, and Hartmann and Mertens were sitting, drinking some warm beer. That was when I found out about the entire event. Apparently, from that point forward, Hartmann had Mertens check out and run the engine on every fighter he flew before every mission. He trusted his instincts, and he trusted Mertens. That is what I mean by the special relationship. During Operation Citadel, the Battle of Kursk in 1943, we were flying as an entire unit supporting the Immelmann Wing, Sturzkampfgeschwader II, or STG-2. This was the famous Stuka-Geschwader with Hans-Ulrich Rödel. They had just started changing from a traditional dive-bombing unit into a tank-destroyer unit. We had 3 groups up, staggered at different altitudes, providing layered top cover as the Stukas killed tanks. I have to say, just watching this over a period of a couple of days, I was quite happy to stay up in my fighter. The life expectancy of a Stuka crew was not very good, flying slow and low right into the face of massive enemy forces. They were perhaps the bravest men I ever saw. From July 4th to 9th, 1943, near Ariel, I think, we had some of the greatest dogfights I ever experienced outside of the Caucasus. These were fights that drained every drop of sweat and emotion from you. In 3 missions during this time, Eric scored 7 kills, probably his best one-day total. I think that in one engagement, there must have been over 200 German and 500 enemy fighters, all chasing, firing, and killing each other. On this day, July 5th, 1943, I scored 11 kills in 4 missions, bringing my total up to 90 Luftsiege, victories, at that time. But I was not unique. On this first mission, everywhere you looked, there was a plane going down streaming smoke or exploding, and a thin wisp of smoke or a fire where a plane had crashed. Parachutes were easy to see. And this is interesting, since most of my contacts were at altitudes below 500 to 1,000 feet, which is very low to exit an aircraft. Incidentally, by the next month, Eric was at the 100 victory mark, and had been assigned as Staffelkapitän for 9 JG-52. He had come a long way in a short time, and was over his fever. I have to mention this first fight I was in with my guys on July 5th in more detail. I was following Bockhorn and the others, when someone called out enemy fighters at 6 o'clock high. That meant that we had enemy above and behind us, which is the worst position to be in, as they can dive on you, gathering airspeed, hit you, and then break away before you can react. The 2 elements broke, one right and high, which was Bockhorn's group with Hartmann and I, numbering some 15 planes, and the other went left and around. We were going to turn into them head-on. The reason for this was that one element would climb into the enemy, engage, and scatter them to break up the attack. The other group, led I think by Hrabak with Ral, who had returned to us, and others, also numbering 15 fighters, was to catch the enemy who flew past us, and then swing onto their tails. Then we, the climbing element, would check to make sure that there was not another high cover of Soviet fighters protecting the group diving. If there was, we would engage. If not, we would fly top cover as the lower echelon took care of its business. Well, Hartmann was on my wing, and we had another enemy group with top cover, which Bockhorn called out over the radio. This alerted all of us that there were more enemies above. We continued the climb, and they winged over to get us, and I sighted one yak at long range, although the distance was closing fast. I fired and he blew up. Then I fired on another right next to him, and he passed by me smoking. The lower enemy flight were lags, and the top flight were yaks, but they all had red noses and cowlings. This meant they were a guards unit. These were the guys to fear and respect, and there were over 60 of them. I had just shot down 2, and Hartmann, Bachhorn, Ewald, Rall, Graf, and Habak were all calling in Horrido, so I assumed they were pretty angry with us. Well, I called over to Hartmann that we were in a real good fight, and this was when he scored the first 3 of his 7 kills that day. I was still pulling up into the enemy at an angle of perhaps 70 degrees when I had another yak in my sight. I fired a quick burst, and I saw the plane start smoking, and the propeller stopped. Then he flew past me, right past my left wing, and just over Hartmann, who was at my 7 o'clock, and then he hit the ground. You must understand that all of this happened in the space of about 6 seconds or less. That was how fast-moving this fight was. We heard calls of Horrido several more times, and then 2 voices stating, "I am going in," or "I am down," or "bailing out," and the sky was filled with aircraft, both ours and the enemy. One of the men called out that he had been rammed, and I saw a yak on the tail of a 109, chewing off the rudder, and then both aircraft spun into the ground. There were, of course, no survivors from either plane. I thought about just how crazy that Soviet pilot was. He had already shot the 109 up, and it was smoking, and he still did that. This was incredible to me, but I had seen such things before. I had scored my 3rd confirmed kill, and 1 damaged, when I fired upon another yak, but I then ran out of ammunition. Bachhorn said he had him, and shot him down for me. Hartmann called in 3, 2 confirmed and a probable. That last unconfirmed kill would be confirmed by ground forces the next day, and there was also a Stuka crew who witnessed the kill. We finished up the fight that only lasted about 10 minutes, I think, and then I made a radio call check on who was still with me and who went down. I then radioed to our flight leader, Prabak, I believe, on his channel. After that, after we landed, the base was pretty quiet. We were exhausted, and it was only the first of 4 missions, and it was only around 8 o'clock a.m. We took off within the hour, after the fighters were refueled and rearmed. This would take us on the 2nd Sector Patrol and support mission if needed. July 5th, 1943, was a very busy day, and for us it had just started. We flew with external belly tanks, which added another hour of flight if we controlled the fuel mixture and did not fly at low altitude or at high speed, or drop the tanks when engaged. Within 20 minutes or so, we came across a flight of bombers, a few American-made Douglas Bostons, and IL-2 types. There were no fighters that we could see, but that did not mean they were not there. One thing that we did know, which really astounded us, was that many Soviet aircraft did not carry radios. I know that by taking them out and reducing weight, you could extend your range. However, given the great numbers of aircraft and the scope of the fighting, I could not even imagine going into combat without communications. I managed to take my schwarm of 4 planes into a 9 o'clock position attack profile, where there would not be much lead on the targets. I heard the other leaders also calling their targets, as there were 30 of us, and a like number of the bombers. Bachhorn took his flight top high, while Steinhoff remained low, and we in the center took the bombers. The lower flight with Steinhoff would take care of those that dropped altitude and tried to escape. We cut through the formation, firing, and I had 2 bombers smoking and dropping towards the ground. Ewald fired, and his exploded, and then he hit another, but I could not see what happened to that one. We flew into them firing, and then passed under them at full throttle, and then pulled up over the bombers, climbing to evade their defensive fire, and also banking over to see what the enemy formation looked like, and which aircraft were remaining. I saw that out of about 30 or so bombers, 6 or so seemed to be missing, and dark smoke trails followed their path down. I had 5 kills so far in the 2 missions, but I was not finished. I banked back, and Ewald, knowing me well, also banked with me, and the rest followed. Hartmann called in fighters, and I continued to attack. I shot down another IL-2 and continued firing into a Boston, I believe. That bomber began to smoke, and the crew bailed out. The IL-2 just kept flying, dropping altitude, and I winged over and finished him off. That was 7 for the day so far. I called out that I was out of ammunition, but the rest of the men were still good, and Hartmann had called out 2 fighters he'd shot down, but no bomber kills so far. The strange thing was, I never even saw the enemy fighters up to that time. Ewald had 2 kills for sure, and Steinhoff apparently picked up 2 kills on the low echelon. Bachhorn, who had, I think, scored 3 kills like me on the first mission that day, chalked up 5 on this one. Then I saw something amazing. Steinhoff was climbing, chasing a Yak-9, and I saw the white smoke of his fuel injector kicking in. He must have wanted that guy. The Yak-9 was pulling away, since the Me-109G was not as good in the climb, but Steinhoff then fired, and the cannon shells streaked into the fuselage. The plane began to stall, and the canopy flew back. Well, the pilot of Steinhoff's 3rd kill, his plane still climbing slowly, climbed up on the seat and jumped, leaping out. Steinhoff's wingman was perhaps 100 feet behind, at 5 o'clock low of him, and also climbing. This Soviet pilot, upon leaving his plane, fell back quickly. I was banking left and looking over the wing straight down, and I saw this pilot's body actually get clipped by the propeller, and then strike the windscreen of the 109, which shattered, and then bounce over the fighter and tumble away. The German pilot, whom I did not know and cannot remember, called in that he was blinded and wounded. I would have assumed that his fighter was uncontrollable, so he set it down on the battlefield. Unfortunately for him, we were over enemy lines, and I do not know whatever happened to him. It would seem that Steinhoff's victory finally got his revenge. We all turned back to base as another group rotated in, relieving us. We went back, again refueled, rearmed, and ate a quick meal, and then took off within 2 hours for the 3rd mission. We had lost only 2 fighters, and claimed 11 kills on the first mission and 14 on the second, for 25 kills in total. We did not have long to wait to engage the enemy on this 3rd mission, because they were over our lines. This was almost exclusively a fighter formation, and these guys were headed to our bases, which was not that unusual. Strafing and dropping the odd bomb may not have done much in the way of material damage, but it certainly kept you on your toes, and awake if you were on downtime. They usually targeted our fuel depots if they could not get to our fighters. Well, these guys were all headed straight for our field, and we just carved into them. I shot down 2 so quickly, there is really nothing to say about them. They passed right in front of me, so I led them, squeezed the cannon, then machine guns, and 2 went down, one right after the other. I then kicked left rudder, and whipped in behind another dozen of these guys. Well, They knew that Ewald, Hartmann, and I were there. The rest were behind us, and Bachhorn had found a medium bomber group he was going after. Steinhoff called out "Horrido" twice, and I did the same. I was then on the tail of this yak, so I fired quickly, and then did not wait to see what else happened, and then fired into another that went past, and after rolling over and maneuvering into another attack from low and behind the same fighters, I saw they were gone. There were others, and all of us were very busy. I fired into a total of 6 aircraft on this mission, but only managed to get 3 kills confirmed. Hartmann again had 2 kills, along with Steinhoff, and this time Bachhorn only managed to confirm 1, I think, with Ewald claiming 5 damaged, but only 1 kill to be confirmed, and this took about a week to do, if memory serves. The last mission of the day was also eventful, but not very interesting. I did manage to confirm 3 kills, easy victories, and nothing great to report. Hartmann also finished up, and had a claim of 11 kills also, but not all would be confirmed. I claimed 11 kills for the day, with another 7 enemy aircraft as probables, since they were badly damaged. My kills were easy to confirm, but the rest remained unaccounted for. It is possible that another pilot finished off one of mine, and vice versa, as unless you see fire, a parachute, or smoke, you may not know that a fighter was hit by either of your fellows, or even friendly fire. That night, due to our great success, we really did have a few drinks, until about 10 o'clock p.m. That was when we all had to get rest, since the next day, and indeed the next few days, were going to be very busy for us. Like most of us, Erich did not have much respect for our enemies, mostly due to the primitive method of their technology. We often examined the crashed remains and looked at MiGs, Yaks, Lags, and other aircraft. They often did not use any modern aiming or gun sight technology. It is true that many of the planes we found actually had hand-painted circles on the windscreen, which formed an estimated aiming point. But you must remember that the Americans and British were also sending their own aircraft to help the Soviets, such as the P-40, P-39, Spitfire, Hurricane, and medium bombers. Now these Western aircraft did have modern sights, and good ones. The Soviets often cannibalized these planes if they were damaged, and mounted the sights on their own planes. Also, the Soviets duplicated these sights and began producing them, as well as, I am certain, captured examples of our Revi. What you could get away with in fighting the enemy in 1941 to mid-1942 was a foolish thing to do in later 1943 and 1944, up until the war was over. Russian pilots were getting better, their technology and fighters were very good, and you would not find more courageous and skilled pilots than those within those elite units. These men were fearless and well trained. We were quite a unit. JG-52 scoring more than 11,000 victories during the war, and all of us were, and still are, good friends. We lose members every few years, so the circle of friends grows smaller. The greatest joy I have is when we get together, and despite what you may think, we do not really discuss the war so much. We talk about our children, grandchildren, and how well we are doing, and remember those of us who had passed away since the last time we were together. The Treffen, reunions, are always great. During the war, I bailed out 4 times, crashed a few times, and was wounded 7 times in all, but 2 of those were superficial wounds. I was awarded the Verwundetenabzeichen, wound badge, in black, silver, and gold. I don't recall the exact number of belly landings, since my flight log and Knight's Cross with oak leaves were all taken by an American GI when I became a prisoner at the end of the war. I would guess the number of landing crashes I walked away from to be between 10 and 12, and not all combat-related. I would like the listeners, as a favor to me, please let the world know about that logbook. If it ever turns up, I would like to give it to my grandsons one day. Regarding belly landings, this is a good one. I had taken a flak hit and lost coolant and engine power. I did not have any fire or smoke. I saw the lines, and being at 10,000 feet or so, I just glided in. I saw the ground coming up, and as I had surface controls, such as elevators, aileron, and rudder, it was like flying a heavy glider. Since we all trained in gliders, dead-stick landings were not difficult for us. However, the ME-109 makes a very heavy glider. The coolant had leaked into the cockpit somehow, probably from the blast after the flak hit in the radiator and fuel cell, and I could smell it, and the fuel line was also ruptured. So the last 15 minutes of flying was dead stick. I just went into the glide slope and chose the best open terrain I could find. After I made my landing, a German soldier started waving his arms and yelling at me. I opened the canopy and could hear him. He was saying, "You are in a minefield. Do not get out." Well, I was thinking that if I were in a minefield, the last place I wanted to be was in the middle of it, so why would I not want to get out? Then, as I climbed out of the cockpit, I began doubting my own intelligence, since the left wing I was standing on began to dip toward the ground. I knew that if it struck a mine, the remaining fuel in my 109 would ignite, and I could smell the fuel leaking from somewhere, and if that did not kill me, the shrapnel from the mine would blow through the wing and get me. So I said to hell with it, and I just carefully walked the remaining 30 meters or so to the edge of the minefield, and then I was safe. The German soldiers shook their heads and had a look of complete disbelief, saluted me, and one of them said that it was the most insane thing he ever saw. I told him that I just decided that rather than wait, since I assumed there would have been a map of the minefield as it was ours, I would walk out and take my chances. His response was, "No, sir. I was referring to why you chose to land in a minefield in the first place." What do you say to that? I am often asked what battles stand out the most, and that is too much to remember, as I flew more than 1,100 missions, and I mentioned July 5th, 1943, when I shot down 11 planes in 4 missions in a single day. This one Soviet pilot I engaged was a damned good one, not the usual guy you ran into. This fellow had some skill. His problem was that he was flying an older, slightly inferior aircraft, a Yak-1, which could turn very well at low altitude, and could outturn the 109, and it had good firepower also, and a strong engine. The problem was that the early Yaks did not have a good self-sealing fuel tank, and it was vulnerable that way. The later Yak-9 was a totally different and very dangerous aircraft when in the right hands. Soviet pilots, for the most part, were not as well trained or gifted as the British and Americans I flew against, at least early in the war, although there were a few exceptions. All of us Luftwaffe pilots ran into these exceptions, great pilots, at some point in time. They did not seem to have the stomach or the skill to maintain a solid dogfight. I do not think it was cowardice, because they would ram you if they had the chance. I just think it was the lack of good tactical training and the inability to think for themselves, relying upon their flight or element leaders to make decisions. If you could locate the flight leader and shoot him down, the rest of the average units just lost heart, since they had no leadership. I even saw Soviet pilots right on the tail of our aircraft, firing all their weapons from within 100 meters, and never scoring any critical hits. I just assumed it was due to bad gunnery or a lack of training. I had a guy on me, and I was done for certain, and I could see his shells passing by me, left and right, but only a few hits. I managed to get him instead. This was actually due to most of their aircraft not having proper gun sights, as I mentioned, which were really important for deflection shooting. But when they were right on our tail, I think it may have been a problem of inexperience. This was at least true until 1943. Once you shot down a flight leader, the rest usually scattered, and when they lost unit integrity, they were usually easy to shoot down when you worked as a team. In a fight, they usually broke off after engaging and headed home after a couple of minutes if they could not bounce you or get an advantage. These extraordinary pilots I mentioned were usually found in the Red Banner units, the cream of the crop for the Soviets. We also knew that there were free French volunteers flying with the Red Air Force also. Once you saw these fighters, usually later model Yaks, Lags, MiGs, and some American P-39 era Cobras, with their distinctive red paint on the fuselage, you were probably going to get into a real brawl. These were the encounters that made you sweat and rely upon your training and the teamwork of your fellow pilots. You rarely had a second chance to make a bad mistake against these pilots. There are many missions that do stand out in my mind. I had one encounter over the Ukraine, before Stalingrad anyway, and we were in a formation of perhaps 30 Messerschmitts, and with a fighter-bomber group of Focke-Wulf 190s, which were going to attack ground targets and strafe a nearby airfield. We were flying top cover, and we had been in the air for perhaps half an hour when someone called out enemy aircraft. Passing by and under us was a flight of more than 60 Soviet fighters, to include all types. I believe that this was the first time I scored a kill over an American fighter, a P-39. The Soviets really loved that aircraft, and it was apparently good as a ground attack aircraft, but I sat in one, and I knew that it was not a fighter I wanted to be in if a dogfight broke out. However, it had great armor plating and self-sealing fuel cells, which were lifesavers. The engine mounted in the rear meant they could load up 4 heavy cannons, 2 in the nose and also in the wings, so this plane had a lot of firepower, more than ours. The original configuration of the P-39 had one 37mm cannon in prop hub, 2 machine guns in nose, and 2 or 4 machine guns in wings. Some Soviets modified the armaments, increasing the weapons for ground attack operations. We broke up the group, and 3 Schwärme of fighters peeled over left, and we gathered airspeed. The enemy was about 2,000 meters below us, on our 9 o'clock low position, headed northwest, and we were headed east. They were headed for the ground attack aircraft that we were there to protect. I assumed they did not see us, but as a precaution, Hrabak had 2 flights stay up as top cover, just to make sure that the attacking fighters were not being drawn into a trap. I later found that his decision was most prudent. I was leading the other 3 fighters of my Schwarm, and we closed the distance quickly. I closed in on a group of Yaks from their 7 o'clock high and sighted in on one. I fired and saw my shells rip the left wing off, and it spun in, no parachute. I was closing too fast to make another shot, so I flew through their formation and then pulled up, converting my dive into airspeed to reach higher altitude while pulling out. My wingman called out his kill, and the other 2 called them out also. I banked right and looked over the side, and saw 4 fighters falling and 2 parachutes to confirm the kills. The second Schwarm had also scored kills, and one of the pilots took out 3 Yaks in a single pass, but then we heard Hrabak's voice over the radio. This was a trap, and the lags up top were coming in on us. Hrabak then ordered his remaining flights to catch the new ambushers from the rear. I had completed a full turn, counted all my men, and saw what happened next. This Yak closed in on an FW-190, firing with everything, and the German fighters started smoking, and fire erupted all over the engine cowling. The pilot pulled up and reached probably 1,000 meters altitude and bailed out. His parachute opened, and I was thinking that he would have more problems waiting for him on the ground than just bailing out of a damaged fighter. The Yak pilot that shot him down then pulled around and climbed, and headed straight for the German pilot in the parachute. I saw the cannon shells from the Yak strike the parachute, shredding it. The poor man fell to his death, I am certain. That moment, which was perhaps the angriest I had ever been in my life, caused me to break Hrabak's cardinal rule, fly with your head and not the muscles, as I broke from my flight and increased the throttle, streaking down to get the Yak. I wanted to kill that guy. I closed in on him, and he saw me on his 5 o'clock. I figured he would brake left or right, so I chopped my throttle, another violation of Hrabak's rule. Fighter combat should be engaged from altitude and at full power to achieve altitude after the attack. Well, that rule was out the window, but this guy was mine. The Russian was a smart guy. He also chopped his throttle, thinking I would overshoot. I was still going faster than he was, but I dropped the nose and bled off airspeed, and lowered the flaps as I pulled up. I lost airspeed rapidly. He was drifting into my gun sight, and I squeezed off a 3-second cannon burst, as he was only 50 feet in front. The Yak shuddered and pieces flew off, striking my 109, but no damage as far as I could tell. I then pulled alongside this guy. He knew he was over friendly terrain, and had no problems if he landed or bailed out. He looked over his left wing at me, and I looked at him. Just then, he blew up. The explosion rocked my fighters severely. My wingman at that time had followed me and finished the Yak off. I gave him the kill. I had a habit of doing that. Besides, we did not share kills as in the American or British Air Forces. When we landed, Hrabak called me into his office after reading the Abschuss. He chewed me out and read me what you would call the riot act. I knew he did that for the benefit of the other pilots outside, who could hear everything. I thought he was going to ground me. Then Hubertus von Bonin came in, and he told me what he thought about my actions. Then, after that was all over, Hrabak placed his hand on my shoulder. Walter, I would have done the same after what he did to that Focke-Wulf pilot, but I would have told my flight what I was doing and not gone alone. I saw what happened, and I understand. But never allow your emotions to dictate your actions. Cemeteries are full of pilots who did what you did, and I prefer having you around. Besides, the other new fellows may learn bad habits from you, such as landing in minefields. I learned from that ass-chewing, and I never again allowed my emotions to override my common sense. Hrabak was a great leader. He knew how to get the best from his men, and I learned much about leadership from him, which I tried to pass on to others when I became a section leader. Another mission I should mention was earlier in the war, about 1941, when I came across 15 to 20 Polikarpov I-16 Ratas, during which my aircraft was hit by a large air-to-ground rocket of some kind. It must have been a dud, as there was no great damage, no explosion, but I felt the entire aircraft shake violently. This was when the Ratas were attacking ground targets, and one Rata turned on me, shot the rocket at me, and hit me. I did not even know they carried them. That was an unbelievable situation. I managed to recover control of my 109, and then roll over in a chase. I then closed on one Rata, and it was an easy kill. less than a dozen rounds of machine gun ammunition. He caught fire and went right in. I then pulled up, kicked the right rudder, and got a great deflection shot on another, and he flew right into my cannon shells and broke apart. I then pushed the stick down and dropped the nose, and saw another Rata about 400 meters away, so I increased the throttle and closed in. This guy saw me and he cut power, trying to make me overshoot, but I also chopped the throttle, and I drifted closer to him, stepping on the left rudder, going into a yaw. This turned out to be fortunate, because at that time, 2 more Soviet fighters, Yaks, flew past me. They had been on my tail, and I never even knew it. They overshot me. I then fired into the Rata that slowed down. He burned and fell away. The pilot took to his parachute. The 2 Yaks that had overshot flew ahead of me, and one rolled right and the other left. My wingman killed the right Yak, and I then managed to kick the left rudder and damage the left Yak. He was smoking but still in good shape. I was on empty, and the fuel light was staring at me, and I was out of ammo anyway, so I guess he got away. I did not claim him, as I never claimed a damaged fighter. I did report this in the Abschuss, but I believe another pilot finished him off. I always gave the other pilots the kills if they finished off one of my cripples. Gert Bachhorn, like most of us, did the same. We never argued about a kill. Speaking of Bachhorn, I must say that I saw him in a fight that still makes me sweat to this day. If I remember correctly, the entire unit was in the air. This was, I think, in September 1943, and we were in the south. There were about 40 of us escorting a Stuka flight of about 15 aircraft against Soviet ground targets. We were to fly top cover while the dive bombers followed the medium bombers. The Heinkels, HE-111 bombers, were to soften up the targets, and the Stukas would dive in and pick off vehicles, troops in the open, whatever they could find. We soon became involved in a twisting, turning, and vicious fight. More than 50 or so enemy fighters, which included Yaks, MiGs, Lags, you name it, dropped from out of the sun. Their red paint and bold emblems identified them as a Red Banner bunch. I was less interested in scoring a large number of kills as I was in making sure my flight stayed together. I saw 3 109s smoking, but I also saw perhaps a dozen enemy aircraft smoking and burning. As I pulled up and rolled over to my left to look down, I saw this 109 turning with these 3 Yaks. They were flying in what we would call a loose Keta formation of 3 ships, when the right Yak exploded. The concussion rocked my fighter, then the lead Yak started burning, and then the left Yak rolled over and the pilot bailed out. The right Yak was turning to get on me when my wingman fired on him, getting hits, which forced him away in an inverted dive. Unfortunately for him, we were at so low an altitude by that time that he nosed straight into the ground. I did a dive to get in there and cover this 109's tail, in case he had unwanted visitors. These 3 Yaks had gone for the Stukas, and the pilot, which turned out to be Bachhorn, had attacked the 3 fighters alone. This was at fairly low altitude, less than 1,000 meters, and he had rolled over after shooting the first one, managed a deflection shot on the second, and barrel rolled over again into a great kill position on the last fighter, pulling up as I came down. Another Yak was on his tail, which I was able to shoot down, and I pulled up next to him. He just looked over and held up 3 fingers. I tapped my head, as if to say he was insane. We do that today to other drivers on the Autobahn also. He was a fantastic fellow as well. This was absolutely incredible airmanship. If I remember correctly, his 109 never even had a serious bullet hole in it from an enemy fighter on this mission, with one exception to a round that struck his windshield from the rear gunner of an IL-2 he shot down. I would also have to say that my victories in the narrow Caucasus passes were memorable, as was my victory over an LAG-5 at Stalingrad, where the Russian lost more than a third of his left wing and was burning like hell. About 15 Luftwaffe pilots saw that, including Johannes Steinhoff, who was my commanding officer in the Staffel at that time, as well as Graf, Hrabak, Wiese, and Hall. That log was still spinning slowly at low level, and I watched him go in, twirling like a leaf, slowly fluttering down to the ground. He burned like a candle. He crashed, but did not explode. Just burned. I never really had the opportunity to meet too many of the big people in the German government. I did, of course, meet Adolf Hitler when I was with Hartmann, Gerd Parkhorn, and Johannes Wiese, but I never met Hermann Goring face to face, though I saw him once. That was when I became a lieutenant at the ceremony in Berlin on January 31st, 1941, along with several hundred other cadets. He was a very big man, I can say. How I met Hitler, although only once, is a good story. When I was awarded the Eichenlaub, oak leaves, to the Ritterkreuz. Krupinski's score at that time was 177. Bubby Hartmann and I had partied heavily the night before, and were still drunk as hell, despite the fact that we were to receive our awards from Der Führer. My head felt like a cement block. Too much champagne and cognac. It is never a good idea to mix those two under any circumstances. Then, in the corridor, Erich saw Hitler's hat on top of the coat rack, and he put it on. The hat was too large for Erich, and it fell over his eyes. He made some joke about Hitler having a big head for such a small man. We heard someone behind us, and it was Hitler's Luftwaffe adjutant, Oberst Nikolaus von Below. He was not amused at all, and told us that if we were finished clowning around, we had an audience with Der Führer. Parkhorn, who had previously received the Knight's Cross on August 23, 1942, as an Oberleutnant with 59 victories, knew him, Hitler, from before, because he was also decorated by Hitler with the oak leaves on January 1, 1943, with 120 victories. I always thought that he and Hall, and maybe even others, should have also received the diamonds, such as Novotny had, who scored 258 kills, and Otto Kittel, who had 268 or so. No diamonds awarded. Well, I was getting the oak leaves along with Hartmann and Johannes Wiese on March 4, 1944, and Parkhorn was getting the swords after scoring 250. In over 1,100 combat missions, he was shot down 9 times, bailed out once, and was wounded twice. The first injury took him out of combat for about 4 months, and the final injury took him out for the rest of the war. His last crash I saw, but more about that later. I am certain that if Parkhorn had not been out for those 4 months, and then placed into an administrative job, he would have been the top ace, and Erich always thought this. The only exception may have been Marseille, who had 158 by 1942, after only a year and a half in combat. Then again, Hall was out for 6 months after his crash in the Caucasus, which was a grim day for us. I thought he was dead for sure, as I was with Hrabak on a top-cover flight as we heard the radio call. Hall could also have been the top ace, if not for the broken spine. Who knows? All of us at the Reichschancellery had received our orders sending us to Berlin 2 days before to get our medals, which is probably the award date that the record reflects, unless I am mistaken. Such award records are dated from when the approval was given, not when the medal was received. We were also all JG-52 men, and caught the same transport plane, then the train into Germany. Bachhorn wanted to see his wife, Christel, and Hartmann longed to see his lovely Ursula. I made the comment that it was great to be back on the ground, since pouring champagne in a Ju-52 was quite difficult. That was when I suggested he just pass the bottle around and abandon the tin cup. Erich never talked about the war, only in briefings or debriefings, but he always spoke about his Uschi. Hartmann was making some funny comments about Hitler, mimicking him as giving a speech at Nuremberg, and he tried to stand still without falling over. I was in not much better shape, and he knocked me down by accident, but I caught myself against the wall. Bachhorn had a hangover, and I may have been too drunk, but I thought I could actually see his head expanding and contracting. Perhaps it was just my vision being blurry. Wiese was sober, as he did not drink during this time. He had been ill with some stomach problem. We only started to sober up as von Below called the room to attention, and Hitler, after walking into the room, started handing us the awards, although I felt that I would throw up. He handed us our medals in their presentation boxes, shook our hands, and congratulated us individually. He gave a short speech about how we were holding the Bolshevik beast at bay, and how the Western Allies were still trying to take Italy, but were not brave enough to cross the English Channel. Then he began describing his plan for his Panzerfestung, armor or tank fortress, which was a way to immunize the army divisions against enemy tank attacks. This was part of his greater Fortress Europe plan, and he gave his prophecies as to how we were going to push the communists back in the East. Erich looked at me, looking at his oak leaves, and then at Bachhorn, who had taken off his Knight's Cross with oak leaves to fasten the new oak leaves and swords to it, who also looked at me. Wiese was ahead of us, and he turned around also, and as we walked out of the room to have lunch, Hartmann whispered, "Do you really think that he believes all that rubbish?" I just shrugged my shoulders and said, "I would think so." Bachhorn said, "Sure he believes it, and that's the problem." Then we sat down at the table. The waiters brought out the meal, and Hitler had a spinach salad with some kind of fruit and a glass of water. They had several bottles of wine, and finally Wiese had a glass. I figured hair of the dog, and I had some and passed the bottle to Erich. I have to say the meal was pretty good. The wine was not bad either. A Riesling, I think. I had heard that he did not eat meat, did not smoke, and did not drink alcohol. Hell, I did all of those things, and in a momentary lapse of mind, after I finished the meal of sausage, bread, and carrot salad, I took out my cigarette case. Erich looked at me, and he gave me this look and shook his head. I then remembered hearing about Hitler hating smoke, and carefully placed my case away. Hitler did not miss it. He never looked up from his plate and said, "Krupinski, that is a disgusting habit. You should think about quitting that." Wiese, Bachhorn, and Hartmann all tried not to laugh, and I felt like a reprimanded child. As soon as Hitler finished his meal, the casual chatter turned into a more serious discussion. Part of his plan was to dig very deep and intricate tank traps all along the frontier using forced workers. These would slow down the Soviet advance and allow our tanks, infantry, and Stukas to hit them. He also began talking about the new wonder weapons, such as the rockets and new jet technology. I had no idea that before the war was over, I would become involved with this project. He asked us about Lemberg, where we had come from, and where our brave soldiers were fighting against those Russian tanks, and the men were dying terribly. He told us about the war in Russia, and you had the feeling that you were listening to a complete madman. I thought he was a raving lunatic, and by the time the meeting was over, Hartmann and I needed another drink, and Backhorn kept saying, "I told you so." Erich always had a strange feeling about Hitler, and he did not trust him. Erich had a very good feeling about people, almost psychic, I guess you could say, just like with aircraft. I learned to trust his instincts. He had these same instincts as a pilot. Hartmann was a very gifted young pilot, and a very sensitive man, very quiet, unless you knew him, but a great person. Flying with men like him, Rahl, Prabach, Steinhoff, Ewald, Grasser, and the others, was a great experience. You felt safe in that kind of company. Erich and I had a good relationship from the day we met, as I was assigned to be his mentor when he arrived in the unit. I felt bad for him when we learned he was sent to Siberia after the war, along with Graf and others. When I transferred back to the Western Front in the spring of 1944, I was assigned as Gruppenkommandeur of 2nd Gruppe JG-11 and promoted to Hauptmann. This was not long after receiving the oak leaves, when many Russian front experts were sent to fight against the American four-engine bombers. By that time, it was a very different war from 1940. I did that for a while with JG-5 and JG-11, including during Bodenplatte, when I commanded 3rd Gruppe JG-26, from early October 1944 to March 25, 1945. I had been wounded again, this time by my own flak, and went to the recovery hospital where Steinhoff found me. Fighting against the American bombers and fighter escorts was often much worse than fighting in Russia. I never came across a bad American fighter pilot, just a few that were unlucky. Attacking the bombers, the big ones like the Boeing B-17 and consolidated B-24, was difficult. It was bad enough just because of the defensive fire, and the old-timers such as Walter Dahl, who was good at shooting down bombers and many others, said that it was much worse now that American fighters and sometimes RAF aircraft were always escorting them. I even met with Herbert Rohlwager, the best bomber killer, who told me that 1944 was a different war from 1943, and with 44 heavy bomber kills out of his almost 100 victories, just as Adair had 36 bomber kills of his 78 or so. I listened to these men, like Tony Huckel, who also had 32 bomber kills out of his total of 192. They were the experts, I was the novice. These meetings were very important. Even my old friend Steinhoff, who transferred from the East, was shot down on his first mission attacking bombers. "Damn, Graf, I must have turned into an idiot or something," he told me during a brief meeting shortly after my joining JG-26, while he was in Italy with JG-77. Such was the difference in the two fronts. They were just different wars. The B-17s and B-24 Liberators were difficult to engage due to their potent 50-caliber defensive fire, and the American fighters made it even harder to get close, since they outnumbered us somewhere around 10-1 on the average until later in 1944, when it often felt more like 50-1. I found this all very frustrating, and had to change the way I thought about things. I had been flying the FW-190D model, which was a great departure from the 109, and even very different from the earlier 190A series. First, the early Focke-Wulfs were air-cooled radial engines. However, the Dora was like the 109, liquid-cooled, only it used the BMW liquid-cooled engine that was in use on the Junkers Ju-88 medium bombers, just the next generation of design. This meant higher altitude and a faster aircraft with a more powerful engine. We were as fast as the P-51D, but still did not have the range of the American fighter, though we had great firepower. I had a meeting with Georg Peter Eder, who was one of the men who developed the frontal attack method of hitting the B-17s. He was a wealth of knowledge, but he also had been wounded 14 times and was shot down a total of 17 times, the last 15 crashes and wounds being from doing this kind of work. He was absolutely fearless for sure, but I also kind of thought him to be a little mad. He taught me his method, but try as I did, I could never really master that. It was a gift that I simply did not possess. We were losing experienced experts all the time. We were just overwhelmed. Allied fighters and bombers attacked our air bases day and night, as well as bombing the cities. American long-range Mustangs, and then later, the other Allied fighters flying from French and Belgian bases, really gave us hell. Exhaustion was also a factor, since we could never get enough replacement pilots, and the newer pilots just did not have the experience to survive long under such conditions. Galland was really upset about this, and he demanded that Goring reverse his order to turn out more pilots faster. He knew that half-trained flyers would be killed in larger numbers than veteran pilots. In addition, Galland had been very resistant to Operation Bodenplatte of January 1, 1945, and he predicted the result as it was planned. He was furious with Goring for not consulting him in the planning, and having him draft a proper and perhaps better plan. This was one of the many situations that led to the Fighters Revolt. Galland cared very much about us all. As our commanding general of the fighters, he was not opposed to going up against those whom he saw as making bad decisions. That was one of the things we admired about him. Yes, I think it was his ego to some degree, but then again, I would not want to fly in combat with a pilot who did not have a healthy ego and a good sense of self-respect. Call us a little narcissistic, perhaps, but if you don't have that kind of arrogance in the cockpit, you will die. That is what makes you aggressive, and active aggression is most of what is needed to achieve victory over your opponent. Even Hartmann, as mild-mannered, quiet, and polite as he was, would become a raving madman in battle. I do not mean that he would go crazy and scream over the radio. No, not that. But what did happen was he had a complete personality change. He became deadly, serious, and, as history shows, quite successful. This was also Galland, although Dolfo was a much more gregarious person than Hartmann, or the rest of us for that matter. Regarding Galland, you must understand that back in those days, it was considered very unhealthy to be noticed as someone who openly disagreed with Nazi policy. I had heard rumors that the Gestapo tapped his telephones and bugged his office. They also followed him around to take down the names of anyone he spoke with. Later, after the war, Galland confirmed this. He told me that Reinhard Gehlen personally told him of a conversation that he had with Goring, where the Reichsmarschall told him to get something solid on Galland, because I cannot court-martial a diamonds holder without something that Hitler and the German people will believe. You must also remember that this was around the same time that Admiral Wilhelm Canaris was arrested for treason, making Gehlen the top intelligence man. We also knew that Gordon Golob had been ordered to get the dirt on Galland, such as the accusations that Galland had been living with a girlfriend while not married for a couple of years. He was also accused of working in the black market, since his mess halls had always been stocked with the best food, all of which was strictly rationed and required government approval for purchase in government stores. Even generals had to have ration cards. I knew, as did we all, that following the Fighters' Revolt, Goring had issued arrest warrants for Galland and Günther Lützow. He wanted them court-martialed, and he wanted Lützow executed, Steinhoff banished, everything. This was very frightening, and showed just how panic-stricken Goring had become. I remember getting the message read to us that came from Berlin, directly from Goring himself, stating that Galland was fired and that Golob was his replacement. I think that the information I learned, and the rumors I had heard during the war, which were later confirmed, made me feel as if I had wasted my life, and that my country and the rest of Europe had been destroyed for no logical reason. I really did become an active pacifist after all of that, despite remaining in the military. I hated the thought of war, and when the Yugoslavia problem exploded recently, I could only think of how stupid we humans must be. We have learned nothing from our great collective failures. By late 1944 through early 1945, after I had been wounded several times, I was trying to finish the war out at our Fighter Recreation Center, which was a medical recovery spa of sorts, at WWII in Tegernsee. This was when Steinhoff and Galland stepped up to some of us on April 1st, 1945. Steinhoff asked me, "Graf, how would you like to fly the 262? Well, he did not have to ask twice. I was well aware of the Turbo, as we called it. I had even seen photographs, but had not seen one in flight yet. I was very excited. I knew that I wanted to be a part of this program. The very next morning, I jumped into the cockpit of a Messerschmitt 262 and flew my first test flight after a short familiarization period. I described all of that in a long paper I wrote for our Jägerblatt, the Fighter News, of February to March 1987. My last sentence was this: Es war der Beginn eines neuen Zeitalters der Luftfahrtgeschichte. It was the beginning of a new epoch in aviation history. I was only distraught over the fact that we did not have this plane sooner. Steinhoff had told me about the jet a few months earlier, after he had taken over JG-7 for a short time. He loved the jet, and he explained the delicate nature of the engines, the problematic takeoff and landing characteristics, but also the great advantages of the 262. Galland was using Steinhoff as his recruiting officer, and they had collected some of the best in the business. They also got Backhorn and tried to get Hartmann, but Erich still had a soft spot for JG-52. His decision to remain with this unit would prove very costly. As you know, he spent over 10 years in Soviet prison camps after the war, after the Americans handed them over to the Red Army in May 1945. I would not see him again until the late 1950s, and he was never the same man afterward. I joined Jagdverband 44, Galland's squadron of experts at Munich-Riem, and then we moved to Salzburg in Austria, then Aibling-Heilbronn, and then back to Munich, and so on. What was interesting about the squadron was that, with only perhaps 4 or 5 exceptions, every pilot wore the Knight's Cross, or a higher version of the Iron Cross. Also, we were the only squadron in history that was led into combat by the equivalent of an American 3-star general. How many squadrons have a sergeant flying wingman to a full colonel, let alone a general? We were rank-heavy, and that tended to raise eyebrows among the upper echelons in Berlin. Galland did not care. Almost every pilot in the unit was either an escapee from a hospital, pending some form of military reprimand or discipline, or had been in trouble in some fashion. One great example was Erich Hohagen, who had also been taken from the hospital. He was in the room 2 doors down from me at Bad Wiessee, and had been badly wounded again. He needed a little help walking, but could sit in the cockpit just fine. Galland also wanted Walter Schuck and Heinrich Erler, who were both swords holders and flying with JG-7, and had both already scored victories in the jet under Novotny's command before his death, then flying under Eder and then Steinhoff. I still do not know how Galland and Steinhoff managed this, but I suppose when two officers enter wearing those high decorations, and who are both well-known heroes, very few low-ranking medical officers are going to rub them the wrong way. Galland had that way about him. Cigar in his mouth, that smile, and his very persuasive way of speaking. I can say that, no matter how angry he was, I never heard him raise his voice. He just stared into a person, made his point, and never wavered. He even did this with his boss, the fat one. We had some spectacular missions, especially when we received the R-4M air-to-air rockets for our jets. My introduction to the unit was interesting. JV-44 had some success the previous day, when on April 8th, Steinhoff shot down a Liberator, and Ernst Fährmann shot down two B-17 Flying Fortresses. Steinhoff had come over from JG-7, along with a few of the others, and they had already used the rockets with success, even before we were a formed group. Having that experience in the unit was invaluable. The first time I saw them work was, I think, on April 5th, 1945, as the unit shot down 5 heavy bombers. I had recently been made adjutant of the unit, meaning paperwork, which I hated. There was quite a large number of enemy escort fighters around, so that tended to keep you busy in the cockpit. There was no way we were going to dogfight with these Mustangs, Thunderbolts, and Lightnings. We had to just come in fast, hit them, bombers, very hard, and then get away very quickly. Once we were at least 4 to 5 miles away, we could turn back and line up another target. The one great advantage that we had in the 262 over the 109 or 190 was our approach and climbing speed. This was both a positive and a negative thing. Our speed allowed us, as I said before, to attack rapidly and then leave. That speed gave the enemy gunners on the bombers much less reaction time to sight in, lead us, and get a solid killing burst. Our speed also allowed us to approach from underneath, closing the gap quickly, and if you had the rockets, that gave you a great advantage, as you could fire the R-4Ms from outside the effective range of the 50 caliber machine guns. The rockets also gave you a better chance of a hit, as they spread out, like a shotgun. This allowed us to pull away before we could be fired upon in many cases. However, the rockets also increased drag, thus slowing us down from our 100-mile-per-hour speed advantage over the Mustangs when flying clean jets to a 70 to 75-mile-per-hour advantage. The Mustangs and other Allied fighters would have to drop from very high altitude, convert that into increased airspeed, and then hope to close in on one of us, and even get a good deflection shot. This was the most common way our jets were shot down, other than being shot trying to take off or land, when we were very vulnerable. We had no maneuverability or speed until about 2 to 3 minutes after takeoff. That is a lot of time when you have the enemy on your tail. The only great downside to having the jet was the loss of maneuverability. We could not turn as tight as the other fighters, so speed was our life insurance. The other problem with such a fast attacking and closing speed was that, just as the enemy gunners had little time to lead you for a kill, you had much less time to pick out a target. You had to be right the first time, and if you did not have rockets, you had to adjust your shooting to compensate for the much slower targets. In this case, there was very little deflection shooting. You closed in quickly, fired a quick burst, and then you left. The 30mm cannons were incredible weapons. It took only a half dozen or so to bring down a heavy bomber if you hit it in the wing route, which weakened the structural integrity of the aircraft and also housed fuel cells. Just one explosive shell could bring down a fighter. When thinking back about those days, I never really had much fear in flying the jet, even against such large numbers of enemies. Well, that was until I decided to land once after a mission. The one thing you had to be aware of was the fact that the Allied fighter pilots would use two methods of getting you once you broke off combat. The one method they would use was going to our airfields and shooting them up. They knew where we were. It was no great secret. These guys would hang around and try to catch us landing, hoping for an easy kill. This was why we had FW-190s or ME-109s that would fly cover for us to protect our landings. The other problem you had was that after you broke contact and were usually out of ammunition and low on fuel, the enemy fighters would be following a few miles behind you. On a good day, you probably had about 10 to 15 minutes to approach, extend your gear, hoping it would work, land, and get out of the cockpit. Many times we jumped out of our jets to have the shadows of enemy fighters pass overhead as they strafed us. My first couple of missions after joining JV-44 were uneventful, but on April 16th, the squadron took off, armed with the R-4M rockets mounted in racks under the wings. We were radio-vectored by ground radar to the formation of Martin B-26 Marauders, which were twin-engine American medium bombers. Gallant took the lead as always, and we followed, flying in a Keta formation, also known as a V formation, which was the same type of formation flown in the old days before World War II and the invention of the Schwarm, or Finger 4 formation. Gallant flew into the bombers, but nothing seemed to happen. Gallant, who was leading our flight, flew past the formation without firing, but he turned around and then fired his salvo of rockets at a group of B-26 bombers. In moments, one disintegrated and another was falling. The tail had been blown away, and both parts were fluttering down through the light clouds. I fired my rockets and had some near hits, and damaged a couple of the bombers, but the smoke from Gallant's 2 kills obscured the sky in front of me. Seeing the result of those rockets hit was incredible. A fantastic sight, really. After this attack, we flew off a few hundred yards so as not to hit any debris or get jumped by enemy fighters, and then attacked again using our 4 30mm cannons. I damaged a couple of bombers but scored no kills that day, and Gallant had the only confirmed victories. I had a rocket misfire myself, and only a few of my rockets fired and did not do their job well. Gallant pulled around and fired again. Later, he admitted that he had failed to take the safety off the rockets, and he did not even think about using his cannons. On the second approach was when he had fired, and during that mission he brought down 2 bombers. I lined one up, and then fired my cannons on the second pass. I heard some thumps and hits in my jet, but nothing major. I could not believe just how effective those rockets could be. It was like firing a shotgun into a flock of geese, really. Gallant had some .50 caliber bullets that struck his fighter, and it had to go in for repair after we landed. The next day, April 17th, I took off with Gallant, Steinhoff, Kronberg, and others, and I attacked a B-17 formation targeting Munich. We scored hits, and one of our pilots collided with a B-17, which I think was Eduard Schallmoser, taking it down, and I managed to hit another B-17 myself, but it did not go down. I did not see this collision between Schallmoser and the bomber, but Steinhoff radioed this information to us. We had many such missions, but we also ran into American fighters. Mustangs were a constant problem, and they would always follow us home, hoping for an easy kill. Taking off and landing, as I have said, were the most tense moments for a Tu-62 pilot, as the plane built up speed slowly, and you could stall out easily if you pushed the throttles forward too quickly, which caused a flameout. This happened several times with pilots, and we finally learned how to throttle up slowly without killing ourselves. I flamed out once when I was in transition training. I was used to pushing the throttle full open rapidly to increase takeoff power. This was a great error in the jet. I know that many of the pilots who were killed flying the jet probably died due to stalling out this way. The Tu-62 was a very heavy aircraft when compared to the 109 and 190, and at low speed, I would equate it to flying a brick. On the day Steinhoff crashed, his flight of 6 jets was commanded by Galland. Other pilots that day, including me, were Heinz Wübke, Gerd Bachhorn, then with 300 victories, the rammer Eduard Schallmoser, so named for his penchant for ramming his jet into enemy bombers once his ammunition ran out, Ernst Fährmann, Klaus Neumann, and Heinz Beer, who had 16 kills in the jet. We were all either taking off for a bomber intercept mission or preparing to go on the second mission on the morning of April 18th, 1945. The reason Steinhoff crashed was that the previous day we had an American bombing raid on our field, and there were still a few potholes in the grass strip, bomb fragments scattered about, and although the men were trying to patch them up as well as possible, some remained filled with water and were sometimes hard to see. There had not been much damage inflicted upon the planes or the fuel depot, although one of the barracks took a hit and had some damage. I think it was also at this time I heard that my old friend Heinz Ewald had been awarded the Knight's Cross, which would have been one of the last awarded, being April 1945. He deserved it a long time ago, not so much for his victories, but because he was a damned good and loyal wingman. Like the rest of us, Steinhoff was loaded up with fuel and rockets, and his left wheel dug into a crater that had not been properly repaired after the latest American raid on our base. His left tire blew out, which caused him to yaw, and he almost careened into me as a result, as I was on his wing. His left engine then flamed out, possibly due to hitting the crater, throwing his hand forward on the throttle too fast, thus blowing the engine, and his jet went into a left skid, crossing my path. I thought we were both going to collide. I was certain of it. I had enough airspeed to pull back on the stick, and I lifted up, just clearing his jet and avoiding the collision, even though his jet bounced up into the air, almost hitting me, and again banged against the ground, ripping the undercarriage away, which I did not see. Once I was up and began raising my landing gear, I looked back as I banked slightly, and I saw the crunch of the impact and the explosion. The shock wave was felt even as I climbed away. I just knew Mackie was dead. There was no way in my mind that he could have survived, and I was feeling very bad at that point. There was Mackie Steinhoff, trapped in this wreckage, the burning fuel exploding the rockets and 30mm ammunition around him. But he managed to crawl out, on fire, rolling on the ground. They got him to the hospital, and he somehow survived. I did not see that part after the crash as it happened, but everyone heard about it. We were informed of his condition when we returned from the mission. He was the best friend any of us had, and a true patriot and leader. All of us felt that we were only a thread away from a similar fate after that accident, as well as the later loss of Günther Lützow, who went missing on April 24th, and others too numerous to list. Steinhoff suffered for many years with many surgeries after the war, but his strength of character and determination to survive pulled him through. I give his wife Ursula a lot of credit, as she was his strength during those tough years. Bea actually shot down 2 Thunderbolts on the mission that day, and he said that he would gladly give them back if he could trade them for Mackie. Normally, we would celebrate victories, but no one felt like saying or celebrating anything. I would have to say that Steinhoff's crash dropped our morale, and Lützow's failure to return from a mission the following week plummeted our morale even further. Then Gallant being wounded a few days later, and Barkhorn being injured and out of the war, pretty much closed the door on JV-44. Our problem was that not all the jets were ready for flights. We were short on parts, fuel, even ammunition, or sometimes small technical problems happened. I flew one Tu-62 that did not have a working fuel gauge or altimeter, as an example. Another one I flew actually had the complete instrument panel, but none of the wires were hooked up. One of our mechanics was also an electrician, and he managed to get a wiring diagram for the jet and repaired it. Although I scored 197 victories in the war, I was only able to confirm 2 of them in the Tu-62, with a 3rd bomber claimed as a probable. This was on the April 16th mission with Gallant, Steinhoff, Lützow, Bea, Barkhorn, Schallmoser, and I think Fährmann. There were probably many pilots who damaged enemy bombers that later crashed, but without verification on the ground or in the air, these were not counted. The fighting against the American fighter escorts and bombers was the worst, since they were excellent flyers and had so much top-rated equipment. I did damage a few other aircraft, all bombers. That was interesting. Gallant once told us that if we did not have holes in our planes upon returning, then we must not have been doing our jobs. I need to say something about some of the pilots in JV-44. Gottfried Fährmann, 4 kills in the jet, keeps coming to mind, along with Schallmoser, who was successful, but he was also a rammer, bringing his bombers down by crashing into them sometimes. These guys were just a different cut of the cloth. Günther Lützow was another great man. While not a great ace in the jet, he was an outstanding leader, and a very brave man for many reasons. We all knew about he and Gallant, along with others, having argued with Goring, and Gallant being removed as general of the fighters. Lützow, who had the oak leaves and swords, was a very serious, quiet, and dependable leader. He was also a Condor Legion veteran like Gallant. I did not know him as well as I would have liked. He went missing on a mission, and I do not know if it was ever learned what happened to him. That was very sad. And then, of course, we had Mackie Steinhoff, who was more dead than alive. The morning before we lost Lützow, Gallant informed us of the situation with Goring. Apparently Hitler had fired him and relieved him of his command. Finally, Gallant said, after all these years and the lives lost, Hitler finally made a logical decision, but too little too late. He had been replaced by Generaloberst Robert Ritter von Kreim, whom we all respected very much. Georg Eder was also a great pilot, and a really interesting fellow, and he had great success in the Tu-62 also. He flew mostly on the Western Front during the war, and was a holder of the oak leaves. He was famous, along with Egon Meyer, as they were the guys who figured out that the head-on attack was the best method of hitting the heavy bombers in piston-powered aircraft. However, this was only successful if you could do it very quickly, since the closing speed was fast, perhaps 700 miles per hour, giving perhaps a split second to fire into your target. The great benefit was that it greatly reduced the amount of defensive fire they received during the attack. Eder and Meyer were very good, and I saw Adler shoot down a few bombers in JG-7, and even hitting some fighters. At the end of the war, the unit was disbanded. Galland had been badly wounded by a fighter and crashed his 262, but we did not have near as many losses as, say, JG-7. However, we were also a smaller unit and did not operate as a unit as long. Some of the JG-7 pilots were recruited by Steinhoff, such as Köster, Lützow, Kronberg, Fährmann, Hohagen, and a few others. These men brought great jet experience with them when Steinhoff brought them in. I still do not know how he and Galland managed to accomplish this, since both of them had fallen from grace with both Goring and Hitler. Steinhoff once said that, if you looked a gift horse in the mouth, it was often missing teeth. As the war ended and the fighters were being destroyed, I was captured when the unit surrendered after blowing up the last of our jets, when the Americans were practically rolling onto the airfield with tanks, infantry, everything. An American intelligence officer found us and took us via Heidelberg to the U.S. Army Air Forces and Royal Air Force interrogation camp in England. Well, after 4 weeks of answering questions, I was being transported to Cherbourg, I believe, when I was attacked by a French soldier with a rifle. He struck me in the head from behind, knocking me unconscious. I later found myself in the hospital in Munich with American guards. After all of the interrogations, I ended up with the Americans. But while I was in custody, I was robbed of my Ritterkreuz and Eichenlaub and my flight logbook, as mentioned earlier. Our decorations, especially the Knight's Cross, were highly prized by our captors. It was a difficult time, but my contact with the American military and the U.S. Army Air Force's officers prepared me for a new career later in the 1950s, until I retired in the 1970s. After the war, the unemployment rate was high for former officers of the military in Germany. Finding work after a career as a professional officer was not easy, especially since anyone who owned a business did so with the local Allied military commander's authorization. Professional officers were considered the elite of the National Socialist Party, and any connection to us could have been economically unwise. It was not until much later that this attitude changed, and people began to realize that, if anything, it was the professional officer corps who remained non-political for the most part. We had no agenda except to defend our country from attack, right or wrong. There is no difference between us and any officer corps in any nation. All would defend their homeland and families, regardless of the political leadership in control of their country. It was not long, however, before I started working for the U.S. intelligence services under the umbrella of Organization Gehlen, the military and foreign intelligence service branch of the Abwehr, formed by General Reinhard Gehlen during the war. Gehlen was one of the Abwehr's chief intelligence officers, who later replaced Canaris as head of the organization. After Canaris was dismissed for his suspected role in the July 20, 1944 assassination attempt against Hitler, and subsequently put to death at the Flossenburg concentration camp in 1945. Gehlen's work and the examples he set were responsible for the creation of many post-war intelligence networks, including the GSG-9, the famous German counter-terrorist intelligence service. Gehlen died in 1979, but his work in collecting intelligence on the Red Army and his ability to collate intelligence on every aspect of Soviet military operations proved invaluable to the NATO allies during the Cold War. Their understanding of the Soviet mindset, order of battle, political aims, all of that probably prevented another European, if not world, conflict. Gehlen believed that knowledge was power, and in this case, he was proven correct. I learned quite a bit working with him, among many others, about intelligence and counterintelligence. I cannot discuss my work with any of these groups, as it is all still highly classified, and I took an oath of silence. I then worked for Amt Blank, which was the beginning of our defense ministry under Theodor Blank, West Germany's first post-war Minister of Defense during the Konrad Adenauer administration. There was a lot going on, not the least of which were the long-running discussions with the Soviet Union regarding the return of our men held there. This was a complete violation of the Geneva Convention, which stated clearly that all prisoners must be repatriated after the ending of a conflict. The Soviets had reclassified our men as criminals and not soldiers, and they had also refused to follow Geneva during the war. During this entire process, until they were finally released in December 1955, I thought of my friends who were held in a Siberian hell. I thought of Erich often, as well as Hermann Graf and Gerd Bachhorn, and I did stay in sporadic contact with Uschi, Ursula, Hartmann's wife, and his family every so often. All of the wives and families wrote tens of thousands of letters to Konrad Adenauer and Vyacheslav Molotov, demanding their men be returned. Stalin did state that his nation would observe the existing Hague Convention during the war, but not Geneva. The USSR never signed the 1929 agreement. We knew the reason for this was the fact that in Geneva of 1929, there was a special provision that stated a neutral power had the authority to inspect prisoner-of-war camps, check on the conditions of prisoners, ensure they were humanely treated and received proper care, and so on. Stalin was very paranoid about outsiders, and he was not going to allow any third party to interrupt his massive slave labor program. I suppose he had killed so many Ukrainians and others before the war, he needed the extra manpower. I was approached by some officers in the 1950s who mentioned that we were forming the Bundesluftwaffe, which I already knew from my work with intelligence, but they did not know that. I was easily recruited, as there were many of the former Luftwaffe experts already there. I went for refresher flight training in the United Kingdom as CO, commanding officer, of Jagdbombergeschwader, Fighter Bomber Wing 33. I was trained on the latest fighter types of the day, including the Lockheed F-104 Starfighter. I really liked that plane, as did Rahl, but Steinhoff, Hartmann, and others were much less enthusiastic. I was then later commanding officer of German training in the United States German 3rd Air Division, Chief of Staff for the 2nd Allied Tactical Air Force, and afterward I was appointed as Director of Flying Safety for the Armed Forces. I retired as Commander of the Tactical Air Command in 1976. It had been a long career. Those were a lot of different hats, as you would say. I worked closely with many of the important political personalities of the time, such as Robert McNamara, who was Secretary of Defense under President John F. Kennedy. My wife and I have only one daughter, who is married to an Air Force officer, a lieutenant colonel, but not a pilot. I have 2 grandsons who attended the University of Munich. I have been the Traditionsreferent for the Gemeinschaft der Jagdflieger for many years, helping organize the reunions every year with my friends. Men such as Galland, Wolf Falk, Rahl, Hrabak, Edu Neumann, Ewald, Steinhoff, and Tony Weiler, just to name a few. I am relaxing in my old age, and come to America and Britain sometimes to attend gatherings and meet old friends and make new ones. It may sound contrary to logic, but I have many friends who were once enemies. I have been very fortunate to have met and become friends with American, British, French, Belgian, and even some free Polish fighter pilots. It is good that we were able to place that terrible war behind us, and embrace living. I once met this Russian pilot, and after some discussion, I learned that he had been one of my victories in the Caucasus in 1942. I had shot down 2 of his comrades, and then shot him down. He was the only survivor, and when he landed, he was taken prisoner by our ground forces. He then survived, being placed in a camp until he was liberated by his fellow Russians at the end of the war. He told me that he had a very bad time in the gulags afterward, since Stalin did not recognize Soviet prisoners, just collaborators who surrendered, so he spent a few years alongside some German prisoners. I also met his wife and his son, and learned this former enemy pilot was also a grandfather. I was very happy that he was alive, and I told him so. He thanked me for not killing him. I explained to him that regardless of our 2 nations' recent histories, I never took a fight personally, except that one time when an enemy pilot strafed the Focke-Wulf pilot, but I did not mention that to him. It was my job. Anything else would have been unprofessional and clouds your judgment. He agreed, and we drank a lot. I am not alone in thinking like this. Most of us former Luftwaffe types have good friendships with our American, British, and even some Russian opponents. It was good to see that the war did not last after the fighting had stopped. Politics, or perhaps the failure of politics, creates wars, and young men pay the price for that. I do not know of a single pilot from any country who does not wish there had been no war. It was not a fun occupation. I am often asked many questions during these gatherings. I think that there is a kind of mystique surrounding us, especially from the younger generations in America, but not in Germany. Most young people know nothing of us, and they have little interest. Given our history, I cannot say that I blame them. We will be forever tied to the monsters who ran our country into the ground, killed millions, and ruined the great culture and prestige of Germany. It will take many years to remove that stain. I am also asked for advice, and I have some. Don't trust dictators or madmen. Adolf Galland. I was born in Westerholt, a small village in Westphalia, on March 19, 1912. I was the second son, Fritz being the oldest, then myself, Wilhelm, and Paul. My father was an administrator of private lands and properties, and he was very fair, but harsh. We had the best mother in the world, and during the war, she used to pray for fog to cover our bases so we could not fly. 2 of my 3 brothers served as pilots, Wilhelm and Paul. Paul was the youngest and the first to die in combat, shot down and killed in 1942, and Wilhelm was killed a year later. Paul had 17 victories, and Wilhelm had 54 and the Knight's Cross. My brother Fritz was an attorney. Right from the beginning, as a boy, my greatest interest had always been flying. I started building models of aircraft when I was 12 years old, and when I was 16, I flew in gliders. Over the course of the next 3 years, I became a successful glider pilot, with my entire purpose being to study and become a commercial airline pilot. However, my father was not very enthusiastic about this idea at all. This was my dream since 1925, and he had no understanding of my dream. He was a very practical man, and looked at things in simple terms. These were very interesting times, especially during the 1930s. Europe was undergoing great changes. Germany was again a great power, although still rising and recovering from the terrible times after the First World War. After 1 year of training as a commercial pilot, I was strongly invited to join the Black Air Force, the clandestine air force Germany was training prior to Adolf Hitler's rise to power. This was in the remarkable year of 1933, and I already had my first pilot's license. My coinciding training as a fighter pilot helped immensely with the commercial pilot's courses, but by 1937 I had already become a volunteer in the Condor Legion. This was where I met and started the great friendships with men such as Günther Lützow, Werner Mölders, Eduard Neumann, Herbert Ihlefeld, Wolfram von Richthofen, and many others. Many of the pilots had trained in Russia, such as Wolfgang Falk, and there were a lot of very experienced pilots going to Spain. This was where we would learn the modern methods of air combat, and this experience would serve us quite well in the next war to come. This activity was liked very much by all of the young fighter pilots. I did have a small problem after a crash in a Focke-Wulf FW-44 biplane in 1935 while in training, and a colleague, future Luftwaffe ace Dieter Hrabach, had one the following week due to bad weather. I had modified the plane beyond normal limits, which was a great violation, and I lost control and slammed into the ground. Well, everyone thought I was dead, and I was in a coma for 3 days with severe injuries. My parents came and stayed with me until I came out of it. I had very serious skull fractures, a broken nose, which never looked the same again, and I was partially blinded in my left eye from glass fragments, so I still had to pass the physical. For many years after this crash, I could still on occasion pick small glass fragments out of the eye. To this day, I still have some of the glass in my eye. My CO, commanding officer, Major Reitel, a flyer from the First World War, assisted me in my goal to return to flying. So I continued to fly, but a year later, I crashed an Arado AR-68 and again went into the hospital, where they pulled my old files stating that I was grounded. Well, with many days in the hospital, and knowing I would be banned from flying, I again memorized every letter and number in every possible sequence on the eye chart for my next examination. We left for Spain with the Union Travel Society, ostensibly bound for Genoa on a tramp steamer. After 12 days, we arrived in El Ferrol, Spain, on May 7, 1937. I had been to Spain before with Lufthansa, and looked forward to returning. In our group of men, there were many future aces and leaders fighting for Francisco Franco's nationalists, such as Hannes Trautloft, Wilhelm Balthasar, Günther Lützow, Herbert Ihlefeld, Hubertus von Bonin, Eduard Neumann, the famous World War I ace Eduard Ritter, Knight or Sir in Britain, von Schleich, and Hayo Hermann, who was a bomber pilot and flew Junkers Ju-52s. I became a squadron leader in the Legion fighter group, and we were equipped with Heinkel He-51 biplanes. Lützow commanded a squadron of the new Messerschmitt Bf-109s, and I envied him. We were briefed on the political and military situations in the country at that time. The entire nation was being torn apart by civil war, with Francisco Franco starting a revolt with the military in Spanish Morocco, and finally being airlifted by our transports into Spain proper. His other forces were also brought in from other areas, including the Canary Islands, allowing him to establish a strong headquarters element, consolidate his forces, and plan his operations against the Communists. The need for air support at the tactical, strategic, and logistics levels were why we were there. Hitler had offered his assistance, obviously expecting Franco's support later, when Hitler continued with his great plans in Europe. He was, as history shows, going to be badly disappointed. Generalleutnant Hugo Sperler was a no-nonsense leader without anything resembling a sense of humor, and he was the overall commander of the air contingent of the Legion. We also had Wolfram von Richthofen, who was a transportation and logistics master. I came to know him quite well, as not only the great airman and genius thinker, but also a very humane man, and we developed a great professional, if perhaps not personal, friendship until his death just after World War II. I must admit that Richthofen, who was first cousin to the famous Manfred from the Great War, was a genius on every level. He would later manage to coordinate and command some of the greatest air support missions in history, often with very little to work with and against great odds. The one thing that I admired about him, and perhaps this sort of rubbed off on me, was that he was not a Nazi supporter, as he was of the old regime, where nobility and duty superseded politics. He was well known to have openly disagreed with illogical orders. I know personally that he argued with Goring about the feasibility of supplying Stalingrad in November 1942 through January 1943 with the required tonnage of supplies, to include food, weapons, and munitions. I was there. However, the events in Spain, while not completely unknown to some of us, were not exactly what we expected. Most of the men sitting in the room had never heard of Franco or the political problems going on in the country until they were recruited. We learned that there was a massive communist support network supplying the Republican movement. This support primarily came from the Soviet Union in the form of weapons and aircraft, but there were other and more covert support networks. While the other European governments, and even America, did not openly support the anti-Franco faction, there were international sympathizers who volunteered to fight against the nationalists, and even arm and fight with the Republican loyalists. Italy did join us in the fight. The Condor Legion's strength in Spain when I arrived was only 4 squadrons each of fighters and bombers, and a reconnaissance squadron. We had 4 heavy and 2 light AA batteries and signal units, but we never exceeded around 5,600 men. Hugo Sperler was the first CO of the Legion in Spain, and he personally led a flight of bombers against ships at Cartagena. He was an old Great War pilot, and he believed in leading by example. My first engagement in Spain was Brunete, where we sent every plane we had against the Republican forces in July 1937. This battle was very important for a variety of reasons. First, it was a full-scale, coordinated military engagement, with infantry ground attacks supported by artillery and, of course, our air support. We had all of the available intelligence on the enemy movements and locations, and acquired a pretty good picture of their capabilities, including their available air assets. One of the main objectives was to hit their airfields with bombers, followed up with a group of fighters to strike in a follow-up raid, thereby eliminating their air assets on the ground. While these missions were being flown, other fighter squadrons would work in 2 groups. One group commanded by me would engage and strafe and bomb the enemy troops on the ground, while the other group commanded by Lutzow would fly air cover and keep enemy fighters and bombers away from us. This took great planning, and I learned a lot about operational planning from this and subsequent operations. I had been experimenting with a few of our technicians on new weapons in order to be more effective. I thought about using petroleum-based munitions, and that was how I came about developing what would later become known as naphtha weapons. These makeshift bombs were oil and fuel drums filled with old engine oil, black powder, petrol, and a combination of mothballs and other organic materials, such as, in some cases, soap shavings. We experimented with everything. We finally hit upon the right combinations. Once the barrel was dropped, it would be ignited by a firing pin striking the primer, which in some cases was only a shotgun shell, grenade, or any other ignition system. The initial impact and percussion would blow the powder, igniting the petrol, which would blow, igniting the oil, which would spread out over a large area and burn. This was several years before the Allies used them, especially the Americans who would devise these weapons, although their versions were to prove to be far more efficient. The Madrid front was totally controlled by the Communists, equipped with modern fighters, such as the Russian Polikarpov I-16 Ratas. We bombed and strafed and engaged Loyalist fighters, while our artillery pounded their ground positions. Finally, we won, and Franco's forces were saved from a disastrous defeat. We also performed dive-bombing missions with our new weapons, which were effective in both tactical as well as in psychological terms, as that was one of the ways we created new tactics in ground support. After the victory, I was awarded the Spanish Cross in gold with diamonds by Franco, which was only awarded 12 times in Spanish history. We had also developed what later became the Schwarm formation while flying in combat. This was what the British called the Finger 4 formation later. The Schwarm was a combination of 2 Rota, or 2 fighters, into a formation of 4 fighters. This gave us a great tactical advantage in many ways. For one, it gave us more eyes to scan the sky, and it provided security. If one Rota attacked, the second pair could provide rear security, as if having 2 extra wingmen. It also helped us to confirm victories, as we had to have at least one eyewitness, unless you had ground confirmation, or later in World War II, gun camera film. Later, our enemies adopted this tactic as well. I stayed in Spain until my orders came up. Some of the men were either leaving or getting ready to return home, and our replacements came in to be briefed by us old hands. This was when I first met Werner Mölders, and this has been written about me by others, but it is a good story to tell again. When I first met him, I was not very impressed. He was a Catholic, did not drink much, if at all, did not smoke, and I was Protestant, less inhibited. And although this did not have any bearing upon our relationship, these qualities made him a far more serious and introspective person. He did not have the typical fighter pilot's personality, which for the most part is a devil-may-care approach to life, and jovial, with few exceptions. Mölders was a very quiet, serious, and analytical officer. He was more like Lützow in his demeanor, which was not a bad thing. Lützow had already proven himself as a competent combat pilot and leader. This new man standing in front of me, taking over my command, was an unknown factor. I left Spain feeling a little uneasy, but that would soon change. After the Second World War started, Werner Mölders and I were the first fighter leaders of the New Age, along with Wolf Falk, and Mölders and I were later appointed as wing commodores. Mölders very much liked having that distinction from the beginning. The promotion meant more time behind a desk and in meetings. As for myself, I was unhappy because I only wanted to be a fighter pilot and just fly and fight. I was never really into the concept of flying a desk. That was not my nature, ever. However, that was the order, and we had to follow it. Mölders took to it naturally, as he was a far more analytical creature than I was. He was a very detail-oriented person, but this was not to say that he was not a deadly pilot. He was one of the best. My first combat in the new war started almost from the first day in 1939. I flew in Poland in the Henschel HS-123, performing ground attack missions and proving the dive-bombing concept I had worked out in Spain. This continued until October 1st, 1939. That was when I won the Iron Cross Second Class. Then I was assigned as adjutant to Jagdgeschwader Fighter Wing 27, JG-27, under Oberst Max Ebel, a former World War I fighter pilot, which I did not like very much, as it did not allow for much combat flying. Ebel had not grounded me, as he was an old fighter and knew that when it was in the blood, a true fighter pilot would risk court-martial to be in the air. He just turned a blind eye, and as long as we came back successful, he said nothing. I did get away every now and then for a quick mission, and this was during the French invasion in 1940. I finally got my first kills in this war on May 12, 1940, near Liège, when Gustav Rödel and I went on a mission. Rödel called out an enemy fighter, and then we saw 4, all Belgian-flown Hawker Hurricanes, which he saw on his left wing, as my vision was obscured. I was flying on his right, and we had about 2,000 feet altitude advantage, flying at about 11,000 feet. Then Rödel called out 2 others, then more, for a total of 8 enemy planes. We banked left and increased our airspeed in the dive. We closed very quickly, but the enemy pilots saw us, and I fired a burst that scattered them, and then they also went into a dive. One broke right, while the others continued down to get away. I took the single fellow, closed in, and fired a quick burst. There was nothing great about the experience, as my second burst ripped the tail off, tearing away the rudder. He just spun into the ground as the wings fell away. I then chased another one that tried to evade into the clouds, but I fired, estimating where he would be. I then saw him climb, break from cover, and then he rolled over and went straight into the ground. Rödel lost his 2 in the clouds after shooting one up, and we were low on fuel anyway, so we returned to the airfield. As we headed back, we dropped low and could see my first kill burning on the ground. I do not think the pilot managed to get out, and he probably died. I then thought about that, about how that could have easily been me, or my wingman. That is when the reality of your business comes to you. I shot down 2 Hawker Hurricanes on 2 later missions that day, but only one was confirmed. I had about a dozen victories by the end of the French campaign, which ended in June 1940. Next was the Battle of Britain, of course. That was a tough fight, where I was assigned to JG-26 Schlageter. I became the Gruppenkommandeur of 3rd Gruppe JG-26 as a captain, and shot down 2 fighters in my first mission with them. It was in JG-26 where I formed my best relationships with my pilots. I flew with Gerd Schöpfel, Eduard Ritter von Schleich, Joachim Müncherberg, and Josef Priller, just to name a few. These were all outstanding men and great fighter pilots. All received the Knight's Cross or higher awards for valor. We had started the painting of Mickey Mouse on our planes in Spain, from the Steamboat Willie film, and when I painted it on my ME-109E in JG-26, it was holding a hatchet and smoking a cigar, which I loved. I always carried my cigars and became famous for them. I even had a humidor that was kept in my quarters where I kept them fresh, which I picked up in Spain. I think I had the only cigar lighter-equipped fighter in the Luftwaffe, plus a holder for it if I went on oxygen. It created quite a controversy, and the journalists were keen to focus upon that. But after the war, I had to give cigars up on doctor's orders. Flying combat in the ME-109E at that time over the English Channel, let alone over Britain, was a very dangerous thing. By the time we reached the British coast, we had perhaps 30 minutes of flying time, and less than 20 minutes if flying near London. This time decreased dramatically if you engaged in combat, which forced you to use more fuel. The British were almost always waiting to engage us as we crossed Dover or other areas along the coastline. When we carried the auxiliary drop tanks, we could sometimes extend that time an additional half-hour. This really came in handy when we were later detailed as bomber escorts, which I hated. I was promoted to Major on July 18, 1940, and received the Ritterkreuz, Knight's Cross, from Goring on August 22, 1940, for my 17th victory. I then succeeded Major Gotthard Hundrich as Commodore of JG-26, and received the Oak Leaves from Hitler on September 25th for my 40th victory. On November 1st, 1940, I scored my 50th kill and was promoted to Oberstleutnant. In December, I became an Oberst. As the Commodore of JG-26, and I would have to say that this was the best part of my career as a fighter pilot, I was able to really work with my men. The unit was very strong, with great personalities and successful pilots. By the time we fought in Russia, the Luftwaffe was the best trained and battle-tested air force in the world, in my opinion. Fighting the British had tested us and honed our skills. The rest of the year was simply an occasional patrol with a few engagements, mostly intercepting British fighters coming over France. I have been asked about this innovation regarding the head shield. It is true that I insisted that the Messerschmitt Company build the fighters and all later fighter types by all the firms, to include the steel plate behind the pilot's head. This came about because my mechanic, caring for my safety, took it upon himself to weld an inch-thick plate of steel to the canopy roof behind my head. I was unaware of this new device, and the next time I jumped into my Me-109 and closed the canopy, I leaned back to get my feet into the rudder pedals, and this heavy guillotine came down on the back of my head. I felt as if I had been hit in the head with a club. I could not really focus for a minute, the pain was so intense. I swore under my breath that I would court-martial my mechanic when I landed. However, the irony of this was that after the battle, where I shot down 2 fighters, a Spitfire and I think a Hurricane, I had received some damage myself. Upon lifting the canopy, my mechanic looked at me. I was still furious and told him so. Then he had me look at the back of the steel plate. That plate had stopped a heavy shell from decapitating me. Had it not been there, I would have been killed. I remember thinking suddenly that he had saved my life. I gave him a bottle of champagne, some money, and a 3-day pass. On May 11, 1941, I received what was perhaps the strangest telephone call in my life from Goring. I took the phone from my operator, and he was yelling out an incredible order. I was to take off with every aircraft and shoot down an Me-110 that was headed out over the North Sea. I asked him to repeat the order, as I was certain I misunderstood. "It's Rudolf Hess. He is going to England. Find him and shoot him down." Needless to say, I was stunned, and I asked if they had a coordinate, flight plan, or something. Goring said he had no idea, that every unit was on the alert and we were to find him. This was the ultimate needle in a haystack, not to mention a great shock. When I tried to ask how long the aircraft had been in the air and from where it took off, he hung up on me. Talk about an impossible order. I did not have the data needed to accomplish that mission. If I knew how long he had been gone, I could have estimated where he may be, given the distance he could fly, estimate the speed, and if he had an auxiliary tank, that would also be good to know. I ordered the alarm siren sounded and took a squadron up, and when we broke up into 3 flights, headed north and northeast, but found nothing. Gerhard Schöpfel led one flight, and we divided up the zone into 3 grids, with 3 groups fanning out. We stayed in radio contact, which we normally never did when over the channel, due to trying to keep the British unaware of our activities. That day they were probably quite entertained. We finally turned back when the fuel ran low. I heard later, of course, that Hess was in British custody. You cannot imagine how stunning this news was to me personally, and this incident was the subject of great discussion. Gerd Schöpfel later asked me if I thought, Hess knows something about this war that we do not. I often thought about this question during the war, especially as we began losing. Every fighter pilot dreads the thought of being shot down. We do not dwell upon it, since to do so can make you ineffective. But it does happen, and it happened to me more than once. This first time was on June 21st, 1940, when JG-26 was stationed at Pas de Calais. We had attacked some Bristol Blenheim bombers, and I shot down 2, which were my 68th and 69th kills, I believe. But some Supermarine Spitfires were on me, and they shot my plane up. I lost coolant, and the engine began to overheat. I pulled up and cut power to make my enemies overshoot, and I extended flaps to further slow me down, and then I kicked the rudder hard to yaw right. One Spitfire flew past, and I snapped a quick shot, and scored some good hits. But his wingman got me again, and this time the engine oil light went on. Some smoke began entering the cockpit. I lost power and threw the throttle full open to get more power to get out of there. I radioed my plight and headed for the deck. I did not think about bailing out, and I still lost engine revolutions and altitude. I was not at a very high altitude, perhaps only 3,000 feet, and dropping quickly. I checked to see if I was being followed, and it seemed clear. One of my squadron mates radioed I had no enemies on my 6 o'clock, so I felt better. I looked for a clear place to set down. Given the uneven terrain, I did not lower the landing gear. I had seen planes that had tried this, and the results were less than perfect. I had to belly land in a large field, where I was picked up, and I went on another mission after lunch. The fighter was salvaged, repaired, and later flew again. On this mission, I engaged a group of Spitfires and shot down number 70, but I did something very stupid. I was following the burning Spitfire down when I was bounced by another one and shot up badly. My plane was on fire, and I was wounded. I saw blood spatter in the cockpit against the inside of the canopy. I did not know how badly I was wounded, and had even less time to think about it. Smoke filled the cockpit, and flames were visible just under the inside of the firewall, under the control panel. I had lost rudder and aileron control. All the glass had been shattered, the canopy cracked, and the throttle had been shot away. The joystick where my hand had been had lost about 2 inches of height from a round that struck it. I could hear the wind whistling through the broken canopy plexiglass. I was pretty well screwed up on all counts. I tried to bail out, but the canopy was jammed shut from enemy bullets. So I tried to stand in the cockpit, forcing the canopy open with my back as the plane screamed toward Earth. I could not understand why I was having so much trouble. I had forgotten to unstrap myself from the seat straps. I did so quickly while cursing myself. I did make some progress and heard the metal give way, and more glass from the canopy shattered, which the slipstream blew into me. If not for my flight goggles, I think I may have been blinded. My head felt as if I had been hit with a hammer, and my right arm was very painful from the bullet that had passed through the skin before it struck the joystick. The canopy gave way even more, and I was very cognizant of the fact that I was still losing altitude. I finally opened it, the canopy breaking free of its hinges and blowing away, and I almost cleared the 109 when my parachute harness on my back became entangled on the radio aerial just behind the cockpit. I fought it with everything I had as the fighter rolled over, inverted, and I could see the ground quite clearly. Many things go through your mind during a time like this. I remember thinking about my mother, some paperwork I had not finished, including a few promotions and recommendations for awards for a few of my pilots. I also thought about a date I had with a special lady, which I was certain I was not going to make. Almost everything that had nothing to do with my situation was in my head for some reason. I finally decided to relax and accept death. It was actually a very peaceful decision. There was not any stress or regret, just peace. As the slipstream continued to beat me against the fighter, which was now nose down and had rolled over again so I could see the sky, I had accepted death until I finally broke free, my parachute opening just before I hit the ground. I was bleeding from my head and arm, plus I had damaged my ankle on landing. I was taken to safety by some Frenchmen, who could just as easily have finished me off. They placed me in their horse-drawn cart and carried me to a nearby aid station. I was very grateful, and I paid them for the taxi ride. After being shot down twice in one day, I was worried that my wounds, and the loss of 2 expensive fighters, might ground me for a long time. That was my greatest concern. Not to mention I had lost 2 airplanes and had only 3 kills that day to show for it. Those fears proved to be unfounded. After a few weeks of recuperation, I was awarded the German Cross in Gold and the first Wound Badge. I was also told that I was going to be the permanent Commandeur of the 3rd Gruppe of JG-26. It was just a few weeks later, on August 13th, when we launched Adler Tag, Eagle Day, which was to be the single largest offensive against the British air bases and fighter units up to that time. Goring had planned this in conjunction with others, who were not, in my opinion, the best and brightest at tactical operations. The planning was a failure from the beginning. In addition, his intelligence was flawed. We were informed that the RAF fighter strength was somewhere in the neighborhood of only 300 or so fighters. This was truly an erroneous assumption, as later I believe the actual number of enemy fighters was more like 500 to 600 or so. I do have to say that, in Goring's defense, he did target fighter command at the bases and wanted to destroy their aircraft on the ground. This was a sound method. He just chose to go about it in a strange way, in my opinion. The problem was that at no point in time were the fighter leaders called in to assist in the planning. Goring had planned a series of bombing missions against the aircraft industrial complexes, 5 waves in fact, which was reasonable. Under the assumption that there were only 300 fighters, he thought that perhaps a third would be destroyed on the ground, another third in the air, and the lack of pilots, as well as the following missions afterward, would completely eliminate RAF fighter command. The plan on the surface was good. It only fell apart when you took it apart piece by piece. However, in one example, he decided to send all of the available Stuka units into the battle as well. Now, this was quite stupid in my opinion for a variety of reasons. The most important reason was that the dive bombers were strictly ground support weapons, flying artillery so to speak, which could only function with success when we had complete air superiority. This meant we had to have fighter control of the operational airspace. The same was true of the medium bombers. Sending these aircraft into battle improperly, especially in daylight, was suicide. Later, the Americans would learn this lesson, as did the British. We were sort of slow to realize this. Goring decided that both medium and dive bomber groups would be escorted by Me-110s. Again, this was a stupid thing to do, since the Me-110 could not fight the Hurricanes and Spitfires. In addition, they often needed our Me-109s to escort them, since they were easy targets. When we did have single-engine fighters available for escort, we were pinned with ridiculous rules, making us stay with the bombers. We were actually ordered to not engage the enemy fighters for fear of leaving them vulnerable. Well, logically, by not engaging the enemy fighters, we were all vulnerable. So I ordered my flight leaders to follow my plan, not Goring's. Adler Tag proved to be the greatest and first defeat the Luftwaffe would sustain during the war. We lost only around 90 aircraft and aircrews. What we lost, in fact, was the initiative and focus necessary for future success. I knew that there was no way we were going to defeat the RAF with our limited-range fighters, let alone invade Britain successfully for an occupation. But then again, no one was asking my opinion. Good men on both sides were lost for nothing more than Goring's arrogance and Hitler's ambitions. The next month, September 3, 1940, Goring had decided to change the operational tactic. He then decided that, rather than focus upon the RAF airfields and industry, he wanted to bomb London, as a response to the British bombing Berlin in August 25th to 26th, 1940. Hitler was extremely enthusiastic about this new plan also, and from that point, the war changed. This was when Wolf-Falk's ideas became all the more important. This decision to bomb London and other cities was to be perhaps the greatest mistake Goring would make during the war. The immediate impact was upon the fighters, as we were then strapped to the bombers as never before, not even allowed to engage enemy fighters. We were supposed to be used defensively, and only fire at the enemy who came in to attack the bombers. This was insanity, and everyone knew it. Bombing London and other cities, at the expense of hitting airfields and factories, would not help us win the war. I knew this. No nation up to that time had ever been bombed into surrender, but only forced to submit after being conquered. This was basic history. In mid-September, Hitler planned his launching date for Operation Sea Lion. This, of course, never happened, as our losses had become so high. The rest of 1940 would be very uneventful, as we had both exhausted each other. What followed was the famous Blitz against England, with all of the major cities being bombed. Most of this was later conducted at night, since bomber losses really increased during daylight operations. We were also losing fighters, not just due to the contact with the RAF fighters, but we were stretching the range on our Me-109s. Many fighter pilots landed without fuel along the beaches of France. During these missions, London was the primary target. Of course, the British paid us back, and they did so for the rest of the war. During my time with JG-26, I had the great opportunity to spend time and fly with men who would become my greatest friends for many years. Gerhard Schöpfel flew as my wingman on several missions and was an excellent pilot, good-humored. Gustav Rödel was also an outstanding man. Both were with me when we had a great dogfight with a Spitfire formation on August 9, 1941, in which Wing Commander Douglas Bader was shot down. One of his artificial legs was left in the Spitfire when he bailed out, and the other was smashed after he landed in his parachute. He had been shot up and then collided with one of my fighters. Both men survived. We knew about him, Bader, as he was quite famous as a pilot and the only legless fighter ace in the Royal Air Force. He was something of a celebrity. We all felt bad for this courageous man, so I made a request through the International Red Cross, with Goring's approval, of course, and the British were offered safe passage for the plane to drop his replacement artificial legs. Well, they dropped them, but only after they bombed my airbase. Bader was fitted with the new prosthetics and sent to a prison camp. He had asked if he may be able to fly in one of our Me-109s, and I told him that such a request, while I would wish to grant it, would not be possible. Then he just asked if he could sit in the cockpit of one, so I placed him in my fighter. He familiarized himself with the controls quickly, and remarked at how well laid out and logical the instrument panel was. He was a typical British officer. This is not a bad thing, but he was pretty concerned with the rank of the man who shot him down. I knew what that meant, so we found one of the young officers who had confirmed a kill on the mission, and presented him to Bader, who seemed quite relieved that he was not downed by an enlisted man. After the war, he was knighted as Sir Douglas Bader, which I think he richly deserved, and we remained friends until his death a few years ago. He was an extraordinary man and a worthy opponent, and I liked him very much. He and RAF ace Robert Stanford Tuck became good friends of mine until they both died. They were both extraordinary men. I became General der Jagdflieger after Ernst Udet had committed suicide on November 17, 1941, and after Werner Mölders was coming back from Russia for the funeral. His Heinkel HE-111 struck some telephone wires during bad weather at night, and he was killed in the crash. At the time of his death, he was acting as General of Fighters, holding the rank of Oberst, Colonel, with 114 kills. After the funeral of both men, Goring called me aside and made me Mölders's successor, even though I was still only an Oberst. This was possible in the German military, but not so in the American armed forces. Gerhard Schöpfel became Commodore of my JG-26 and was promoted to Major, and I went to Berlin. I had already been awarded the swords to the Knight's Cross, and upon my arrival on January 28, 1942, I saw Hitler several times, and on the third time he awarded me the Brillanten, diamonds, after shooting down a total of 94 enemy aircraft. I was the second recipient, as my friend Mölders was the first. Hitler and I had a long chat, along with some other military men who had also been decorated with various orders of the Knight's Cross. Hitler had a certain fascination with the air war. Having been a ground soldier in the First World War, he had very little knowledge of air warfare, although he had a keen interest in learning from those who were experienced in it. Almost every time I was with him, outside of a private meeting on matters of a more serious nature, he always asked me, or asked a group of us pilots, about the enemy aircraft, their fighting capabilities, and the quality of their aircraft. I could tell that he was very concerned about maintaining a technological advantage against the Allies. However, by the time I became very familiar with him on a regular basis, his interests lay elsewhere. This was particularly true after we invaded the Soviet Union in June 1941. By 1943, after Stalingrad and the loss of North Africa, Hitler became far more concerned with the Eastern Front. As far as the Western Front, he did become more obsessed with shooting down American and British bombers. He was of the same opinion as Goring, that the German people, suffering under the weight of all these air raids, needed to see enemy aircraft shot down on the ground. I could understand the need for the preservation of national morale, but I could not understand the obsession with this method, and Goering once even told propaganda minister Dr. Joseph Goebbels that he should work on moving some crashed aircraft around as a type of wandering public curiosity, so people all over Germany could see the wreckage. I could not believe what I was hearing, with the limited resources and the growing problems on all fronts. He wanted to stage these shows for the public. Remember that this was in 1943, and given the problems we were having, I could think of a far better way to utilize our men and material, let alone our other assets. I think that this discussion, along with many other ideas regarding propaganda, simply showed that, despite the publicly accepted perception, just how much Hitler, Goring, and the other top Nazis feared a revolt and losing their power. However, there were many events that occurred long before this, which would both assist but also harm me where Goring was concerned. One of the most memorable events was in January 1942. I was called into a meeting with Goring, among many others, and there was a problem for which I was being consulted. We had 3 ships that needed to return to Germany, and this was not an easy issue. The British Royal Navy controlled the seas, especially the North Sea and the English Channel, and the Royal Air Force controlled the skies for the most part. This was largely due to our Luftwaffe being sent en masse to the Soviet Union for and after Operation Barbarossa, as well as our commitments to North Africa. I looked at the problem and saw the charts. I knew that the only way to get the ships through safely was to present a superior overlapping air umbrella to our enemy. However, we did not have the numbers. This forced me to improvise accordingly. Goring called me into a meeting and said I had to be there the next day. When I arrived at this meeting, almost every branch of the military was represented, and included Navy Admirals Erich Raeder, Wilhelm Canaris, Karl Dönitz, and their staff officers. From the Luftwaffe there was myself, Goring, Generalfeldmarschall Erhard Milch, and Generalleutnant Dietrich Pelz, and from the Signals branch, Generalleutnant Wolfgang Martini. I had my best officers join me after this major meeting, which lasted almost 7 hours. The Navy was concerned about losing the ships, and it was stated to me by Goring personally that Hitler himself wanted to know the plans by the next day. You must understand that planning a major combined naval and air operation is not like planning a football match. Just the logistics alone, regarding fuel, ammunition, pilot assignments and availability, and serviceable aircraft available, were a nightmare. So I gave that responsibility primarily to some outstanding officers on the Channel front, as well as subsequent leaders. These were mainly Josef Priller, Gerd Schöpfel, and others. At that time, we only had 2 day fighter units stationed there, which were JG-26 and JG-2. But I also contacted the night fighters and informed Wolf Falk of what was about to happen. I did this by secure telephone, as radio transmissions were not the most secure method. I then went to France and met with them all, and after that meeting, we had a plan. I informed Goring that all was in order. I was then given the responsibility and authority to launch the operation in conjunction with Raeder, and I commanded the fighter cover for the famous Channel Dash by the battle cruisers Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and the heavy cruiser Prinz Eugen in February 1942. I had thought about it for 2 days and had little sleep, and even discussed the problems I expected with a few of my staff officers and their respective pilots, and then I organized a rotation of various fighter wings to fly top cover for the ships, an air umbrella to protect them from British air attacks. I also had to coordinate the flak units along the coast, create the communications table, confirm fuel allotments, ammunition, everything. I did not want to lose my men and fighters to our own anti-aircraft fire, so organizing that was a major issue as well. In this capacity, I spoke with Josef Kamhuber, who had managed to organize the flak units to work in conjunction with Wolf Falk's night fighters. It was primarily the responsibility of JG-2 and JG-26, each of which rotated a squadron from the time the ships entered the English Channel, flying with drop tanks. I had at least 30 fighters in the air at any one time over the ships, and each group was replaced by a new formation before they left their station. We also had twin-engine Me-110 fighters, just to keep any British bombers away. This mission lasted for an entire day, as we had to make certain that the pilots could protect the ships from enemy bombers. The British came, and they made a good show of it. We managed to keep the ships from receiving any real damage from the air. There was some damage from mines, however, but the Luftwaffe fighters shot down many British planes, and not a single major hit was made on the warships from the air. That was a great success story that made me proud, and I was called to Berlin, where Hitler, Goring, Joseph Goebbels, and the entire general staff, along with Wilhelm Keitel and Alfred Jodl, were present. Goebbels saw this as a chance to create a massive propaganda program, while all the others just congratulated each other. I found it all sort of unnecessary, and just another job that had to be done. I saw the value of giving the German people good news, but Goebbels, although a master of manipulation, was, in my mind, not a very honorable character, and I detested him personally. I had also been handling a request from Wolfgang Falk, who we all called Father of the Night Fighters. I had many discussions with my old friend regarding the night fighters. In 1940, Falk's airfield in Denmark was under constant British night bombing, ever since they had decided that daylight bombing was not a great idea. This was after the two disastrous RAF bomber missions to Wilhelmshaven in December 1940. Falk came to the conclusion that he had taken enough punishment. He devised a plan, flew a few missions of his own, and then decided to write an operational feasibility study. Goring had approved his concept in theory, and Falk had Udet assist him in proving it. This was done long before I was ever general of the fighters. By the time I was involved, after my appointment in November 1941, I was then briefed on the night fighter development. Goring had allowed me to read the initial report that Falk had sent to Berlin. I must admit that I was initially opposed to the concept, simply due to the fact that I thought that logistically it would drain away assets and pilots from the day fighter force. I possibly have many flaws, but I was always able to admit when I was wrong. I eventually saw the potential of Falk's idea, and then I assisted him with bringing Kammhuber around. I knew that the method had its merits, and I discussed this with Goring, who was already aware of it. I have to admit he was very enthusiastic, and even Hitler nodded his approval. Despite this, I was a victim of my own success, and I was once again placed in a desk job. And later, in 1942, I was promoted to Generalleutnant when I was 30.5 years old, based mostly, I believe, on my competence, but I was still unhappy about it. I would have rather continued flying. There were many positives and negatives to holding this position. I had the authority to arrange things and oversee all of the technical deployments, new equipment, weapons, and even enhance the training program to some degree. The bad part was that I also had only two people to really answer to: Hitler and Goring, and on occasion, Erhard Milch. Not even Milch challenged my decisions, although I had to send all of my ideas and plans up the chain of command through him. He did ask questions, but he knew when he was out of his depth. This was especially true after Generaloberst Hans Jeschonek committed suicide, and Milch really became the primary liaison between the Luftwaffe and Goring, who, in turn, of course, answered to Hitler. Milch was not a bad sort, but he was a bureaucrat who loved the political intrigues that I could not tolerate. He had been perhaps the most instrumental person in creating the Luftwaffe as early as 1934, and it was his blueprint from which the air arm was created. I had many meetings with Milch, and not all of these were on good terms, I can assure you. But I know that he respected my opinions, and he truly listened to my ideas. He was a very intelligent man, and a very dedicated member of the Nazi Party. He had been very instrumental in the early days of the Reich in supporting Hitler and the party, with obtaining funds and securing the political support of the main business and factory owners. As time went on, despite my ability to work with Milch, this arrangement proved to be a very uncomfortable situation. Goring was always trying to stay in Hitler's good graces, and this was often at the expense of the fighter arm. Goring was never able to accept personal responsibility, which was his greatest character flaw, and we lost all respect for him. He was always looking into any topic that he could bring to Hitler's attention, anything that would take Hitler's mind off of Goring's problems. It was like he was trying to start fires for Hitler to see, so that he would not take notice of his own home burning down. This became an interesting development when I was informed that the Gestapo were investigating certain German pilots for possibly being Jewish. This was brought to me by Johannes Steinhoff in person, and we had to see Milch about this. I did not know for sure, but there were rumors that Milch was Jewish. This may explain why he wanted to help these brave men who had shown such courage and been successful. Milch managed somehow to get Goring to convince Heinrich Himmler to abandon the witch hunt. Well, being in this position, it was a big responsibility, and you could never get what you needed. Our fighter force was small, and we received no understanding from Goring. I was not alone in this. I received reports, complaints, and requests from all of the senior fighter leaders from all over Europe and Africa. This included everything from fuel, ammunition, and better maps to inquiries on new weapons, access to new and upgraded aircraft, even requests for replacement pilots. Goring was a great sportsman at heart. One of his great enjoyments was to have the pilots on leave, or just on layover for business, stay at his great estate at Karinhal. He had his own game preserve, with all manner of wild game. We really enjoyed the hunting at his estate and lodge at Rominten, and I had these excellent Belgian shotguns I used for birds. Goring also kept a small arsenal of hunting weapons, every caliber and model, for any type of game. The times I spent there, when we were on good terms, were in fact some of the best days in my life, or at least during the early years of the war. To be fair, Goring was a great hero in the First World War, receiving the Pôle de Mérite and flying with the great aces Oswald Bölker, Ernst Udet, Manfred von Richthofen, and he later commanded the Flying Circus after Richthofen's death. However, after speaking with some of the pilots he flew with, they did not think much of him as far as being a leader, or even a good tactician. Losses in the unit rose under his command as their success dwindled, and he had a tendency to blame others for his errors. I was to learn that this characteristic was not to change. Following his being wounded in the Putsch of 1923, he became addicted to morphine. I never knew much about drug addiction, and I never knew Goring before his problem with drugs started. I only knew him afterward. Early in the war he was quite enthusiastic, charismatic, and energetic. This began to change in 1943, right after Stalingrad, and he really changed after we lost North Africa and Sicily. This was the time where he began to place blame on everyone except himself, and it started a very miserable period in my life. Udet told me about this collective opinion of Goring when Mulders and I had recently been decorated with the oak leaves and swords, as he knew Goring during the Great War. Theo Osterkamp also knew him, and he did not have a high opinion of him either, But in true gentlemanly fashion, Uncle Theo, as we called him, would never say anything directly prejudicial against Goring or anyone. The same opinion of Goring was held by Eduard von Schleich and Robert von Greim. They could not stand him either. This opinion of Goring was not to change in my war. I was actually not that surprised when he allowed Falk to start his unit, as Goring always liked new ideas and audacious leaders. I could only assume that if the night fighters were successful, it would be one more great idea that he would claim was his own and present it as such to Hitler. He did that sort of thing. Later, I was proven to be correct, and I made certain that Hitler knew where the genius really originated. Yes, Goring had many problems, but he was basically an intelligent man, although not creative, and well-educated from the aristocracy. However, he had many weak points in his life, and he was always under pressure from Hitler, yet he never contradicted him or corrected him on any critical point. That was where he made his greatest mistakes. This weakness in the face of Hitler increased as the war dragged on, along with his drug addiction, until he was nothing. As far as our Luftwaffe was concerned, he was even less and should have been replaced. I cannot think of a single fighter leader who knew him, who had a positive opinion of him. Of course, we now know, long after the war, that he was also involved in the terrible activities regarding the Jews and others. He was also a major policymaker regarding the occupied territories, and he made many great mistakes. I can say with confidence that Goring had his troubles. He could not really understand the nature of modern warfare, the increased speeds of aircraft, the evolving tactical and even strategic situation, and he was always calling me for advice on even the simplest of matters. Once I gave him the solutions to his problems, he would take these ideas to Hitler as his own, and I was even told that he was telling Hitler that he had to give me instruction on these very matters. This was to make Hitler confident in him. After Stalingrad, where Goring lost much of his credibility, I found myself being drained of my knowledge, and also being blamed for the shortcomings of the fighter force. I could almost understand Yeshonek and Udet taking their respective courses. In 1942, Goring sent me on an inspection tour of all Luftwaffe units. I went to Russia, Ukraine, France, Holland, Denmark, Norway, North Africa, and the Balkans. I inspected the men and aircraft, and this was as much a fact-finding mission and check-up on the morale of the men as anything else. I surprised my old friend Edu Neumann, who was at that time Commodore of JG-27 in Libya. He knew I was coming, but not when. I had read the many reports and heard several pilots talk about this young fellow named Hans-Joachim Marseille. Steinhoff had fired him when he was his commanding officer in France the year before, and I heard that a few senior officers had their various opinions of him. There was even the rumor that an army general wanted him court-martialed, due to something involving his wife and daughter. I really did not want to know any more about that, and I was no angel myself. Marseille was much like my lost friend Helmut Wick, who died in 1940, as both were very rebellious and just wanted to fly. Marseille was not much of a stickler for the rules. He was hardly, if ever, seen in a proper uniform, and Neumann even told me that if it were not for his great success as a fighter pilot, he would have fired him also, mainly for being undisciplined. Steinhoff told me stories of some of his exploits that made me laugh until I cried, such as the time Marseille stole his staff car, picked up several girls, and was so drunk he had the local mayor's daughter drive him back to the base in Steinhoff's car. He was supposed to fly that morning, so naturally he was in no condition to fly even if he were sober. He was exhausted from his time with the girls. Once, Marseille had gone into town to collect some of the enlisted men who were late returning to the base. These were mechanics and ground staff. He was also late returning with these men. Another officer was sent to find him and the missing enlisted men. The report, as I understood it, was that Marseille was drunk and had managed to fall out of a young lady's window. I believe it was the same girl who was involved in the driving incident, but I am not certain. I met Marseille for the second time in the desert during my visit to the North African front. I had first met him when he received the oak leaves. I arrived in a Ju-52 and had to go to the latrine. Marseille and I met and we spoke, and I also met others in the unit. I congratulated him on the award of the swords as he was going to Berlin to receive them. I was the person, as general of the fighters, who recommended him to Goring for the Diamonds Award, after Neumann sent me the unit report, and after his 17 victories in a single day in Libya. I found him very boyish and free-spirited, but not completely immature, do not get me wrong, but he really marched to his own drum. He never even mastered the salute properly, but he was a very gifted pilot. I have to admit, he was not shy at all about his lifestyle. He played his banned American jazz music so loudly that I was sure the British could hear it in Egypt. Marseille would have never had a great career in the Luftwaffe, or rose to great rank, but he could have cared less. He just wanted to fly, and he looked at the war as a great sporting event. He also had a great hunting instinct, but this was tempered by a deep sense of chivalry. He was known to have notified the British that one of their pilots was down and wounded after he scored the kill. He did not believe that a man should die on the ground if he survived combat. That was the kind of man he was, and Neumann told me about that event during my visit. I read the after-action report about the whole affair. Goring even mentioned to me how gallant he must be to do such a thing, and then he banned anyone from doing it again. I had also heard the reports from some of those senior officers who were less than pleased with Marseille's lack of conformity to regulations, especially regarding his friend Matthias. He was a black South African, actually Marseille's self-appointed assistant. He cooked, cleaned, and did almost everything except work on his aircraft. Marseille taught him how to play chess and speak fairly good German, and his servant taught him better English. This fellow Matthias bartended the unit parties and did Marseille's laundry. They were obviously great friends. I suppose you could probably understand that, during those days, and with the rules and racial codes we were expected to live by, such a friendship would have been impossible anywhere else except in the war zone, especially in Europe. That fact is an unfortunate legacy we Germans will always live with. However, Marseille broke all the rules, and did so with a smile. He lived his life as if he was immortal. Neumann once told me that he had to ground Marseille for violating the strict rules of engagement. Basically, it boiled down to the fact that he would not inform his wingmen that he was going into an attack, and he always attacked violently, often without support, and often at reduced speeds, sometimes nearly colliding with his enemies, and simply doing things that would have washed him out of flight school. Yet he was magnificent, and I personally recommended him for the diamonds. Unfortunately, he was killed before he could receive them. Upon my return to Berlin, the ongoing feud between the bombers and the fighters was at full rage. I once again had to demand to speak with Milch or Goring, I did not care who, but someone had to listen. The one sympathetic ear came from Jeschonek, who understood my position, and even understood that I was correct. Even Kammhuber agreed, but Hitler wanted bombers built over fighters. I told them all that such a decision would be foolish, since we were getting heavier British night raids, and I also mentioned the fact that the Americans would be over soon enough in large numbers, and they would need to be addressed. I felt all alone, and Goring did absolutely nothing to assist me, but everything to hinder my progress, and then blame me when things fell apart due to his interference or mismanagement. I have to say that, despite our differences, even Peltz agreed with me that more fighters were needed, not bombers. Several weeks after I left Libya, still on my European tour during the first week of October 1942, I received the message that Marseille had been killed. This was a great blow to his unit. Marseille may not have been the perfect officer, but he was the perfect fighter pilot, scoring 158 victories, with 17 confirmed in one day. Neumann has far more detail on him, but it felt like a personal loss to me. I really wished that I had known him better. The end of 1942 was proving to be a bad year all around. In January 1943, after the Soviets had finally encircled the Sixth Army, we had another meeting with Goring. This time he again promised Hitler that the Stalingrad situation would be handled by air transport and supply. Soviet fighters and flak were taking a heavy toll on his Ju-52s, and they had placed artillery on the airfields. I actually had a meeting with both he and Dietrich Peltz about this in Berlin. Peltz told him that the bomber arm could perhaps assist in neutralizing the artillery issue, but that fighters were needed to protect them. I told him that we did not have enough aircraft to cover the entire front from the Baltic and Leningrad area all the way to the Crimea and Black Sea, unless we pulled every fighter unit from either Norway, France on the Channel coast, or from North Africa. The reports had come in that the situation was getting worse. Replacements were needed, wounded and dead extracted, supplies, food, and munitions delivered, and even winter clothing and medical supplies were in great need. There had even been unconfirmed reports of cannibalism on the part of the Russians against German dead and wounded when captured. I do not know if any of these conditions actually existed, but I can assume that there must have been some truth to the rumors. This could have just been propaganda for all I know. Even then, the weather was not always cooperating with us, grounding our aircraft often for days at a time. It became so cold, lubricants and oils froze. Men became ineffective, and cold weather injuries were the greatest cause of our military debilitation. Richthofen even mentioned the difficulties of getting the required materiel sent by rail and road to airfields, and even if that happened, he simply did not have the fuel, and there was never enough daylight to ensure safe winter landing operations, which were impossible at night. Goring had promised Hitler something he could not deliver, and Richthofen knew it, and he even said so, stating that the Reichsmarschall was condemning 250,000 men to death. That much materiel support, given the situation at that time, was unrealistic, and simply could not be done. I saw Richthofen move some plates away off the table, and he took his ink pen to the starched white tablecloth. He began doing complicated mathematical equations, algebra, calculus, everything, and even drew a chart, maps, and scales, then jotted down the numbers of everything, as well as kilometers to be flown, numbers of sorties, kilograms of fuel, the maximum load per aircraft, the numbers of the aircraft required, serviceable aircraft, previous and projected losses, as well as the estimated length of time the Sixth Army had to live with its current inventory of supplies. Goring, who was always currying favor with Hitler, just waved his hand and said to Richthofen, "You will make it so. You have always done so in the past." Such was the way Goring saw the realities of the world at that time. Just like me, Richthofen was a victim of his own success. He had managed to brilliantly organize the transport service during the Blitzkrieg and the invasion of the Balkans, as well as the mission in Crete. He was a genius, and like so many others, Goring drained his talent and took the credit for himself, and placed the blame for his own errors upon others. Tragically, as the reality set in, I remember that at the end of that meeting, Richthofen told Goring, "Herr Reichsmarschall, how will we tell the families of 250,000 men that their loved ones did not have to die? Will you write the letters to these people explaining this disaster? Will the Führer?" Goring went white, and for the first time since I had known him, but not the last, he was completely speechless. He actually turned his back on Richthofen and walked out of the room without saying a word. Once the door closed, Richthofen said to me, "Adolf, we just lost an entire army. This is the future for Germany. You can believe it." Previously, Richthofen had a private meeting with Hitler and Generalfeldmarschall Erich von Manstein, and both generals actually told Hitler in late November 1942 that a breakout must be effected, or the Sixth Army would be lost. Hitler would have none of it. After this discussion, Richthofen called me for another meeting, along with Dietrich Peltz, Erhard Milch, and others in December 1942, wanting to know the status of the fighter units in the region. He asked if there could be enough fighter escorts for the transport aircraft, which would have to fly around the clock every day, 7 days a week, just to get 2/3 of the materiel required for the German troops in Stalingrad. This meeting would be repeated in June 1943, during Operation Citadel, with similar results. Our leadership killed our brave men, and we all knew what was going to happen. No one else wanted to state it openly, but Richthofen did. Richthofen was just a very conscientious and refined gentleman. In February 1943, after Friedrich von Paulus had surrendered what was left of his army, Hitler verbally accused Goring of incompetence, accusing him of not being able to keep his word in supplying the Sixth Army. He also railed against Manstein, claiming that the 4th Panzer Army was not properly motivated enough to support Paulus. He also attacked our Romanian allies, claiming that they were cowards, given the ease of their destruction in the field, and that they were incapable of bearing arms in support of National Socialism. Of course, Hitler accused Paulus of treason. Hitler had promoted him to Field Marshal in January 1943, just before he surrendered, knowing that no German Field Marshal had ever surrendered or been captured. Hitler blamed everyone except himself for the greatest disaster to ever befall a German force in the field. Naturally, Goring was cut of the same cloth. He was not going to take any responsibility for promising what he could not deliver. The second week of February 1943, there was a general officers' meeting in Berlin at the Air Ministry, and I was there, and Goring immediately attacked Richthofen in front of all the others present, claiming that he had in fact made the promises that he could not keep. Richthofen, to his credit, showed his temper for the only time I had ever known him, and he fired back at our boss. He reminded Goring of the conversation they had a month earlier, what had been said, and who had said what. Richthofen also reminded him of who was in that previous meeting, as some of us were in the same room on this particular occasion. Goring called him insane, and said that Richthofen was losing his mind, as no such meeting ever occurred. I knew at that moment, as did Peltz and the others, that Goring was not to be trusted. I had no idea that his ego and warped character would later fall upon me and the fighters. I suppose I should have anticipated that. I know that this was the point where Hitler lost faith in him. Due to this event, as well as previous meetings and becoming familiar with many within the hierarchy, I concluded that Hitler's inner circle was nothing more than a comedy of errors in several acts. However, regarding Richthofen, I had no idea that I would come to know this officer so well and work closely with him in the years to come after we first met in Spain. His sense of integrity, professional bearing, and sense of duty to the nation, as well as his loyalty to his men, was legendary, and his men loved him back. He was a very special man indeed. It must be understood that, even as General of the Fighters, I could only make the final recommendations to Goring through Milch, based upon the reports and requirements from the field leaders. Goring had the authority to approve moderate allocations of materiel and men, but Hitler always had the final say. If Hitler did not like an idea, the idea died right there. Soon, by early 1943, around March, I believe, I was getting questions from Hitler directly, and neither Milch nor Goring were even involved. I found it comical that Hitler called upon me many times to ask the same questions that Goring had posed to me, for which I had given him answers. I knew that Hitler completely understood that Goring was taking credit for my work, and he even said so once, although not directly. From this point, I knew that Hitler had lost almost all of his faith in Goring. He even openly suggested, although without stating clearly, that he could not rely upon him for accurate information, thus his wanting corroboration. This was a very serious indictment against Goring, who was effectively the second in command under Hitler until April 1945. I had again been summoned by Goring, along with a few other fighter leaders, to his estate at Karinhal. We often went there to hunt boar, deer, and talk about the war. These were supposed to be relaxing times. However, on this occasion, Goring had a different agenda. After we had a heavy lunch, he walked us through to admire his new art collection, which he claimed he had purchased throughout Europe. I did not learn the truth about his acquisitions until long after the war, but he was very proud of his personal collections of old masters, and even some of the supposedly banned artworks. Then a question was asked about a discussion Hitler and I had some weeks before, and I was honest and told him what Hitler and I had discussed. This infuriated Goring when he found out that Hitler had come to me, and he blamed me to my face for Hitler's losing confidence in him, which he equated with losing faith in the Luftwaffe. This was the same problem facing Hans-Joachim, the Chief of Staff. Hitler would confide in him, bypassing Goring in many cases, knowing that Jeschonek would never lie to him, and he would always place the nation and the service above himself. Goring hated him for this also, which finally led to Jeschonek committing suicide, just like Udet. In fact, I remember later that after his funeral, Edu Neumann made a comment to me that we had better stop allowing our senior generals to carry sidearms. They seem to have a lot of accidents with them. Goring would never separate himself from the service in these discussions. I told him that I did not feel that it was my place to tell the Führer that I could not answer his questions until he explained the situation to him, the Reichsmarschall. Goring and I had a very uneasy relationship, to say the least, especially from that point. But it became much worse. I disagreed with him on most of his suggestions and orders. This was when we had a meeting, and the basis for this conference with the other leaders was Goring's concerns over our losses in Russia up to that point, and the forthcoming loss of North Africa, as well as the fact that Stalingrad had been lost. I had long made up my mind that I would not take the route of Udet and Jeschonek, not on his account. By early 1943, Goring had openly blamed the fighter and transport pilots for Stalingrad, occasionally accusing them of not having the proper fighting spirit, and not believing in the National Socialist ideals of our perfect Aryan race, all that rubbish. I found this an incredible statement to make, and I could not imagine how it could get any worse. I would be proven wrong on that a year later, but I remember that I was there with Joachim Müncheberg just before he was killed over Tunisia upon his return, along with Lützow, Trautloft, Neumann, Peltz, and others. This was a meeting regarding the problems with our Luftwaffe protecting the Afrika Korps, given the British and American advances through Libya. Goring always started his meetings with a long-winded sermon, usually touting our technical superiority, our victories, and then continuing into the latest problems we were facing. This was when he stopped taking credit for, or even mentioning, the successes, and then began applying blame for our defeats. He then clearly accused the Luftwaffe fighters of lying about their victories and not earning the medals they had been awarded. He even for the first time mentioned cowardice under fire, which was an execution offense, and he demanded the names of pilots who had shirked their duties. There was actually no record of anything like that existing, and I told him so. He said that I could not lie and hide the truth forever. I was stunned. I have been accused of being a little hot-headed in my time, and I must admit that when I felt I was being wronged, or my men were being incorrectly accused, I took personal offense. However, I was a mild and meek creature when it came to Lützow. This man was a fearless fighter and a great ace, and a demanding yet fair leader who never asked his men to do anything he had not already done. He would also be the first to fly a new aircraft, just in case there were any problems. Lützow hated Goring, and I think he was the person who coined his nickname, the Fat One, and I think that Goring knew this, and he hated him back. I think it was more jealousy on Goring's part. He was envious of us younger pilots, getting the glory that he felt should be his. I remember a conversation I had with Lützow, Trautloft, Neumann, Falk, and others in the fighter fraternity, when I called our so-called leadership court jesters. During the first part of the meeting, which seemed more of a lecture, Goring even mentioned Lützow's unit by name, JG-3 Udet, claiming that many of the pilots had fled in the face of the enemy on the Eastern Front. Lützow, who was sitting right next to me on the left, had been fuming the entire time, about 20 minutes, I think. Finally, as Goring was still speaking, Lützow pounded his fist on the table, and it so frightened Trautloft, who was commanding JG-54, Grünherz at that time, I think, and who was sitting on my right, that he jumped, as did I. Having had enough, Lützow then stood, leaning over the table, and raised his voice to Goring, who was still talking, and, totally interrupting him, said something to the effect, "Your incompetence and living in the old days will not change the facts, Herr Reichsmarschall. Wise men know their limits, but you obviously have not yet received that education. Well, I am here to tell you that the only cowards I can see are the old men in Berlin giving orders, but not taking the risks, and you are the greatest example. If you wish to change our circumstances, I would suggest that you allow those of us who are leaders lead, and stay out of our way." The room was completely silent. I had never seen Goring speechless since the meeting with Richthofen, and the silence that followed Lützow's outburst lasted almost half a minute. Goring's face turned white from the shock of being challenged by anyone. Then his face turned red, then almost purple with rage, and he then began screaming at Lützow, telling him that he was a hair away from being shot for insubordination. Lützow fired back, "Then I will take my complaint to the Führer, who may be more inclined to listen to reason and facts rather than relying upon gossip and ridiculous innuendo, Herr Goring. This last statement was important, because he never even addressed Goring by his rank. I grabbed his arm and looked at Trautloft and Peltz, who were both ashen-faced. I think that all of us at that moment saw a great pilot and hero commit suicide. However, in a move that surprised us all, Goring suddenly calmed down a bit, and then he looked at me and asked me if I shared Lützow's views. I told him that I did indeed, and I felt that I should take it one step further. I then told Goring, in a calm voice, that Lützow was simply voicing the opinions of almost all the frustrated leaders who had seen Soviet air power increases, while our numbers dropped due to combat attrition and lack of replacements. I also told him that it was universally unfair to accuse brave men who risked their lives every day and achieved remarkable results of cowardice. I also told him that the position he had taken would do more to undermine morale than superior enemy numbers. This was when Goring decided to change tactics, and he began saying that these accusations came from Hitler, and that he was the one who demanded answers. I knew this was a lie, because unknown to Goring, I had just met with Hitler a few days before, where he actually praised the fighter pilots and was very impressed with their record. He had even discussed some of the men being recommended for high decorations, asking my opinion for confirmation. This was when I challenged Goring on that very subject, and told him that I had spoken to Hitler about this very matter, and he was of a very different opinion. Caught in the lie, Goring then accused me of falsifying reports and hiding deficiencies from him. This was the last straw for me. I then stood, unhooked my Knight's Cross, oak leaves, swords, and diamonds, and threw them onto the heavy oak table. I then took off my wound badge and iron cross, along with the Spanish cross in gold with diamonds, and they went on the table also. I then told him in front of the assembled men that I would not wear those due to my being unworthy along with my men. And then something else happened that is not told very often, and I have not seen in any of the books I have read. Trautloft, Müncheberg, and Lützow also took off their medals from around their necks and placed them on the table. The bomber boys, such as Peltz and the others, just sat in stunned silence. This was not the last time we would have such an encounter with Goring. I then moved my chair back and turned to leave the meeting, with my fighter leaders following me. Goring yelled at us, stating that we had not been dismissed. Then, as if the situation were not bad enough, Lützow shot back. "Then I would suggest you tell the Führer that his cowards walked out. You can't shoot us all." And then we left. Once the door closed behind us, I will tell you that I was sweating heavily, as were Trautloft and Müncheberg. We were all thinking that we had just terminated our careers, if not our lives. Unbelievably, Lützow was calm and unmoved by the whole event. I was certain that we were going to be shot, but nothing happened. Hitler found out about it, and we never heard anything further about it from Goring. My medals were sent to my office a few days later, but I did not wear them for about 6 months. That was my protest. Unfortunately, this would not be the last time I had a major argument with him, and again some of the same persons would be involved, along with a couple of others, in January 1945, when I was fired. Shortly after the argument with Goring, when Hitler called me into a meeting in late May 1943 regarding the collapse of North Africa, he asked me where my medals were. I told him of the event, and he asked me questions. He then told me that he had heard about the event from Goring, as well as Peltz. He even stated that Peltz's version coincided with mine, but that was all he said. He never commented upon Goring's version of events. He knew who was right and who was wrong, and he told me not to worry, that he had everything in hand. He also mentioned Müncheberg's death, of which I was unaware, which was a heavy blow to all of us. He was much loved in the fighter force, a real original personality, a perfect gentleman. He was also my friend, and I did not have that many to begin with. The rest of 1943 was tense, as we began to suffer setbacks in Africa and in the East. Sicily was lost, and the Allies were in Italy. The Soviets had halted the advance at Kursk and Orel. The Caucasus was in chaos. Things were falling apart. Again there were meetings, and again Goring had his moments. But the great problem was the large numbers of American bombers attacking us by day, and the British striking us at night. I also had a meeting with Oberst Hajo Hartmann, the first of many, and we were discussing the merits of his Wilde Sau method. I had already discussed this with Falk, who would take whatever additional support he could get. I was initially opposed to the program, primarily due to the wear and tear on engines, airframes, and of course the fact that we did not even have enough pilots to handle the American daylight raids. Milch called me in for a meeting, where he and I discussed Hermann's thoughts. In addition, Goring was very excited, but then again he was always excited about any new idea or concept. Milch agreed to examine the program, but he was also less than enthusiastic. Then, just before July, I met with Hitler again, about many subjects, and he raised the question of the Wilde Sau program. I gave him my reservations, but I also told him that I thought that it should at least be given a try, and settle the issue after the first few missions. Well, Hitler and Goering approved the operations, and even Jeschonek was enthusiastic. I decided to let Wolf Falk come on board also, with his experience, and have a vote on this issue. The end result was that after his initial flights, Hermann was made Commodore of JG 300, his personal creation, and I have to admit they had some success, more than I would have imagined. Our fighters were taking out large numbers of bombers, including the night fighters against the RAF. One day in August 1943, the fighters shot down 64 bombers over Schweinfurt alone. But in 1944, things began to change drastically. I was called to a meeting where I met with Ferdinand Porsche, Albert Speer, Kurt Tank, Willy Messerschmitt, and others once again. The purpose was to discuss the new innovations in our fighter aircraft designs, the armaments industry in general, which was why Albert Speer was there. I had first met Speer briefly earlier in August 1943, and again in November 1943, and this was also around the time I first met Professor Ferdinand Porsche, when I reported to Goering about American fighters that had been shot down near Aachen. Hitler had previously called me on the phone and asked if this were true, and I confirmed the fact that American fighters had in fact entered German airspace. Goering was getting ready to board his train when he turned to me in a very heated voice, asking, "Why in the hell did you tell Hitler about the American planes?" That was when I told him that we could expect even deeper penetrations as they escorted their heavy bombers. Goering had previously promised that no Allied plane would fly over Berlin. I was assuming he was not counting RAF Bomber Command. By this time, Berlin was already a regular bombing target by both the British and American air forces. It was only a matter of time before their fighters followed all the way. In this meeting, which I attended with Speer, and only 2 months after Jeschonek killed himself, Goring actually ordered me to publicly state that American fighters had not been shot down over Aachen. Well, I found this order incredible, and I told him he should go see for himself, that I could not issue such a statement. He repeated the order, but it did not happen. I believe this was when I knew that he had lost touch with all reality. Later, my meetings with him would be very cool and impersonal, merely to discuss the problems regarding shortages of almost everything needed to fight the war. A year later, Goring exploded over the issue of not having fuel, claiming that we were sabotaging the fuel depots ourselves to not have to fly and fight. He also claimed that the fighter pilots had lost their zeal and aggressiveness, and that was why we had so few fighters in the air. Seeing his ability to go insane in an instant and throw out unsubstantiated accusations was quite unsettling. I informed him that we had fewer fighters in the air due to our heavy losses, and the simple fact that we could not replace dead pilots as fast as the infantry could replace soldiers. In the previous August 1944 meeting, Speer and I had discussed the critical fuel shortages experienced by the military all over Europe. Speer had just met with Hitler and Goring the previous month, and he was also working on increasing fighter production, and I had previously given him the recommendation that the Me-109 be phased out and only FW-190D and the later models be produced as far as conventional aircraft. I also told him, following my first test flight in the Me-262 jet at Reich, that this was the fighter we needed to focus upon. This was also the subject of discussion in 1943. However, as the world knows, Hitler had other ideas. Goring knew the reality, and he was very excited by the 262, and told me personally that he would see to it we received the new fighter. He read the reports on how and why it was a better fighter. It was not just the faster speed and heavier armament. It was also able to operate on much cheaper and readily available fuel, and did not require the high-octane fuel that the conventional fighters did. Speer also mentioned that, in order to appease Hitler, he would increase construction on the Arado and Heinkel jet models as bombers, allowing us to have the 262 as a fighter. This was when the Americans began using the P-51 Mustang as a long-range fighter escort, and this saw our fighters now having to engage enemy fighters, and being lucky just to try and get to the bombers. This was a complete reversal of what we had experienced during the Battle of Britain, where we were ordered to escort heavy two-engine Me-110s and bombers to attack Britain. The Me-110s were also thrown into the attacks against American bombers, which was all very well, unless they had escort fighters. Our losses rose on escort missions for the Me-110s, when we were not allowed to fly free of that problem, what we called a freie Jagd, for free hunting, and this was where we had our greatest successes. Now the Americans were on escort duty and were very good at it. In March 1944, they hit Berlin with fighters overhead. We had already lost many of our best pilots against the Americans, who were highly trained and had great fighters. Speer and I again met with Hitler, and Speer tried to get him to rescind the order to have the 2,000 new fighters just built sent to the Western Front. I agreed, and I explained to Hitler that, given the tactical situation, lack of fuel, few highly qualified and experienced pilots, that the best we could do would be to use these aircraft as a protective force at our critical industries, especially the petroleum and aircraft locations. Speer even gave him the data, which normally Hitler would examine in great detail. One of Speer's best arguments was the dire need for copper, manganese, aluminum, cobalt, and iron ore, among other metals for war materiel. This was especially needed for aircraft and anything with engine generators. I explained to Hitler that if we sent these new fighters with young pilots against the Americans, we would lose them rapidly. I also explained that each American bomber shot down cost us at least one fighter, and half the time the pilot was lost as well. The great problem was that we were losing pilots faster than we could replace them, and this was not an accident. My friend General James H. Doolittle had devised the plan to force our fighters into the air to be killed, and we played right into his hands. There was nothing else to do. Our losses were staggering over the next few months. That was when I decided to focus our fighters inside Germany proper and defend the installations that seemed to be the Allied targets of choice. I knew from experience, after the Battle of Britain and seeing the RAF ability, that if these fighter pilots had shorter distances to travel, they could concentrate on a smaller operational area and focus upon attacking the enemy bombers over or near targets, that several things would happen. First, our men shot down would be able to be back in the air more quickly. Second, the larger numbers of German fighters in a more concentrated area would provide more opportunities to attack enemy bombers. Third, it would save on fuel. Hitler waved his hand and said he had heard enough. He had absolutely no interest in discussing anything that would have made him change his mind. Speer and I did our best to persuade him. It was like talking to a deaf man. I explained the situation to Hitler and also gave him proven statistics, but he went mad. He then stated that he would order the halt to all fighter aircraft production. The fighter arm was to be disbanded, and those industries were to be then focused upon building flak guns. He firmly believed that flak guns alone would keep Germany safe. I could not believe it. Speer reassured him that we had plenty of flak guns, but we did not have the munitions for them. It was during this meeting that Goring brought up the possibility of strafing enemy pilots as they bailed out, and he asked me my thoughts on that subject. I told him in no uncertain terms that I would never issue that order, and I would court-martial any man who I could prove did such a thing. I also invoked the Geneva Convention, explaining that such a method was illegal. Goring seemed less interested in the laws of warfare, and as I learned much later after the war, I understood why. He was more concerned with the image of the chivalrous fighter pilot being tarnished, so he did not really push the issue further. He also told yet another story of his days in the Great War, flying with Bölker and Richthofen, and how chivalry was only seen in the air. Enemies respected each other. I agreed with him. The killing of parachuting airmen was then dropped. Speer told me that I should not worry about the fighter production, that he would work around Hitler. He actually managed to do this, as we still managed to get out jets, which allowed me to create my Jagdverband 44 in 1945. I have to say that he was a brave man for doing so, and I told him that I would help him in any way I could, but that I was not on the dinner list with Hitler and Goering during those days, so I would be limited in what I could accomplish. I know that later in the war, Hitler gave the orders to Speer to destroy cities, bridges, buildings, anything that the Allies could have used. He refused. He actually went to many Gauleiter and military commanders and convinced them not to destroy Europe. General Dietrich von Choltitz in Paris was one of them. He refused to destroy the city, and to that end, I give him great credit. Hitler was an interesting study. I spent many months and years around him, speaking with him and having meetings, but I don't think anyone ever really knew Adolf Hitler. I was not very impressed with him, to be honest. The first time I met him was after Spain, when we were summoned to the Reich's chancellery in 1938. There was Hitler, short, gray-faced, and not very strong, a weak handshake, and he spoke with a crisp language. He did not allow us to smoke, nor did he offer us anything to drink, nothing like that. This impression was only strengthened every year that I knew him, and his mistakes mounted and cost German lives, the mistakes that Goring should have brought to his attention. Other officers did, and they were relieved for their honesty, but at least they did the right thing and voiced their objections. For Goring to willingly follow along was a terrible situation for me personally. Hitler was truly a strange person in the fact that his personality could change instantly. One moment he could be laughing at a joke, or happily discussing his latest great plan. Then, someone could say something that contradicted him, perhaps even challenged his accepted wisdom on a subject, and he could fly into a rage. I saw this on so many occasions, so I knew that he was an unstable person. His drug addiction was probably the most important factor in his character flaws, but I think that even before this, he was an egomaniac. However, to give him credit, he had a photographic memory. He forgot nothing and read everything. Every afternoon he had the world's newspapers in German translation scattered about. He wanted to see what the rest of the world was saying about him, as he was such an egomaniac, but nothing like Goring. I remember the story that when Time made him Man of the Year, he thought that he had won over the Americans, and even the British. However, like Hitler, Goring was in a class of his own. He even painted his fingernails. Quite disgusting, if you ask me. I met most of the major personalities. Goebbels was definitely a strange person, following Hitler's every word, acting as a marionette. He was always trying to further himself into Hitler's graces. Heinrich Himmler was also a very interesting person. To know that this unassuming man had so much power was quite frightening. Himmler did not strike me as being a very intelligent person in any manner. In meetings, he always waited until the end before saying anything. He seldom had a logical suggestion. Once, he even proposed that the SS take over the Me-262 project, which I said was absolutely insane, and did say so in so many words. He also had the ability to make you feel very nervous, as if he were looking for a way to find fault with you. Martin Bormann, in my opinion, if I removed Goring from the list, was the most obnoxious person in the hierarchy. Bormann was the silent one, always listening at meetings, often taking notes, and making his list of enemies. Speer told me about this list, a tactic he learned from Reinhard Heydrich, whom I never met, but everyone knew of. Bormann's direct frontman was Gerhard Klopfer, whom I met on one occasion, and another person to be wary of. Being that I was not a political person, with no interest in such things, I was the outsider in most of the meetings. Even Keitel and Jodl were fervent Nazis, and like Goebbels, followed Hitler's whims like lapdogs. Unlike Goebbels, who was actually an intelligent man, if spineless, these two never struck me as being very intelligent, and I was not very impressed with their inconsistent method of issuing orders from Berlin to the military. They were on the same level as Goering in that regard. Goering was the other problem. Sure, if Hitler cared, he could have replaced him, but who would take Goering's place and stand up to Hitler, to do what was right? People were not lining up for the job. Hitler, although intelligent in many areas, was unable to think in 3 dimensions, and he had a very poor understanding when it came to the Luftwaffe, just as with the U-boat service, or even the Navy in general. He was strictly a landsman. He could not comprehend that which he was not personally familiar with, and his great detriment was that he always thought he knew better than the experts he should have relied upon. I still had to convince Hitler to continue the flow of jets to JG-7 and other units. The men flying them needed more familiarity before committing them to combat, and the jet never really went through the type of peacetime evolution of refinement through research and development as it should have. The greatest problems were the engines, which were very delicate and often flamed out on takeoff. Even worse, we had reports of flameouts and burned-out engines in flight. This was not a comforting thought for pilots expecting to go into battle outnumbered 50-1 on a very good day. The unit at Achme had been doing great things since July 1944 under Werner Thierfelder, proving the value of the jet in combat. This success allowed us to push the issue to Hitler again, building upon that success once we began to get more Tu-62s in the field. Before all of this occurred, I had been telling Milch, Goring, and Hitler for a year, since my first flight in an Me-262 in May 1943 at Lechfeld, that only Focke-Wulf FW-190 fighter production should continue in conventional aircraft, specifically the Dora model and later variants, and to discontinue the Me-109, which was outdated, and to focus on building a massive jet fighter force. This was discussed in the meeting in August 1944, where Milch decided that Speer's production program should produce 4,000 fighters per month. I agreed, but I suggested that 1,000 should be jets. Milch was unimpressed with my suggestion, telling me that Hitler did not think we needed the Tu-62 at that time. I was stunned. I could not believe Hitler would throw away the one potential advantage of regaining air superiority after years of his complaining about the Allied bombing raids. I had a talk with Speer behind Milch's back, and he promised me that he would speak with Professor Messerschmitt about getting us some pure jet fighters, while still making a few bomber versions for Hitler. Speer knew the situation. He also knew that the Arado and Heinkel companies were building jets as potential bombers, and this gave me hope. Speer was a smart fellow, and he knew that the war was lost, as did I, and much sooner than later, unless massive changes were made. Like most clear-headed people late in the war, he also knew that negotiating a peace from a position of strength was preferable to accepting defeat while powerless. Speer even once said that, given the alternative, having Americans and British with our technology was far preferable to the Soviets. On May 22, 1943, before my first flight in the Me-262, I was in Lechfeld for a preview of the jet, which was fantastic, a totally new development. This was 1943, and I was there with Professor Willy Messerschmitt, Milch, Hitler, and other engineers responsible for the development. I spoke with Fritz Wendel and Horst Geyer, and after my first flight, I discussed my opinion of the jet, which at that time was a tail-dragging model, in my book, The First and the Last, and this has become a very well-known story. I knew that this aircraft was not just our last hope in the air war. I could see the future of aviation for the next century right in front of me. I had felt its power, and it was quite intoxicating. The fighter was almost ready for mass production even at that time, and Hitler wanted to see a demonstration. When the Tu-62 was brought out for his viewing at Insterburg, I was standing there next to Hitler, who was very impressed, despite the first fighter having engine flameout on takeoff. The second jet lifted off and performed marvelously. Hitler asked the professor, "Is this aircraft able to carry bombs?" Messerschmitt said, "Yes, my Führer. It can carry for sure a 250-kilogram bomb, perhaps two of them." In typical Hitler fashion, he said, "Well, nobody thought of this. This is the Blitz, lightning bomber I have been requesting for years. No one thought of this. I order that this 262 be used exclusively as a Blitz bomber, and you, Messerschmitt, have to make all the necessary preparations to make this feasible. I felt my heart sink at that moment. This was really the beginning of the misuse of the 262, as 5 bomber wings were supposed to be equipped with the jet, with Wolfgang Schenk and Werner Baumbach being given the order to oversee this activity. In June 1944, KG-51 was converted to Me-262 training as a jet bomber unit. These bomber pilots had no fighter experience, such as combat flying or shooting, which is why so many of them were shot down. They could only escape by outrunning the fighters in pursuit. This was the greatest mistake surrounding the 262, in my opinion, and I believe the 262 could have been made operational as a fighter at least a year and a half earlier, and built in large enough numbers so that it could have changed the air war. Despite all of Goring's faults, I must say that he did support me in the position that the 262 should be specifically built as a fighter. I had his support by the time of my meeting with him in May 1944, after he had come to his senses regarding just how deep American fighters were entering German airspace. Not even he could dismiss the swarms of Mustangs and Lightnings flying overhead. Having the jet as a fighter was critical, and despite Hitler's bomber order, fighter testing was still allowed. It would most certainly not have changed the final outcome of the war, for we had already lost completely, but it would have probably delayed the end, since the Normandy invasion on June 6, 1944, would probably not have taken place, at least not successfully, if the 262 had been operational and in large numbers. This could have been possible, since Kommando Thierfelder had been receiving the jets at Aachen since April. I certainly think that just 300 jets flown daily by the best fighter pilots, even at a 10% loss, with a like replacement ratio, would have had a major impact on the course of the air war. This would have, of course, prolonged the war, so perhaps Hitler's misuse of this aircraft was not such a bad thing after all. After Thierfelder was killed in July, I was looking for the right type of pilot, someone daring and successful who could lead by example of his courage and determination, and Walter Nowotny had all of these qualities. He was young, successful, energetic, intellectually gifted, and very brave. According to his fellow pilots in his old unit, JG-54, and his CO, Trautloft, he was absolutely fearless in battle. Thierfelder's death, despite the unit's initial successes, endangered the program. I had to find a replacement immediately, although Horst Geyer took over operational command for a while. However, in order to get Hitler interested in considering the fighter option, I needed a named hero, someone successful and highly decorated, liked by Hitler, and one he recognized and hopefully admired. With the diamonds and over 250 victories, Nowotny was the right man for the job, and I liked him very much personally. More important was the fact that Hitler liked him very much also. He reminded me very much of Hans-Joachim Marseille, only more mature. I saw to it that he was promoted to Major, and he was only 24 years old, but more than qualified to be a Geschwader Commodore. Nowotny had been reassigned in February 1944 as a fighter instructor for JG-101 in France for a while, following his being wounded, as Trautloft had ordered him into a rest period after his magnificent career in Russia. He had become perhaps too brave, or reckless, depending upon to whom you spoke. The one thing about Trautloft was that he really cared about his men, and Walter was one of his favorites. Being an Austrian, good-looking and well-spoken, he was one of Hitler's favorite pilots. Perhaps only Hans-Ulrich Rödel, Hermann Graf, and Erich Hartmann were held in equal esteem. In fact, although I was not there, I was informed that Hitler had initially ordered Novi, as we called him, off flight status. He and I discussed this briefly on the last day of his life. Like other diamonds holders who had flown into legend, Hitler had this idea that he needed to preserve these men as shining examples of National Socialism. Novi was much like me, apolitical and only wanting to fly, but had been banned. Hermann Graf also received the same order not to fly after he was given the diamonds, as did Rödel and others. Hartmann also received the order not to fly, and he told Hitler that if receiving the diamonds meant not flying, he could keep them. Hitler finally gave in to him. I was ordered to stand down also, after being promoted to General of the Fighters in 1941, but I was able to get around that problem. By late 1944 until the end of the war, Hitler stopped issuing those orders, except in Rödel's case, after he received the golden oak leaves, swords, and diamonds in January 1945 or so. Rödel just turned a deaf ear and continued flying, losing a leg in the process. I received a telephone call from Hitler within a week of placing Novotny in command of the test unit at Aachen, which was in September. It seemed that Hitler was giving the jet fighter idea another lease on life, since his favorite Austrian fighter pilot next to Graf was in command. I knew that this situation had to be a success for Hitler to take his hands off the project, and I felt completely confident in my choice. There were several other men who flew in the jet unit, which was called Kommando Novotny, and which after Novotny's death was redesignated JG-7. Men such as Erich Rudolphe, Theodor Weissenberger, Franz Schall, Johannes Steinhoff, Georg Peter Eder, Heinrich Erler, and many others, all of them great aces, rapidly adapted. Eder already had a few bomber kills adding to his impressive score. I also think he was shot down more than any other pilot. I also think he was the most wounded pilot in the Luftwaffe. JG-7's record was fairly good. It had around 50 jets, with perhaps 30 operational at any given time, despite a few always being grounded with technical problems, and they had shot down a few bombers, and losses had actually been minimal, with most of these losses being in July, as men learned to fly the jet. I think most of these non-combat losses were due to engine failures. Operational survival was good, as long as top cover was flown by conventional aircraft to protect the jets on takeoffs and landings. American fighters would hang around to try and catch them at those weak moments, which I was to learn firsthand in a few months. The big problem that was growing was that the Allies would target, bomb, and strafe the airfields, hoping to destroy the jets on the ground. I allowed Novotny to choose his pilots, and basically run the unit as he saw fit. He had requested his support fighters to come from his old unit, and Trautloft had my permission to send 3rd Gruppe JG-54 to Aachen. It had transitioned from the Me-109 to the FW-190D. This was a much better aircraft for engaging the enemy heavy bombers, and in the hands of a good pilot, could tackle the Mustangs and Spitfires. 3rd Gruppe JG-54's mission was to engage enemy fighters and protect the jets from being ambushed on takeoff and landing, directly engaging the enemy fighters who made a habit of doing just that. Many times we would have American or British fighters flying around the air bases to ambush the jets returning from a mission or strafe them on the ground. I arrived on that evening, November 7, 1944, to inspect the unit and write a report. Plus, I spoke with Novotny that previous evening, and he was going to give me his pilot's reports concerning their actions for the previous 3 weeks. The next day, November 8th, a flight of American bombers was reported heading our way, and the air raid warning went up. Novotny smiled and ordered the jets warmed up, and so the unit took off, about 6 jets, if I remember correctly, in the first wave, then another. Novotny wanted to take off, and had to use a spare aircraft, if I recall, but I could be mistaken. The FW-190Ds remaining on the ground were waiting on the runway to take off and cover their return, while an additional flight was already airborne, engaging the Allied fighters escorting the bombers, which were sure to follow the jets back to base. I was in the operations shack with Luftwaffe Chief of Staff Generaloberst Günther Korten and Ada, and we all stepped outside, where we monitored the radio transmissions over the loudspeaker and could get an idea of what was happening. Several bombers were called out as shot down. Schall called one, and Novi called out one, then another, and finally a third kill. Then Novotny radioed that he was approaching and had damage. The flight leader on the ground, Hans Dortenmann, who had landed after engaging for rearmament, was ready to take off again, and requested permission to take off to assist, but Novotny said no, to wait. The defensive anti-aircraft battery opened fire on a few Mustangs that approached the field, but they were chased away from what I could understand, and the jets were coming in. One Me-262 had been shot down, Schall's jet, and he bailed out, and Novotny reported one bomber kill, which was believed to be a consolidated B-24, but records show was a Boeing B-17, possibly a Mustang kill, which fits with the known losses for the day, and hits on another bomber over Dummel Lake, which was a B-17. He was returning, and he reported one of his engines was damaged. He was flying on the right engine alone, which he reported to be on fire, which made him vulnerable. I knew he was in trouble. Schall had already bailed out, but this was unknown to us at that time. I was outside with Ada, Korten, and other pilots, including Karl Quax Schnorrer, Novi's best friend and wingman for many years, and the ground crew personnel to watch his approach to the field, when an enemy fighter, clearly a Mustang, pulled away not far from us. I remember being surprised, because rather than coming in from altitude, this Mustang was low. Ada called out some tempests as well, which I did not see. I heard the sound of a jet engine, and we saw this 262 coming down through the light clouds at low altitude, rolling slightly, then inverted, and we could not see much as the forest obscured our view, but then came the sound of it hitting the ground. The Mustang I saw pulled up and away and around the tree line, so I lost sight of it, but I remember the markings on the nose. I later learned, after speaking with Jeffrey Ethel in 1982, that it was the same fighter unit that American ace Charles Yeager belonged to, which turned out to be the 357th Fighter Group. We had very good intelligence on enemy Air Force units, and the information gathered from crashed aircraft and captured pilots also gave us great information. There were 2 other Mustangs that approached from altitude, perhaps a kilometer or so further away. The explosion of the jet rocked the air, and only a column of black smoke rose from behind the trees. We all jumped in a car and took off and reached the wreckage, and it was Novotny's plane. After sifting through the wreckage, the only salvageable things found were his left hand and pieces of his Knight's Cross, oak leaves, swords, and diamonds decoration. He had simply disintegrated. The hole in the ground was about 4 meters deep, and the area for about 100 meters all around was on fire and smoking. I remember the smell of the jet fuel being quite heavy in the air. We heard by radio that Schall was alive. Ada was standing next to me as we looked through the wreckage, and I promoted him on the spot to take over command of the unit. He just looked at me and said, "Yes, sir," and then turned away. Losing Novotny was a great blow, but we had suffered so many by that time, it was almost expected. Hitler, from what I understand, was upset about his loss, but I don't think he really said anything about it to me. I was mostly concerned that Hitler might have perceived this as a failure and killed the entire fighter program. Well, that did not happen, and the remains of that unit went to form JG-7, commanded by our friend Johannes Steinhoff, who replaced Ada as Commodore for a while. Later, Steinhoff recruited other great aces to command the various groups, and then he joined me in JV-44 and was my recruiting officer for that unit, going to the hospitals, training units, wherever he knew a pilot may be who perhaps might need a job. Steinhoff managed to collect some of our best pilots, although not all of them. This was a direct result of my last meetings with Hitler in January 1945 and with Goring in December 1944, before the meeting that I was not invited to in January, where I was fired by a telephone call, and those officers who supported me were likewise in a lot of trouble. Basically, it was the same old problem we were having with Goring, and the fact that he was blaming us, the fighter pilots, for the bombings and the losing of the war. All of the senior commodores brought their grievances to me, and we chose a spokesman to represent them. I sat on the panel and arranged for the meeting with Goring, as he did not want me in his presence. He even told me so in December. This first meeting of December 1944 was to be of great importance, and it had taken 2 months to arrange. The leaders decided to meet at Trautloft's place, near Lake Wannsee, about an hour or so driving time from my office, where Steinhoff and Trautloft had already arrived. Edu Neumann was on his way from Italy as well, and Lutzow had called me and said that he was already there. It was agreed that these leaders should meet without my being present, since I already met with Goring, and this would provide me some cover and protection should things go terribly wrong. I later learned what had happened in this meeting amongst the leaders themselves, before the official meeting with Goring the next day. I would not be at that meeting either, and that was Goring's demand. I wanted to be there, but it was probably best that I was not, and I understood. The men gathered at the hangar in Schönwald. The men had their meeting with Goring, which Steinhoff said was an exercise in futility. He just did not have a real comprehension of the war, what was possible and what was not. Afterward, Steinhoff told me about the event. I felt sorry for him. I should have been the one taking the abuse, not the pilots alone in front of Goring. When Goring continued his inspection, the tension seemed to grow, but thankfully, Steinhoff did not have to endure it for too long. Once this inspection and meeting was over, I joined all the men, and we had a long conversation. I believe it may have been Lutzow who made the recommendation about trying to get the SS on our side against Goring. He knew one of the high-ranking SS generals who was not a fan of our national leadership. In fact, he even believed that he was a conspirator in the bomb plot who had gone undetected. If anyone had a vested interest in Germany not losing the war and avoiding captivity, it was definitely Himmler and the SS. I warned them all that this was dangerous business, and I would not be able to help them, given the fact that Himmler and I did not like each other at all. You must understand that when it came to a Luftwaffe general, even a diamonds holder, I could not challenge the Reichsführer and hope to win. No one could, and the last thing we needed was a visit from the Gestapo. The men understood, for it was far too risky to go that route. The next major meetings were in January. The first of these was during the first week, just after Operation Bodenplatte. Steinhoff, Trautloft, and Lutzow had somehow managed a meeting in Berlin. This proved an interesting development, and at the end of it all, The SS general in question left the very real impression that I was not going to be a problem much longer. Getting back to Bodenplatte, I was completely against this operation, although I was only informed of the basics, not all of the details. Afterward, when it was finished, and I read the reports, I had to admit I lost a little control. At that time I was still general of the fighters, and I should have been at the very least informed of all the details, if not actually involved in the planning. However, given the plan as it was, I would have ruled it unfeasible and tried to kill the idea as it stood. Goring knew how I felt about it, as I did not try to hide it. I was informed by him, Felix Steiner, through my men that they had been tapping my phone and recording my calls, gathering whatever evidence they thought they could use to get rid of me. I guess I should have been flattered. In most cases, the SS did not need any evidence to get someone. He just disappeared. I owed Steiner a great debt for that information, although I already had my suspicions. I suppose that my opposition to the SS taking over the Luftwaffe, or at the very least the jet program, had ruffled a few feathers. I had also been recorded discussing many of the problems with various leaders regarding our industry, operations, and the like. I would imagine that lack of National Socialist spirit was coming through too much. You must also understand that ever since the July 20th plot, life in Germany had changed forever. Everyone was under suspicion. That was not the time to stand out as someone who challenged authority. I even heard that Himmler tapped Goring's phone, but I do not know if that is true. I would not be surprised if this were the case. Goring was probably tapping Himmler also. Speer told me his phones were tapped for certain. The Fighters Revolt was the last straw for Goring, and the men also spoke with Generaloberst Robert Ritter von Greim. He was a gentleman of the old school, the senior fighter pilot next to Goring in Germany, and the man we hoped would replace our boss. Greim understood the real world. He was no fool. Although he was not a fervent National Socialist, he did have many positive political connections, and he was one of the few senior Luftwaffe officers who were held in high regard by Hitler, Himmler, and even Goring. He really wanted to help, and in fact he did succeed Goring as the Luftwaffe chief in April 1945, when Goring was dismissed by Hitler. Lützow was the spokesman as always. He was a great leader and a true knight, a gentleman. He was also a very serious person, and in all the years that I knew him, I can probably count the number of times I ever saw him laugh on one hand. However, Lützow was a cold pilot, very unemotional. Even on the radio in combat, he was the calmest person I ever knew, even in a fight. It was as if he never exhibited any emotion except anger, and ironically, this was usually directed at Goring, and never the enemy. He was never angry in combat, and he never hated his enemies. The meeting that is today called the Fighters Revolt almost occurred by accident, and there were actually two meetings. This final meeting also ended my career, as well as the careers of many others. The fact that others and I were still alive afterward still puzzles me to some degree, because I was not even present at that meeting, but I was being constantly informed. I have to say that for all his faults, it was Hitler who actually saved my life, and possibly that of Lützow as well. When all the men present were approached by Goring, he, Lützow, told Goring that if he interrupted, which he always did so that he could show his importance, nothing would get accomplished. Lützow, Neumann, Steinhoff, Trautloff, and others, and I, had voiced our grievances many times. But since I was not invited to this meeting, Hannes Trautloff, along with Lützow, kept me informed as to their recommending that Goring step down for the good of the service. Basically, the meeting started with Lützow providing a proper picture of the war, our condition, the enemy situation, and all of these kinds of details. He even gathered a folder containing all the statistics I had compiled and given to Trautloft, who was inspector of day fighters. It was a very thick and impressive folder, containing the names of every lost pilot, wounded pilot, dead pilot, aircraft losses, their units, the reasons for the damage or destruction, fuel availability, allotments for fuel and ammunition, replacement pilots, enemy aircraft destroyed, victories per round fired, enemy action and aircraft reports, everything you could imagine. The purpose of the meeting was to make certain that Goring understood without question our condition. It was also stated by Lützow that it had come to our attention that Hitler was not being given the proper data from the front, which we supplied to Goring. The greatest problem besides losing pilots and aircraft was the lack of fuel and oil. Our refineries, depots, and even the rail traffic transporting these critical items were primary targets for Allied raids. As Lützow, Neumann, Oberst Günther Freiherr von Malzahn, Rödel, Hans-Heinrich von Brüstelin, and Steinhoff were in the first part of the meeting, Trautloft was in the hallway on the phone with me. He would enter when called in, carrying the bulky dossier, and give his report. He could clearly hear what was going on, and he was giving me the actual dialogue as he heard it. I was on the other end of the line in my office, listening to his commentary, and I could not believe what I was hearing. I could even hear Lützow and Goring myself through the phone as their voices rose during the argument, even with the door closed. Much of what started this heated argument was the inaccurate information Hitler had been receiving, either from Milch or Goring, but I knew that Milch also sent his reports through either Goring or Nikolaus von Below, Hitler's Luftwaffe adjutant, often directly to von Below to make sure Hitler received them. Not even Milch trusted Goring, and for good reason. Goring had done many of the same things with Milch, who was a Hitler favorite, and Goring would halt or edit information that made himself look bad, incompetent, or perhaps even foolish. The fates of Udet and Yeshonek were still fresh in many minds, including mine. I am certain that these events were vivid in Milch's mind as well. Whenever Hitler called, or just happened to speak to me about certain facts, I was often stunned at the questions or comments. Often I was completely unaware of what he was talking about, and when he said, "The Reichsmarschall stated that," or something to that effect, and I almost always knew it was rubbish, and I told him so. I never told him that Goring had been the source of the unreliable information, or that I even told him anything. I just let Hitler think he was informing me of new information, which was actually the case more often than not. I also set Hitler straight on many of the inaccuracies as related by Goring to him. The majority of this information was the exaggerated strengths of the fighter or bomber forces on the various fronts, so that Hitler would feel that he still had a great air arm. Land generals also did the same inflations regarding their forces. Hitler listened intently and hung on every word, making his usual mental notes. I knew that he was taking stock of all my data, and by the look on his face, he was not pleased. I could tell quite easily that Hitler knew he was being misled by some of his senior generals and field marshals. I think this was why he had little difficulty calling in field-grade leaders and asking them specific questions, knowing that these officers would not lie to him. They had no reason to, but their bosses certainly did. They did this to reduce the level of their own personal responsibility as a measure of self-preservation. Failure at the top was not a very healthy way of serving Germany back in those days. There were a few exceptions, such as von Manstein, Heinz Guderian, Günther von Kluge, Wolfram von Richthofen, Hasso von Manteuffel, Wilhelm Ritter von Leeb, and others. They were men who always gave the real situation, and for most of them, it cost them their careers. It was this very situation, this meeting being conducted, where I suppose the chickens came to roost, when Lützow had a long list of Goring's well-documented lies and direct misrepresentations to Hitler. Goring, caught in the open, went completely mad, and I could clearly hear this on the phone without Trautloft saying anything. Goring told Lützow to take his dossier of lies away, and he would speak to Hitler about it. That was when Trautloft told me what happened next. Steinhoff stood, addressed Goring, and told him that he had his own folder from his time as Commodore of both JG-77 in Italy and more recently JG-7. Steinhoff proceeded to point out several major flaws in the original reports given through the chain of command, which were supposed to go through Milch to both Goring and then Hitler. Steinhoff had proof in Goring's own hand that he had changed facts and figures, and had failed to provide von Below with the proper information to submit to Hitler. Goring stated that this was a serious offense, and Steinhoff stated, "Yes, and this is why you should step down for the good of the service," which was the same argument Lützow had made. I could hear the shouting so loudly, I felt as if I were in the room. Goring told Steinhoff that his endless muttering was meaningless, that he knew the truth. Steinhoff argued that he was wrong, and could be proven to be wrong. The fact that Goring did not court-martial us, or even kill us, meant that Hitler probably had already had enough of Goring, and even he knew that it would leak out and look very bad if so many highly decorated and successful pilots were to just disappear, let alone stand public trial. I was under no illusions. Later, Hitler allowed me to form JV-44 as a way of saying thank you for past service, and if I died, then I fell for the nation in battle, and I was no longer a problem. Same with Trautloft, Lützow, Steinhoff, and even poor Edu Neumann, who was only there at my request. You must understand that after the July bomb plot that failed to kill Hitler, the level of paranoia emanating from Berlin was so heavy one could feel it. The Gestapo made many visits to front commands, even rear commands. I had more than one visit from these fellows, who were hoping to ferret out dissent. They were still executing people who were believed to be involved with Klaus von Stauffenberg. Now, Goering had his own plot against us. We were not violent. We simply wanted steady, competent, and consistent leadership, which he did not and could not provide. Well, Goering knew that the fighters did not respect him. He did not have their loyalty, and we knew that we could not count on Berlin doing anything to help us, so we were alone. At least it was now out in the open, with no pretenses. Well, at the end of that meeting, I was fired as general of the fighters, Steinhoff was banished from Germany and sent back to Italy, and Goering told Lützow that he was going to be shot for high treason, and that he would see to it personally. All of this Trautloft told me on the phone. Apparently, Goering's final comment as the men left was his stating that he would have Galland shot first to set the example. I heard this all through the phone, and can say that hearing that did not make me feel very comfortable. Well, at the very least, I was out of a job, and as I hung up the phone with Trautloft, I was not sure if I even had a future. My family had lost 2 of 4 sons already. That was a high price to pay. I was not sure if my mother was ready to lose a 3rd. Speer called me, and then he visited, and he informed me that he had a special relationship with certain persons in the SS who thought a lot of me. In fact, Speer went to see Hitler on my behalf, and I was assigned an SS bodyguard, just in case Goring tried anything. I should mention why Felix Steiner thought a lot of me. When he was in Russia, his unit was in a very horrid battle against Soviet tanks and troops, heavily outnumbered. 3 Luftwaffe fighter pilots, low on fuel, still stayed to strafe and attack the enemy, buying him time to get his reserve force and additional tanks into the battle. The 3 pilots saved a lot of his men from death, or worse. He later sent the unit commander and me thank you letters, and wanted to recommend these pilots for decorations for bravery. Even his men on the ground could see that they were taking heavy hits from enemy ground fire, but they stayed. Only one of these pilots survived, and that man was Ossi Hahn. Hahn received the oak leaves to his Knight's Cross, and Steiner was repaying me for his life and the lives of his men. He was truly an honorable man, and I know that it was he who kept us informed and somewhat protected, although he never made any mention of it. My replacement was Gordon Golub, and he was not well liked across the board. Although he was a good pilot, very brave, and with the diamonds, he had no character. Golub was also well known for being a great National Socialist, even from the early days. However, he was still not Goering's first choice. Hajo Hermann was also being considered, and he would have been a better selection, despite his career of being a bomber pilot. Hermann was a very brave and accomplished leader, and I think he would have been a better choice. He also supported me with the Me-262 program. When I was released as General of the Fighters, Goering was still preparing a coup against me, which I also learned from Trautloft and a couple of others who thought well of me. He had been in Milch's office and overheard the telephone call when Milch was speaking with Dieter Pelz. Trautloft and I had a wonderful working relationship, and I also had a reasonably decent relationship with Milch, and in his defense he called Lützow and informed him of the events when he could not reach me. Later, I was called in to meet with Hitler, without Goering being informed or invited, and informed that Goering had issued a warrant for my arrest on charges ranging from dereliction of duty, conspiracy, incompetence, to insubordination. He stopped short of treason, which would have been too hard for anyone to swallow, which Hitler said to me himself. The other charges were just as difficult to believe as well, but make no mistake, I was in great danger, especially with the shadow of the July 20th bomb plot still very much alive, and Himmler seeing my removal as a way to gain control over the jet program. Hitler did not trust Goering not to try arranging an accident of some sort to get rid of me. Hence the bodyguard. Later, perhaps a week afterward, Goering ordered me to Karinhal again and formally fired me, and said that he had rescinded the arrest order due to my service to the nation. I knew better, as I had heard from Milch and Speer, even Kammhuber, that Hitler himself had dismissed the charges, even before I met with Hitler, who told Goering he was mad for even trying such a thing. That was when, during our private meeting, Hitler said that he would let me do what I wanted. Of course, Goering was unaware that I knew all of this information. It was actually amusing to have him try and make me think he changed his own mind. Well, then I was dismissed and stripped of my professional duties as General of the Fighters. He never had any idea that Hitler and I discussed him and this particular situation. Also, regarding the warrant and dismissal, Pelz did not know that I already knew, or that Trautloft overheard and told me, or that Lützow had already been informed by me, that when Hitler learned of this, he ordered Goering to stop the actions against me. I told no one until after the war about that private meeting with Hitler. Then Hitler ordered my replacement, Golob, to be posted immediately, but he kept his word and still allowed me to form my own 262 unit, basically allowing me to keep my rank, but reducing my responsibilities. I think that if Goring had not failed Hitler so many times, and had maintained his respect in Hitler's eyes, I would have been killed. Problems had a tendency to just disappear in Germany at that time. I find it quite ironic that the very man who is so despised today, and was the creator of so much suffering, was the very man who saved my life. If I were to name the men I knew and respected, that would be a long list. Of all the names you could mention, I think perhaps the greatest leader was still Mulders. All the rest still living are still very good friends of mine, but we are old men now, and life is not as fast as it was in the cockpit. However, as their leader, I also made many mistakes. I could have done better. I was young and inexperienced with life, I guess. It is very easy to look back retrospectively and criticize yourself. However, at that time it was very difficult. My situation was that I had to fight with Milch, Goring, and Hitler in order to accomplish what they wished, but without their support, if that makes any sense. Goring was a thorn in my side, and Hitler simply destroyed our country, and many of the others functioned without any regard for the welfare of others. I was happy again, although I knew the war was lost. I was then able to choose all the pilots I could find who would join me, with Steinhoff's assistance, and almost all had the Knight's Cross or higher decorations. It was our badge. This was the beginning of March 1945, when I created Jagdverband 44. I made Steinhoff my recruiting officer, and he traveled to all of the major bases, picking up pilots who wanted to once again feel a sense of adventure. The first confirmed victory over a fighter for JV-44 was on April 4, 1945, when Eduard Schallmoser miscalculated an attack and crashed into the tail of a P-38. This was perhaps not the best of beginnings, but it at least showed we had determination. We had most of the greats, like Gerd Barkhorn, Walter Krupinski, Johannes Steinhoff, Heinz Beer, Erich Hohagen, Günther Lützow, Wilhelm Herget, and others. I tried to get Erich Hartmann, but he wanted to stay with JG-52. That decision would prove very costly for him at the end of the war. We were finally stationed at Munich-Rhein, and on March 31st flew the first of several missions, and later we were very successful using the R-4M rockets, which we fired at bomber formations. During my first attack with rockets, Krupinski was on my wing, and we witnessed the power in these rockets. I remember that I shot down 2 Martin B-26 Marauders. By the middle of April, we were very hard-pressed to receive fuel, and even ammunition was hard to come by. Our supplies were not coming, and there was a great bureaucracy strangling our operations. On April 10th, I was again summoned to see Goring, this time at the Obersalzberg, and to my astonishment, he greeted me as if we were old friends. There was none of the arrogance and pompous critical attitude I had known for almost 5 years. During our conversation, my boss explained, almost as if an apology, that I had been right all along. When he dismissed me and shook my hand, I think he wanted to say he was sorry, but not even at that point of contrition could he summon the words. The last time I saw him, he simply said, "Good luck." I guessed that the arrest warrant was still a dead issue by that time. Then, on April 23rd, I received a telegram that Goring had been dismissed by Hitler, and even charges of treason were given as the cause. I called the men together and told them, and I also told them that von Kleim was the new Luftwaffe commander. If this had been in 1942 or 1943, there would have been great parties thrown. But at that time, as the war was crashing down around us, it made little difference. At least I knew now that I had an even more free hand with my fighter pilots. My greatest concern, ironically, was for Mackie Steinhoff. Barkhorn, Schallmoser, Fährmann, Klaus Neumann, Krupinski, and I were taking off on a mission shortly after our base had been attacked, with several of us trying to catch a B-17 formation on April 18th. Steinhoff's 262 hit a crater made from a bomb. His jet lifted into the air but without sufficient takeoff speed. Then he nosed in and exploded. The fire exploded the rockets and ammunition as the kerosene-based fuel engulfed him. He managed to stagger out, a human torch, and I cried, because I knew he was a dead man. Even though my gear was already up, I could look back and see the smoke. We returned to base after the mission to find him in the hospital, more dead than alive. The fact that he even survived is the most incredible thing, and I am glad he did, for he is one of my closest friends today. That crash was April 18th, and soon after, Lutzow failed to return from a mission, which was April 24th, if memory serves. For years after the war, I hoped that he would turn up, perhaps long held by the Allies, or wounded and recovering in anonymity. Very sad. On April 25th, with no sign of Lutzow, I called my men around and told them the war was lost. I knew that I was not providing them with anything that they did not already know. What I did tell them was that, with the war lost, I would fly only with volunteers who wished to continue. I would not issue an order that may see them killed at this late day in the war. No one stepped aside, much to their credit. On my last mission, which was the very next day, I was shot down by a Republic P-47D Thunderbolt as we took off to intercept a bomber force. The fighter was flown by a man named James Finnegan, whom I met some years later, and we became friends. We were intercepting bombers near Neuberg. I was leading a flight, and we were approaching almost head-on to them. I switched off the safety on the cannon, but forgot to release the safety for the rockets, yet again. I am not sure where my head was. I guess I was just thinking about too many things, and not focused on the mission. On this mission, I saw Schallmoser, who was famous for ramming enemy fighters, fly past me, his White 5 too close for comfort, and I led the group head-on. As a result of my ignorance, my rockets did not fire, but I poured 30mm cannon shells into one bomber, which blew up in spectacular fashion and then fell in flames, and I flew right through the formation, hitting another. I could not tell if that bomber was finished off, so I banked around for another run. All the while my jet was receiving numerous hits from the bomber's defensive fire. When large 50 caliber bullets strike your fuselage, it makes a very interesting sound, unlike cannon fire or small caliber 303-inch British bullets. It packs a heavy punch, and when several hit you, it shakes the aircraft. Once I felt I was out of range of the bomber's defensive fire, I tried to climb slightly and bank around for another pass, but my right engine began flickering and sputtering, then it caught again. Suddenly my instrument panel disintegrated, my canopy was shattered, and my right knee was struck by a bullet that grazed me. I was losing power and in great pain. My right engine suddenly started losing thrust rapidly, and then died. I thought about parachuting out, but realized that might be dangerous, as some of our pilots had been strafed upon exiting their jets. I was also at a high rate of speed, perhaps 500 miles an hour after I dropped the nose. Then my airspeed bled off. I thought at the time, and for some years afterward, that it was one of the Mustangs that shot me, as I saw a few on escort duty. Later I learned it was Finnegan in a P-47. I had previously radioed for Lieutenant Heinz Sachsenberg to get his fighters in the air. He was an outstanding and very reliable fighter pilot, and we trusted him with our lives. I flew for the deck and headed for this field at the airbase, which was also under attack. I cut the power to my good engine as I leveled out, and since I still had aileron and rudder control, stabilized my jet into a level attitude and thumped across the field on the engines. My gear would not come down, and later I found that my nose wheel had been flattened and smoke was pouring from my plane. The first thought I had was of Steinhoff, and remembering what had happened to him. I also knew that it was not beyond reason and experience for pilots to strafe a downed jet, or the pilot, and I did not want to be sitting in it or even be anywhere around it. I opened the canopy and climbed out to get away, in case it should explode, only to find aircraft dropping bombs and firing rockets at me. Well, our mission netted 5 victories total, and none of the pilots were killed. But Schalmose rammed another bomber, parachuted out, and he actually landed in his mother's garden at his home near Munich, bruised, but not severely injured. His mother even fixed him a nice meal and he took a hot bath, smelling better than the rest of us when he returned the next day. From that point forward, Beer took operational command, and before the month was out, every unit in Germany with jets began bringing them to us at Rheim Airfield, near Munich. I was sent to the hospital, but I discharged myself, walking with a cane, and relocated to Tegernsee, where I still had telephone contact with Beer. There was a rumor that we were the only unit to have the jet fuel. For such a long time I had been begging for planes. Now that the war was almost over, I had more planes than men to fly them, around 70 jets or so, and even fuel, which we used to destroy our wonderful fighters. We had lost some of our friends, such as Lützow, Steinhoff, and even the Iron Man Bachhorn, who almost had his neck broken after being shot down, as his canopy slammed forward on his neck when he crashed. Our little band grew very small, very quickly. Well, I ordered the remaining aircraft flown to Innsbruck, where Hans Eckhard Bob was located. I had sent Wilhelm Herget with Hugo Kessler in a Fieseler Fi-156 Storch to get a message to General Dwight D. Eisenhower, arranging a special surrender for JV-44. Herget was bringing back the message to Beer, but his plane was shot down. Herget was all right, just tossed around a bit, but the message never made it. Well, hearing nothing from Herget, I surrendered the unit, blew up the jets, and the Americans took me into custody. I was then sent to the RAF base at Tangmere, where I was interrogated and held until my release over a year later. Günther Rahl was also there, along with Rödel and others, all of those they thought could serve the American and British cause after the war. I guess that even at that time they were concerned about their Soviet ally. I would have been concerned as well, and said so. I was able to once again see Bader, who came by after he was repatriated, and he wished me well. I also met many of the top American and British officers who knew of me. I guess the natural curiosity and camaraderie of flyers brought that about. After the war, I was invited by Juan Perón to go to Argentina. He wanted German experts to build his air force, and I was asked to come along with others. I went and established a training and operations school, developed their tactical training program, and was able to fly again in some of the new designs purchased by Argentina, most of which were a few British and French models. They were bright young boys, willing to learn and quick to grasp the essentials of air combat. I really loved that period. It was one of the happiest of my life. Kurt Tank, designer of the Focke-Wulf 190 series of fighters, came, as did others, and he was the one who convinced President Perón to bring me over. I did that until 1955, when I returned to Germany and entered the business world, consulting and getting my life together. As you probably know, the Argentine Air Forces were still using much of my strategy and tactical doctrine as late as the Falklands War, with great effect. Yes, they lost the war, but they had the best success in the air. My life afterward has been interesting. I still flew my private plane for a number of years, and enjoyed going to America and Britain, meeting my old enemies who became my good friends. Among these was Jimmy Doolittle, a great American and a great airman. I respected him very much. It was really a great shame that he and I commanded the two groups that were trying to kill each other. Others are Johnny Johnson and Robert Stanford Tuck, as well as Douglas Bader, who all became very good friends. He, Bader, was knighted after the war for his remarkable service, and I think, as a flyer and leader, he deserved it. We lost many fine young men, on all sides, and this is something that has always stayed with me. It is a reminder that although we may do our duty, and perhaps do it well, there is always a cost. That may be an emotional or physical expense, but you cannot walk away from it without some regret. I worked my business, and my faithful old friend Gerd Schöpfel stayed with me. We still get together on occasion and have a drink to the men we lost. I think the world of Gerd and his family. As the years pass, there are fewer of us. I have two children, a son, Andreas Hubertus, whom we call Andrus, combining the two names, and Alexandra, my daughter, 2 years younger than her brother, and a very sweet girl. Both are from my first marriage. Andreas Hubertus just recently married and is studying to become a lawyer, while Alexandra goes to school and studies languages. They are the sunshine of my life. Mentor to many. Eduard Neumann. 15 victories. Iron Cross, 2nd and 1st class. Spanish Cross. German Cross in gold. June 5, 1911 to August 9, 2004. The Luftwaffe was the most potent force in Europe until the emergence of American air power during the Second World War. As a result of excellent engineering and aircraft designs, spearheaded by the Messerschmitt Bf, later and most often designated Me-109, the German fighter pilots carved through their enemies and assured the rapid ground victories during the halcyon days of Blitzkrieg. When Hitler decided to aid his fascist ally Francisco Franco during the Spanish Civil War, the premier group he sent was the famous Condor Legion. Many of Germany's future leading aces and exceptional combat leaders took their long and detailed peacetime training and honed those skills in aerial combat over Spain. New tactics were developed, and the men involved in this dress rehearsal for the World War to come would prove critical in the period after the days of early victory. Eduard Neumann was one of the young Luftwaffe officers sent to Spain. Along with such men as Adolf Galland, Hajo Hermann, Hannes Trautloft, Werner Mölders, Herbert Ihlefeld, Wilhelm Balthasar, Günther Lützow, and others, Edu Neumann adopted and later pioneered his own unique brand of leadership. His style and personal touch would see him become the teacher to many great pilots, and the mentor of a few, the most notable being a young and completely unmilitary-like fighter ace destined to become a legend. Hans-Joachim Marseille, the Star of Africa. Neumann, with his modest score of 13 aerial victories, does not stand out as one of history's great aces. In analyzing his record as a commanding officer, however, his legacy is secure due to his ability to instruct and lead by impeccable example. Neumann would not only serve in 2 wars and fly combat in both Europe and North Africa, he would also be one of the senior fighter leaders to join his colleagues in the Fighters Revolt of January 1945, in which they confronted Reichsmarschall Hermann Wilhelm Goring regarding his incompetence. For years, the Luftwaffe's supreme commander had made disastrous decisions that had cost millions of lives, misled the German nation, and even Hitler, with false prophecies and reports, and displayed utter indifference to the loss of thousands of young pilots. Goring then resorted to blaming the very instrument of Germany's early success of cowardice and incompetence. Neumann was fortunate that Hitler would not allow Goring to retaliate against the brave men who had challenged him. A large part of the Führer's reluctance to punish the mutineers was the fact that he had also lost faith in his second-in-command, and for good reason. After a series of interviews over more than 2 decades, Neumann's life, experiences, and the many notable personalities with whom he interacted come to life. His straightforward manner and remarkable attention to detail fill many of the gaps in the historical literature of the Luftwaffe. His personal interactions with both the very top and bottom levels of the Luftwaffe command structure gave him many perspectives from the mechanics to the aces. He understood their concerns and motivations, and he knew how to get the best from his men. Eduard Neumann, the father figure to some of Germany's greatest combat aces, passed away after a long illness on August 9, 2004, at age 93. Eduard Neumann. I was born in June 1911 in the area that was once called Bukovina, but this was during the days of the old Austro-Hungarian Empire. My parents passed away when I was young, so my sister and I were raised by my grandmother when we moved to Germany. This was in 1919 or 1920, I believe. I was always pushed by my grandmother to do well in school. Education is the future, she would say, and she always made sure I did my schoolwork. The same for my sister, in fact. Education was the only path to success, and I tried to learn as much as I could. When I was still a teenager, I was in school, working in mechanical engineering. I had a knack for mathematics, and I liked school very much. I also played sports, and football was my favorite. I then joined a youth glider club, and after a year or so I also then applied for powered flight school. I had entertained the idea, much like many young men, of being a commercial pilot. I passed the written examinations and started training in the Fieseler Fi-5, which was the standard training aircraft back in the early 1930s. This was in Cottbus and later in Schleißheim, and I graduated a fighter pilot in 1935. My first unit was the new Richthofen wing with Wolf Falk, later redesignated JG-2 in 1935. I was a young lieutenant and probably had more spirit than experience, and more bravery than common sense, but that is the same with most fighter pilots. That is, until you get involved in a shooting war, then that tends to change very quickly. In around August 1937, I went to Spain as part of the Condor Legion. There were many new and old friends there already, such as Galland, Trautloft, Mulders, Balthazar, Hermann, Lützow, and many others. We were a very close group, the fighter squadron in particular. I only scored 2 confirmed victories in Spain, where I spent a year, and I was awarded the Spanish Cross with swords in gold, and this was very special to me, and a rare award. Galland and Mulder's also received this from Franco, but they had diamonds. Spain was a marvelous period for me personally, although I was shocked at the complete poverty in the larger cities. I was able to meet and work with many of the men who would become the future leaders of the Luftwaffe in the Second World War. The war from the air was nothing like it was on the ground. The war had stripped everything from the countryside, destroyed farmland, most animals had been stolen by troops from both sides, schools and hospitals were even destroyed. I would not see such images again until after Germany lost the war. The ground war was brutal, just horrific. The communists and nationalists really went at each other, and it was horrible. And as always happens in a war, the civilians, especially the children, suffered. You could see them on occasion wandering the streets. Orphans, starving and begging for food. That is perhaps the greatest memory and tragedy that I took away from Spain. When I arrived back in Germany in 1938, I was assigned to JG-26 in Düsseldorf, where I was the Gruppenkommandeur for 4th Gruppe JG-26 until 1940, when the unit had moved to France. This was in support of our operations after the French campaign, when everyone thought we would be invading Britain. Personally, I did not see that happening, but I kept that thought to myself. I shot down my first aircraft of this war, a Bristol Blenheim, on July 20th, 1940. This was right after the Battle of Britain had started. I was then transferred, as a new Gruppenkommandeur, to 1st Gruppe JG-27, which was also already on the English Channel under the command of Oberstleutnant Max Ebel, until Major Bernhard Woldenga took over later in the year. I was replacing Major Helmut Riegel, who had been shot down. This was interesting, as I was only an Oberleutnant at this time. Fighting the British was a very serious business, as they were a dedicated and very professional group of young men. One thing I learned very quickly was to never underestimate them. I was also very surprised at just how efficient and marvelous the Spitfire fighter was. It was so maneuverable and agile. This fighter was a real threat, and we all knew that in the hands of a decent pilot, it was a fighter that could get you. I think what saved many of us from being shot down was not the abilities of our Me-109, which was the E model at that time in 1940, but our experience and hard training. This E, or Emile, was an upgrade from the early C and D model, with a more powerful engine. I liked having the 20mm cannon and 7.92 cowling-mounted machine guns. It gave a good punch. However, I never did like the limited visibility that our canopy afforded us. This would not be corrected until the later G models arrived in late 1942 and 1943. That was when I managed to get them anyway. I know that Galland was very instrumental in having that design changed. In fact, it was called the Galland Hood throughout the Luftwaffe. I also know that such a small change saved many German pilots' lives by increasing side visibility. We had certain limitations placed against us, both technically and operationally, from our high command, such as our limited range once we crossed the coast. If we fought over the Channel proper, then all was reasonably well. However, if we had to fly to England, especially London or slightly further, we had less than 20 minutes of flying time, and a lot less than that if we were involved in a dogfight. This became less of a worry when we had the long-range drop tanks, but then you really wanted to get rid of that thing when you tangled with Spitfires and Hurricanes. I would have to say that the worst mission any true free-spirited fighter pilot can fly is a bomber escort mission, unless it is a ground attack mission, which has its own list of problems. I understand that these escort missions were critical to protecting our bombers from fighter attacks. However, as a fighter pilot, your greatest wish is to engage your opposite number, a test of skill, nerves, and endurance, man against man, and fighter against fighter. It may sound like a game, but that was the way I think most of us approached the war. It kept us sane. I flew several escort missions with the boys, escorting HE-111, JU-88, and ME-110 fighter bombers. I always had a small chuckle about escorting the ME-110s, since these were Goring's personal pet aircraft. He touted them as being the new air superiority fighters, which was laughable. This factor alone showed how out of touch with reality he actually was. The twin-engine fighters were easy kills for the British fighter pilots. However, they did perform very well in the ground attack and night fighter roles, as demonstrated later by Wolf-Falck. I got involved in one dogfight that I will always remember. I did not get the kill, but I did not get killed either, which was even more important. We had flown a mission to pick up a group of inbound bombers returning from a raid, as the fighter escorts were also returning low on fuel. This was our way to protect incoming flights, by having a group airborne as top cover. One of the men called out enemy planes, and I looked left and dipped my wing. Sure enough, there were 3 Spitfires trailing the bombers and closing the gap. There were 4 of us, so I felt pretty confident that we could get the kills and make it back to Calais. Well, we were about 2,000 meters above the enemy fighters, and I knew that they saw us. They immediately pulled up to greet us as we winged over into the dive. I focused upon one Spitfire and had him in my gun sight. He was less than 300 meters away and closing when I pulled the trigger for my cannon. Nothing happened, and we passed each other. I had forgotten to take off the damned safety catch. I felt 3 or 4 thumps in my fighter. I knew I had been hit, but as I pulled up and banked right to get on his tail, I looked at my instruments. Fuel, engine, oil, all were good, so no problem. I had no control surface damage, and no discernible coolant leak. The coolant was the Achilles heel of our Messerschmitts. As I completed the turn and saw my intended victim, one of his wingmen was on me. One of my wingmen called out over the radio that he had him, and I cut power and kicked left rudder, throwing the stick right, going into a skid. The Spitfire passed right by me, within 3 or 4 meters of my right wing. I looked over and saw the pilot, who was looking right back at me. I could not believe it, but he actually waved to me, and without thinking, perhaps because I was so mesmerized by the event, I just waved right back at him. His fighter was trailing smoke and glycol, so I knew he was not going to make it home. I stayed with him for about a minute, and I saw him open the canopy and the small hinged door that allowed entry into the cockpit. Then he rolled the fighter over slightly, reduced his airspeed, leaped from the fighter, and then passed by underneath me. I called the bailout over the radio, and my wingman had his first confirmed victory. I do not recall who that was, but he was later killed in Russia. The other 2 fighters were also shot down, but not by me. Being the idiot that I was, I should have had the kill, but I made the most common novice's mistake. When I landed, I yawed to the right and almost made a complete circle. I then rolled to a stop at the end of the grass field. The fighter was leaning to the right and the wing was dipped, and I climbed out. My chief mechanic came to me and said that he was concerned, as they had heard the battle, as it was on the radio in the radio shack. I walked around the fighter with my mechanic, and we saw something that was interesting. Apparently, The thumps I had heard were the British .303 caliber bullets hitting my undercarriage. The right tire had been shot flat, hence the awkward landing. Then, as we looked at the tire, it was smoking, and then caught fire. Some men came running with the fire extinguisher and pumped water on the fire. Had that tire caught fire up inside the wheel well while I was flying, it could have set the entire aircraft ablaze, and that would have been bad for me, especially at low altitude and unable to bail out. After the Battle of Britain, the war became pretty quiet for us. There were a few patrols flown over the Channel, but the British had pretty much stopped, as they concentrated on night bombing for the majority of their missions. Every now and then we would be called upon to scramble, as photographic reconnaissance aircraft would be detected, but we were never able to catch them. Major Wolfgang Schellmann then became our Commodore. The unit then moved to the Balkans, where we supported the invasion of Yugoslavia that April of 1941, but that did not last long. We took the country quickly, and then my unit, 1st Gruppe JG-27, moved to Libya, near Al-Ghazala on April 18th. I was awarded the German Cross in Gold the next year on May 11, 1942. The other groups were still in the Balkans, and 3rd Gruppe JG-27 was in Sicily. My group would be sent to Sicily for a short time, but we returned in short order. Not too much we could do against Malta. We would be the only fighter group in all of North Africa for almost a year, until 1942. We pilots flew across Greece, then to Sicily, and then to Africa. Most of our men and materiel came by ship, with most of our supplies flown by Ju-52s from Crete. We managed to relocate and get established in short order, and within a month we were flying missions. I was an Oberleutnant at that time, but then promoted to Hauptmann the same day as receiving the German Cross in Gold by Voldenga, who returned as Commodore and also received the German Cross in Gold in May 1942. I was then placed as the Gruppenkommandeur in June 1942 as a Hauptmann, as the fighting was very furious at this time, and in June I was promoted to Major and appointed as the Geschwaderkommodore for JG-27. The unit would have more than 3,000 kills by the end of the war. It was a really nice unit to be in. I did not really like the job, to be honest, as it took me away from flying. I was able to get away on a mission every now and then, but the demand for field reports every day, and then the filing of all my pilots' after-action reports, took up most of my time. I think I spent most of my time on the telephone and radio, just trying to get my fuel and ammunition allocations. Supply was a great problem in the desert. Often we did not even have enough glycol to use for the fighters. Just getting a steady fresh water supply was often a problem. The British would bomb the truck convoys, and the Royal Navy did a good job of intercepting many of the supply ships coming from Sicily and southern France. The Royal Air Force flying out of Egypt and Malta kept the pressure on. Even after we secured Crete, that May of 1941, we still had problems. I would have to say that the highlight of my experience there was getting to know the many interesting personalities. Of course, the most famous is Hans-Joachim Marseille. He was a great pilot and a wonderfully humorous person when he first arrived, but sometimes he was more trouble than he was worth. I had Steinhoff's report in his service record, and despite his 7 victories in France, he had lost a few aircraft in obtaining those kills, if memory serves. He also had a problem with superior authority and adhering to regulations. This was especially true when it came to his haircut. In January 1941, Steinhoff had him transferred to JG-27 at Döberitz near Berlin. Well, Marseille soon had a real problem with his immediate superiors, especially his Staffelkapitän, Hauptmann Gerhard Homuth. Homuth took an immediate dislike to him, and he grounded Marseille from a mission. Well, Marseille, being a hot-headed sort, took off, and then he strafed the ground close to Homuth's tent, and he was very lucky not to have been court-martialed for that stupid stunt. Homuth continued to have problems with Marseille. He wrote a report stating that he was undisciplined in the air as well as on the ground, and displayed nothing resembling proper airmanship in combat. These are the kind of words that can kill a career, but Marseille had no intention of being a career military pilot. He could have cared less. Nevertheless, Homuth did not want to fly with him. Marseille was not openly disrespectful to his superiors, so do not think that. However, his approach to military discipline was quite relaxed, to say the least, despite his father being a general. Once, Generalmajor Stefan Fröhlich visited the unit, and as the officers and men snapped to attention and saluted, Marseille walked by and simply waved at him and said, "Hello there, Generalmajor. Nice to see you again." You see, they knew each other, but not that well. Needless to say that Fröhlich, although he thought a lot of Marseille, had a chat with me shortly afterward about the lack of discipline in my unit. He reminded me that just because we were in the desert, far removed from the civilization of Europe, we did not have to go native. I had to agree with Fröhlich, but he also knew Marseille. You would have just expected more from him, especially being an officer with men under his command. But all he cared about was flying, nothing else, and he clearly stated that he did not want rank and the command responsibility that went with it. Sometimes his unorthodox methods in the air combat got him into trouble, and even worse, his wingmen often found themselves in trouble due to his violating the basic rules of combat. Yes, he was successful, but often reckless in his zeal for getting the kills. Often he would see an enemy flight and then just take off, without alerting anyone. He would just plow into them, guns blazing, often outnumbered 10-1, but he somehow always shot down or damaged enough of the enemy to get away intact. I think that it was his audacity that took his enemies by surprise. When speaking of Marseille, I must mention just how much of an anomaly he was. This was a great German hero, often in the newsreels, who cavorted with movie stars and celebrities, and chased women just as effectively as he did enemy aircraft. I recall after his first visit with Hitler, Marseille returned and said that he thought the Führer was a rather odd sort. The bad thing was that he said this in front of 3 generals, with his Negro aide Matthias laughing with him. Marseille had a way of flouting his personal celebrity and ignoring what was then the accepted rules of conduct, and this also applied to the racial laws. Although I and many of my friends thought they were ridiculous, they were nonetheless the laws, and Matthias drew many looks from visiting superiors and dignitaries, and Marseille was the subject of much debate amongst officers who visited our various bases. I really think that if not for his success and the aura of celebrity that surrounded him, he would have been sent back to Germany and disciplined many times over. I remember that when he arrived in Africa he was shy, until you came to know him. I can also state that, despite his unmilitary methods, the lack of military discipline, he was in contrast a very disciplined pilot. He was absolutely focused upon his task, like no one else I ever knew. I think that his ability to focus so intently upon his victims was the reason for his success, but it was also almost his demise on several occasions. His wingmen often complained that flying his wing was like catching fish with their bare hands blindfolded. He was unpredictable, spontaneous, aggressive, and almost reckless. How he managed to survive so many engagements still astounds me. I think the lack of women was what helped him focus and hone his skills and sharpen instincts. This was what Steinhoff always thought. Marseille was also a great renegade. You must understand the times in which we lived in the 1930s and throughout the war. Certain books, art, films, and even music were banned. Marseille did not follow any of these regulations, and when he arrived, he brought a phonograph player with him and a box of records he had purchased in France. He loved the American jazz and swing music, which was at the top of the prohibited list, as it was deemed black and degenerate music, and therefore forbidden material under the Nazis. I must admit that I was also partially at fault, as I allowed my pilots to indulge their interests in their off time. You never knew when a mission may be a man's last, and I never personally held any prejudice towards people, music, culture, what have you. Many of the pilots would be in their tents listening to the band music, drinking the occasional and very rare beer or bottle of wine, just relaxing, and having a great time with Matthias, the bartender. These were the times that built up a unit's camaraderie, and this bonding period was crucial for a flying unit. Once Marseille was sent a bottle of champagne from the wife of an army general after his 50th victory, I think. And without going into great speculation, let me just say that there were various rumors about that relationship. Marseille, as a true gentleman, never discussed his personal life. That was good for him, as there may have been more than a few jealous husbands with high rank who would have paid us a visit, and that was the kind of trouble no one needed, especially me. I was well aware of the headaches Steinhoff had dealt with. Marseille's success was nothing short of meteoric, really. If I remember correctly, he had 50 kills and the Knight's Cross by February 1942, then 75 kills and the Oak Leaves and the Swords by June, with 100 kills. September 1st, 1942, was when he shot down 17 fighters in 3 missions. Upon landing, his armorer's report stated that he had used just 20 cannon shells and 60 rounds of machine gun ammunition in downing 9 aircraft on 1 mission, which was remarkable. However, despite his success, I could see he was becoming physically exhausted. Endless hours of flying, an erratic diet, difficulty in obtaining fresh water, sand fleas, flies, the heat, and also the cold at night, made North Africa a very inhospitable place. Mental and physical exhaustion were to be expected in any theater of the war, and we always had the fear of malaria. This exhaustion happened to every pilot after a period of time, but Marseille would fly every possible mission, volunteer for multiple missions in a day, tearing himself down. I had to ground him after he broke his arm, which was the result of a crash landing after a battle where he was shot up once. This gave him a break, until he borrowed an Italian fighter and cracked it up. I never gave him authorization to fly. He just jumped in it and took off, broken arm and all. I always had a fondness for him, almost as if he were a stepchild. Despite his rank, he was only 20 years old or so, and the older enlisted men also took care of him, and his mechanics felt very proud to be serving under him. Whenever Marseille received a cache of wine, champagne, or anything, he would gather his wingmen and ground crew first and celebrate with them. He really did not understand the concept of fraternization, or if he did not care. I remember once when he came back from Berlin, and shortly afterward Galland came to visit us on his inspection tour. Galland had been present when Marseille received the oak leaves and swords, and he told me that Goring really liked him a lot, and that he and Marseille seemed to get along fine. Goring made a comment that Germany could use a lot more like him, and then he inquired as to the rumors of Marseille's romantic dalliances. Apparently an army colonel filed a complaint that his wife had been seeing a young fighter pilot with a French name, and he wanted details. Goring knew who he was talking about and what the situation was, and he killed the Inquisition. Even Hitler thought a lot of Marseille. I know that when he received the oak leaves, Hitler asked him about his thoughts regarding the British pilots and their aircraft, among many other things. I heard all of this second-hand, but I know it to be true. Marseille apparently told Hitler, in his usual nonchalant fashion, that we needed to hire the fellows who were handling the British supply and transport lines. They were better at their jobs than we were. I also know that when Hitler presented him with the swords some time later, he had a special chat with Marseille, about what only he and Hitler would know. As they emerged from the room after their private conversation, Galland told me he overheard Hitler say to Marseille that he wanted him to be safe, that Germany would need fine young men like him when the war was over. Marseille responded within Galland's earshot, quite prophetically, that he did not think most of the men he served with, himself included, would outlive the war. That is a very strange prediction, as Marseille would be dead within a few weeks afterward, and he would never see his 24th birthday. However, Marseille had said some very unflattering things about Hitler and the Nazi Party that seemed not to have been very well received. I know this because several officers, including Galland and Oberst Nikolaus von Below, overheard it all. If I remember correctly, one of the staff officers, perhaps von Below himself, asked him if he had considered joining the party, being a national hero and all. Marseille said something to the effect that, if he saw a party worth joining, he would consider it, but there would have to be some very attractive ladies present. You must remember that he said this with a straight face. I can only imagine how well that was taken. Galland was laughing uncontrollably as he told me the story, and I have to admit, I laughed also. Yes, Marseille was one in a million. However, that was his humor, and he was completely apolitical. Ironically, just when Galland left us after his inspection tour, someone had painted a sign on the latrine door that stated it was the resting place of the general of the fighters, or something to that effect. I knew it was Marseille. He and Gustav Rödel were the practical jokers in the group. What was also humorous was that Rödel flew a 109 marked with a yellow 4, and Marseille was 14, and some of the men made the joke that if the British wanted revenge against one or the other, they may become confused. Part of Marseille's success was his growing self-discipline. He would practice flying maneuvers whenever possible, logging a lot of airtime. He would push a new aircraft to its limits, and then learn from each flight. I would have to say that there were two Marseilles, the jovial, happy-go-lucky, irreverent bohemian, and the serious, studious, and very lethal pilot. It was as if once he was in the aircraft, his personality changed, completely opposite from when he was on the ground. However, when he was informed that his younger sister Inga had died in Vienna, possibly murdered, his character changed forever. I saw this change, and I was concerned that he may grow more reckless, lose focus, and become a liability to himself or others. I think that tragedy was what created the Marseille of legend, to be honest. He just became a far more determined, serious, and less jovial man from that point forward. He soon stopped drinking alcohol for a while, which was good for him, due to the fact that it dehydrated a person, and in the desert that was an easy thing to occur. Marseille would go over every downed or captured enemy fighter he could, like all pilots, learning about them, studying their strengths and weaknesses. He knew all of the blind spots, and when he was in close fighting, he would get within 10 meters of an enemy, preferring the low 6 o'clock position, which hid him from view of his victim. Often, if he could not close, he was a master of the deflection shot. At long range, he was perhaps the best aerial killer. He also used to stare into the sun, getting his eyes used to the brightness so that he could train his mind to locate enemies before anyone else. This was the same as what Oswald Boelcke did in the First World War. However, unlike Boelcke, Marseille was not a good leader, not in the military sense. He was not a great role model for other pilots, especially new ones while in the air, as he was undisciplined in formation flying. I would say he was very lucky, but also skilled. Almost everyone tried to catch some of the Marseille magic. He once told me that his method of shooting did not require using the Reich gun sight in shooting. He found it too involved. He would fly into the enemy, close in, shoot a few rounds, killing or crippling an aircraft, and then find another victim. Once those that had been severely damaged had crashed, he would look for those he had damaged that were still flying, and unless they were finished off by his fellow pilots, he would finish them off himself. He also had a way of computing where an aircraft would be, and often his pilots would see him fire from impossible angles, often into empty sky, only to have an enemy fighter fly into the stream of shells. For long-range shots he preferred to use the 20mm cannon, and after the first round fired, he would adjust his point of aim if on a deflection shot, but he seldom ever needed to adjust his aim. He was that good. I do not think he ever used more than 5 or 6 cannon shots to bring down a fighter, and probably around 15 or so machine gun rounds per kill as well. I know that Trevor Constable and even Hans Ring had those records at some point. This was also well known in Berlin. He was quite remarkable. Once, I read a report about an action over Libya where Marseille managed to shoot down 2 fighters with the same burst of cannon and MG fire. Both fighters were in a tight left turn, with Marseille above them at the 8 o'clock high position. He then rolled his Me-109 over, inverted, fired, completed the barrel roll, and then pulled up as both fighters fell away burning. To make this even more remarkable, he then chopped power, lowered his flaps, and allowed 2 other Hurricanes to pass by him, one above and another below. He lifted the nose, fired, down the Hurricane went, and he rolled over, fired, and the 4th victim went down. When he landed, he still had half of his ammunition load. Incredible. He would also exercise. Running, sit-ups, push-ups, that sort of thing. He developed incredible abdominal muscles, which were very important for handling the G-forces one experienced in combat. He was able to hold tight turns that blacked out most other pilots. This was how he was so able to kill his enemies in a turning fight. No one was going to turn into him for an easy kill. When he flew combat, he would often attack alone or take a single wingman with him. One may say that he was greedy and did not want to share the kills, but that was just his way. He liked to fight without having to worry about shooting at one of his own men. He was possibly the best deflection shot who ever flew a fighter. His mind was almost like a modern computer, I would have to say. and he was gifted with supernormal eyesight. He could gauge any angle, relative airspeed of his own fighter, as well as that of his enemy, and knew just how much lead to pull to ensure a kill with the least amount of ammunition. He always aimed for the engine when possible. When he was once asked, I think by Gallant, why, he said that he preferred to have the pilots captured. He liked speaking with them. It was that simple. He did not see any reason to kill a man, if it could be avoided. That was the humanity within the man, and as a pseudo-father or big brother figure to him, I was proud that he had not allowed the war or his personal misfortune to reduce his integrity. I have always believed that war may be necessary on occasion, and we men must fight. However, at no time do I believe that we must be barbaric. Gentlemanly conduct, at least among the Luftwaffe pilots, and especially in my unit, was expected, and unforgivable if violated. We honored our enemy dead as if they were our own, and we buried them with full military honors befitting a fallen soldier. I know the British pilots did the same with our dead. That was what separated us from animals. On more than one occasion, I saw Matthias actually help Marseille out of the cockpit, as he was sometimes completely exhausted from flying multiple missions. This was especially true after we received the newer F model of the Messerschmitt. Marseille would fly as much as possible, not only in combat, but in practice. Matthias would help him keep his gear sorted out, prepare him a meal, set up his washing basin, and put him to bed, just as one would a child. Marseille would never allow anyone, regardless of rank, to say anything bad about his friend, black or not. Marseille was far ahead of his time in this respect, I think. He could not condone prejudice in any form. He hated no one that I am aware of, not even his enemies. He was just a man who I wished had lived out the war. It would be good to have sat with him in later years and speak with him. He was just that kind of man, perhaps born in the wrong century. Despite his brash nature and lack of discipline, he had a deep sense of fair play. He once even took great care to make sure a wounded enemy pilot that he had shot down and fell into our hands was taken to the nearest field hospital, escorting him personally in the vehicle. Marseille remained with the man, even waiting outside, until the attending medical doctor assured him that the British pilot would be fine after surgery. Marseille then made sure that a Red Cross prisoner of war card was properly completed, so that the man would be accounted for by his family. He even had a photo taken with the pilot. I do not know whatever happened to it, and I wish I knew that pilot's name, but I think he was actually an Australian. There were many Commonwealth flyers in the area. Marseille did all of this because he knew the man was married with a small child, and he did not want a dead father on his hands, and he thought it important that the pilot's family know he was all right. He even made sure that a photo of the man with his wife and child was salvaged from the wreckage and placed into his pocket. This was an event that occurred before his famous flyover, dropping that note near El Alamein. The British already knew him and his Yellow 14 ME-109 as a chivalrous opponent, as well as an enemy to be feared. This may have saved him when he did the note-dropping flight over a British airbase near El Alamein. This event almost forced me to ground Marseille. I had on occasion chewed him out for various things, but nothing really serious. That day he was late returning from the second mission. He had shot down a Hurricane and saw that the pilot was wounded, but alive. I received the radio call that, since he had the fuel, he was taking a detour. I had no idea where in the hell he was going, and he ordered his flight to head back to base and not to follow him. He then flew on his own and wrote a note while in the air. He had written the coordinates of the downed pilot, and as he flew over the enemy airfield, dropped it out of the aircraft. This must have been difficult, because the Me-109 had what we called the coffin lid canopy. You had to open it by unlocking the secure latch inside the cockpit, open it, and then Marseille had to keep the slipstream from ripping it off as he dropped the note. While doing this, he still had to maintain joystick control, lower flaps, maintain airspeed and attitude. When he landed, I asked him what he did. He did not know that we had already received, or rather intercepted, a British transmission describing the event. They even mentioned his aircraft marking, the yellow 14 on the fuselage, and the rudder, which had over 100 victory markings on it. He had passed by the enemy airfield at less than 50 meters altitude, and was lucky that they did not shoot him down with ground fire. They even knew his name, which was not very surprising given the newsreels and newspapers where he was often featured. Both sides, theirs and ours, read each other's propaganda and newspapers when they were available. The British knew exactly who he was. However, they were very appreciative of his gesture. That was Marseille. Yes, he was a killer, but he was also a knight, a very chivalrous man. He did not see any need for a man to die once he had been vanquished, and most of us felt that way. At first, I chewed his ass for ordering his flight to return to base as he flew on to drop his message, and I told him not to do it again. Never fly without a wingman, and he should have known better. But then I had to change hats, and shift from being his commanding officer to being a human. I told him that I personally appreciated the gesture, and that the British did as well. Even in war, there should not be a dehumanization of anyone, but I made him promise not to risk his life and aircraft again. He agreed, but then he said, "Yes, sir, but if I were shot down, I would like to think that my unit and family would know what had happened. I just wondered about that man, if he had a wife or children. I just did not want him to die in the desert." The professional officer in me completely understood where he was coming from. This was a good example to set for the rest of the unit. I even thought that there was a good propaganda piece in that, but I suppose it was not meant to be. Once Goring found out about that stunt, he issued the ban on such actions in the future. I heard this from Galland personally. As I recall, I think it may have been Werner Schröer, Rödel, Homuth, and Marseille in one schwarm, among others, that had taken off on an escort mission. We had a Stuka-Geschwader making a ground strike, and our fighters were to fly escort. Most pilots hated this assignment, because it forced them to fly slow and weave to stay with the dive bombers. But Marseille enjoyed them, and he saw these missions as opportunities. Marseille knew the slow-flying dive bombers were favorite easy targets of the enemy fighter pilots, and he saw them as bait. True to form, the British fighters went after the Stukas. Contrary to standard battle doctrine, which we had developed in Spain and used during the early years of the war, Marseille would often not climb for higher altitude and then dive out of the sun, using that altitude to gather greater speed, make the attack, and get away and prepare for another attack. Most pilots would use their altitude as security, and after their attack, return to a higher altitude. But not Marseille. He would often wait until the enemy came in close, and then he would cut power to the engine, lower his flaps, and kick the rudder, getting on the tail of an enemy plane. He sometimes liked attacking from underneath, in the blind spot, where he could hit 1, 2, or 3 fighters rapidly before the others even knew he was there, then slip away and prepare for another attack. He would do this, often at stall speed, and then after shooting, give full throttle, retract flaps, adjust trim, and repeat the same method. Incredible and lucky, but then he had the nerves and the skill to accomplish that task. Pilots of lesser ability would have just killed themselves. Despite his liking to get very close to his enemies, he was, in fact, perhaps the best deflection shot in the Luftwaffe. He was so good, he often fired from beyond the accepted maximum effective range of the 20mm cannons, the shells arcing over and down ahead of the enemy plane. Often he used only 2 or 3 rounds per cannon to achieve a kill. Werner Schröer told me of one event he witnessed, an incredible event. Marseille had fired 3 times for 3 deflection shots as he gave lead to a flight of 6 Hurricanes. He scored 3 kills. I think his success was due to the fact that his methods were so unorthodox that no one expected it. It was dangerous flying, especially at low altitude. He also had a very great ability to lure an enemy pilot on his tail, dangerously close sometimes. The enemy pilots must have thought they had a novice, an easy kill, until Marseille cut all power, dropped the nose forward, stood on a rudder, and slid to a stop, basically stalling in midair. As his enemy passed by at a greater speed, he would almost instinctively know where the plane would be. He would snap a quick shot into empty space, and the enemy fighter would fly into his projectiles. He did this on a regular basis, and I think that some pilots who tried to emulate him killed themselves doing this. Marseille would always look for a fight. I once saw him fly right into a Luftwaffe where there were 16 P-40s, and he shot down 6, damaged 2 others, and the rest ran from the fight. I was unfortunately on the ground the day he scored his 17 kills on September 1st, 1942, but I can imagine what happened based on his previous experiences. I know that he landed, rearmed, and refueled, and had 8 kills on that first sortie. They were scored in about 10 minutes, where again he entered the Luftwaffe and had success. He used less than 100 rounds of machine gun ammunition and half his cannon shells. We know this because the armorer's report had to be filed after every mission, or at the very least at the end of a day's flying. The weapons were then cleaned and ammunition reloaded. This was a very remarkable accomplishment. Marseille was also a celebrity among our Italian allies. He had saved more than a few Italian pilots involved in air combat from the enemy. Mussolini even called him to Rome to award him the Italian Gold Medal for bravery, which was a rare distinction, to be sure. He made friends easily, and sometimes we had Italian pilots over, and since Marseille did not speak Italian, and most of the Italians did not speak German, they spoke in either English or French, as Marseille was competent in both languages. He would play his jazz records and remove himself from the war for a while. I once sent him home on leave for a couple of weeks. He was exhausted and becoming more of a danger than an asset. He was very reluctant to leave, fearing that someone may take Matthias away, as he knew that he was his only protector. Marseille called him the best friend and bartender one could wish for, since Matthias handled all of the pilot gatherings, even cooking meals. I promised him that I would look after his servant, although Marseille never treated him as such, but as an equal. I think that this open friendship on such a scale was one of Marseille's problems with the senior officers who visited on occasion, with exception to Galland, Rommel, and Wolfram von Richthofen, among others. Marseille left the unit on his enforced vacation, and we continued on. I heard a report that Marseille had once again started his pursuit of women, even bedding a few film stars. I also heard that Leni Riefenstahl was one of them, but I do not know if this was true or not. I would not doubt it. He was a very good-looking and smooth-talking young man who had women all over Europe. I cannot even begin to describe the amount of fan mail he received, especially after he was featured in Signal. I have it on decent authority that Marseille became somewhat aware of the Holocaust, which is a subject that we do not like to discuss, even today. Hell, I was even unaware of it until after the war, but there were rumors. Marseille had spoken with a couple of his pilots about rumors he had heard from our Italian allies. In fact, Helmut mentioned this to me, as well as conversations he overheard from when he was in Berlin. As I said, I was unaware of this, as were all the other pilots. There was a great deal of secrecy regarding this, which is understandable. This is still a very sensitive subject, as people may imagine. Later, when Marseille had received the oak leaves and swords, our Supreme Theater Commander, Generalfeldmarschall Erwin Rommel, came by the unit the second week of September, I believe, and congratulated the Geschwader for its service, and Marseille personally for his success, and also for being the youngest Hauptmann in the Luftwaffe at age 22. He would never see 23. Well, Marseille had been nominated to receive the Diamonds to the Knight's Cross on September 2nd, which was approved by Hitler for the 17 kills on September 1st. That was when Rommel placed a phone call to me, as he wanted to speak with Marseille. Rommel was going to Berlin, and they were to see Hitler together as Marseille received the award. Well, I know that Marseille declined the offer, as well as the diamonds. I do not know for certain what Marseille had learned about the Jewish situation. I had heard that he had Jewish relatives on his mother's side, but this was rumor, so I cannot say that this is in fact accurate. In learning more after the war, and knowing after the fact as to what Rommel in fact knew, and his knowledge of the July 20th, 1944 plot, I would assume that there was not a lot of transparency regarding this issue. I do know that Marseille had overheard comments about his best friend Matthias, and the fact that he was black, and that many senior non-Luftwaffe officers had discussed resolving this problem. It was bad propaganda, in their opinions, to have one of Germany's greatest heroes cavorting with a black man. I personally never cared. It meant nothing to me, since this was not an unnatural friendship at all, and this was also well known. Matthias was a loyal servant to Jochen. When he returned that August, Marseille was eager to get back into the scoring. He had a brand new Me-109G that was waiting for him, and even the rudder had been painted by Matthias, displaying his victories. The Knight's Cross with oak leaves and swords was also painted at the top of the rudder, just above the victory bars on this particular aircraft. In fact, he had a stack of love letters from women that filled almost 3 full mailbags that he had to respond to. His first night back, he signed dozens of Hoffmann photograph cards sent to him by admirers. This was the aircraft he flew on September 1st, 1942, when he took off on his most legendary mission. I did not fly that day, but it was a good thing that we had the men in the air that we did. The after-action reports were almost unbelievable. The flight took off early that morning escorting the Stukas, and he shot down 3 P-40s. After that mission, he shot down 6 Spitfires. He then flew 2 more missions and added 8 more fighters, Hurricanes I believe, to his score, for 17 that day. 2 days later, I promoted him to Hauptmann. The second mission was a Ju-88 escort, but they did not make the rendezvous, as they were attacked by a full squadron of P-40s. This had never been accomplished before. In fact, scoring 5 or 6 in a day, let alone a single mission, was great news for a pilot. That day, Generalfeldmarschall Albert Kesselring had arrived on an inspection of the unit, and he was there to hear the reports of Marseille's triumph. Marseille flew a couple of days later, if memory serves, and managed a couple of more kills. He did not fly on the day, September 5th, that his best friend next to Matthias, Hans Fifi Stahlschmidt, was shot down and killed. Marseille felt bad as this fine young man flew in his place that day, due to his having an ear and nose infection. He felt a deep sense of guilt over that. It was not a normal thing for German fighter pilots, or any soldier, to show emotion or any kind of weakness, but I saw Marseille break down. I think it was the combination of months of relentless combat, his sister's death, and his friends being lost, that finally got to him. Sadly for his family, his father, Generalmajor Siegfried Marseille, was killed in 1944, by partisans, I believe. We had just received the new G model of the 109s, which Marseille test flew, and despite the heavier weapons, he did not like it as much as the F model. He liked the fact that the F was a more agile and streamlined machine, and he even wrote a report with his observations, stating that in his opinion, we should simply place the newer engines in the F model airframes. However, the loss of agility and slightly slower rate of climb when fully loaded did not impress him. He did like the additional armored cockpit and new canopy, as did I. Marseille died on September 30th, 1942, after an escort mission. The pilots who were with him, who I think were Schröer, Rödel, and Homuth, filed their reports, and all agreed that his engine caught fire. We had the radio on, in fact, and I heard the transmissions. Jochen called out he was going to have to bail out, that he had smoke in the cockpit. Some of his wingmen confirmed this, saying that when he opened the canopy, the black smoke poured out. According to the reports, they could not even see Marseille until the canopy flew off and he inverted the aircraft. They had convinced him to stay with the fighter until he crossed German lines. He waited until the all-clear was given, and he dropped out, and that was when the 109 nosed down. The tail struck him solid, right across the back left side of his torso, probably killing him instantly. His friends watched in horror as his body fell out of sight until it struck the ground near Sidi Abdul Rahman. He never even opened the parachute. When I heard this, I felt very sad. I was used to losing men. This was war. But Marseille was special, like a small boy playing war. He never took it too seriously, and his smile, which was less evident as time progressed, was infectious when present. His loss was a very serious morale issue for the unit, and we held a ceremony for him in Derna. Marseille had this mythical quality about him. He could not be killed, despite crash-landing fighters, or returning with dozens of holes in his fighter. It was as if a plug had been pulled, and the lights went out. The person who took it the hardest was Matthias. I felt very sorry for him, as his only friend was now dead. He, above all others, was completely alone. Well, Hitler awarded him, Marseille, the diamonds posthumously, which seemed only fitting. As I remember, after the funeral service that we held on October 2nd, which was where his grave was located, that was perhaps the last time I saw Matthias. He just wandered away and disappeared. I do not recall whatever happened to him. When we heard that American forces had landed in Algeria and Morocco in November, we knew that we were going to lose Africa. The British and Commonwealth Air Forces outnumbered us greatly. We had probably 300 operational fighters with all the Luftwaffe fighter units, and they had perhaps 1,000 fighters available to them. And this did not include the American aircraft that began flying against us from the west. We were simply overwhelmed, until we were forced into Tunisia, where we spent the last 4 months of our time in Africa. The surrender of German and Italian forces there was in May 1943, and it cost us around 200,000 or more men. I was already gone by that time. In April 1943, I was assigned to Gallant's staff as a recently promoted Oberstleutnant, and Gustav Rödel took over JG-27 as Commodore. I was later promoted to Oberst in 1944, while commanding the Luftwaffe fighter units in Italy, where I had a lot of direct contact with Generalfeldmarschall Albert Kesselring, the German commander-in-chief of our forces in the country. That was a very interesting time, and I had Steinhoff under me in Italy until he was sent to take over JG-77. I also operated a gunnery school. Well, rather, I commanded a school that taught many refresher courses, including tactics and aerial gunnery. We had many pilots coming in who had flown on the Russian front, but we were fighting the British and Americans, and this is important due to the fact that we had to deal with the American heavy bombers that flew over us into Germany and back. Fighting this threat was a very different war than in the East. Steinhoff was transferred, and he was shot down upon his return to the West, and he made a note of how much he did not know, and he was very valuable to us as a leader. Our instructors gave shooting instruction to new pilots fresh from the schools, who were recently assigned to the units in Italy. One of these was Hajo Hartmann, who was starting his night fighter group in 1943. Being a bomber pilot, and very successful, he and other such pilots did not receive gunnery training, so we were able to assist. We also had many classes on formation attacks against heavy bombers, as well as protecting various flights in those attacks against enemy fighters. We were almost always outnumbered in the air, and we had many attacks against our airfields. Much has been said about the Fighters Revolt against Goring, of which I was a participant. It must be understood that we were not simply a collection of disgruntled fighter unit leaders who wanted miraculous changes. We were a group of men who had been fighting, seeing the bad decisions made by Goring and Hitler, and the growing problems regarding all abandonment of logic and a failure to see the reality of the war. I had several discussions with Gallant about this very subject. The very first thing that we agreed must happen was that Goring be replaced as Commander-in-Chief of the Luftwaffe. This was not negotiable. He had to go. We then had to decide upon which officer was going to replace him. This had to be someone Hitler would approve of, and someone all the branches of the Luftwaffe could respect. Many names were tossed around, but Gallant decided upon asking Eduard von Schleich, who was a hero and pour le mérite holder from the First World War. He was not only a great pilot in his day, but he was also someone Hitler listened to, and even more important, respected highly. I knew him to be an honest man and a decent person. However, despite Schleich being the great man that he was, I thought that Robert von Keim, also a pour le mérite holder, would be the best choice. I explained this to Gallant, who listened. I agreed that Schleich was a great choice, with all the qualities that we could want. Despite this, Keim was more involved in the inner circle, and he was usually involved in many of the high-level meetings, to which Schleich was not, and Keim was also an even greater opponent of Goring. He, Keim, had openly said many times in public, and in front of Hitler and Goring himself, that Goring had things wrong. This was demonstrated in an especially heated meeting just after we lost Stalingrad, in which Galland was present, and he told me about it. Ironically, it would in fact be Greim who was given command of the Luftwaffe in the final days of the war, when Hitler threw Goring out of the party and ordered his arrest for treason. Greim was fearless, and Hitler did not impress him very much, and Goring even less so. I once even heard him say that Himmler was a poor excuse of a man, and that Hitler's faith in him was misguided. He said that any average schoolboy with above-average intelligence could do his job, just not with as much enthusiasm. Greim was the one for me, but Galland said no, because he did not want anyone who was deeply involved in Berlin politics. Galland thought it would be better to have someone who was not considered a reliable Berlin man, although he thought the world of Greim, as did we all. Günther Lützow, Gustav Rödel, Günther Henri von Malzahn, and Hannes Trautloft also thought Schleich would be the best choice, although Steinhoff and Herbert Ihlefeld sided with me. We voted just to be fair, and Schleich won. He would be the one who would be approached. I figured anyone had to be better than Goring. We spent the evening before with Trautloft at his place, discussing the next day's events, and then we discussed the fact that Galland would not be there. It was uniformly agreed upon that it would have been perhaps better if he were absent, given the hatred the two men, Galland and Goring, held for each other. I was brought along as another senior leader, one that Goring actually seemed to get along with. He also had respect for Trautloft, and this was another reason why he was there, as well as being the inspector of day fighters. Ihlefeld was also held in high esteem, hence his presence. All of us were men Galland knew he could trust. In those days, that was life and death. We entered the room and took our seats. Goring walked in and we stood. Then he motioned to us to take our seats again. As I recall, we were supposed to update him on our current strengths in aircraft and pilots, and the combat condition of the units across Europe. I handed Trautloft the information for the Italian front, and Steinhoff handed him the folder on the jet unit at Achme, JG-7. Boiling this down, Lützow started off as the spokesperson. I liked him very much, and I had known him since flight school and Spain, but I was a little concerned that he should be the one representing the fighters in this particular meeting. He had a temper when it came to Goring. He really hated him, and he never kept it a secret. Lützow started by telling our boss that if he interrupted, we would accomplish nothing. I think we were about 10 minutes or less into the meeting when Goring interrupted him, asking some silly question. Lützow, not missing a beat, did not even respond, but kept on giving him the details and grievances. Again, Goring interrupted him, and Lützow then stood up and told him that he was once again failing to understand the reality of the situation. During this time, Trautloft was outside on the phone with Galland, although Goring did not know this. I think he thought he was bringing in more files, which he did to make a good impression. As inspector of day fighters, Trautloft was expected to have data from every fighter unit on every front. Goring then allowed him to speak, and Lützow then completed his lecture with telling Goring that it would be for the good of the service if he stepped down as our leader. Well, Goring went silent for a few seconds, and then he flew into a rage, screaming at Lützow, who screamed back, each shouting over the other. Goring raised his marshal's baton and said that he would hear no more about this nonsense. Goring then looked at Steinhoff and asked him in an elevated voice if he felt the same way. Steinhoff responded that yes, he felt that Goring should step down for many reasons. And then Trautloft entered, also voicing his opinion, agreeing. They looked at me, as did Goring, and I was on the spot. But I knew what must be said, and I also agreed. Goring then asked who they thought could do a better job, and Lützow replied something to the effect, "Anyone not blinded by power who understands what our situation is. Unlike you, Herr Goring." Well, that was it, and Goring yelled back at him, "Just who in the hell do you think you are, Lützow?" That was when Steinhoff spoke up and said, "He is our senior spokesman, Herr Reichsmarschall, although I wanted the job, since Generalleutnant Galland cannot be here. It would be the best for the service if you stepped down." Then Lützow said something like, "Yes, at least we could regain some honor and credibility." I knew at that point things were going to get much worse. I looked at Trautloft, who seemed in shock. Ihlefeld stood up, cleared his throat, and said that we were accomplishing nothing and we should leave. Goring again exploded in a violent rage that I had rarely witnessed in my life by anyone. He was actually dripping sweat and foaming at the mouth. His eyes bulged out of his head. The veins on his neck were pulsating. He said something like, "Steinhoff, your career is over, and so is Gallant's. That coward would not even face me. And you, Lützow, I am going to have you shot." Trautloft then looked at Steinhoff, and we all looked at Lützow, who did not even flinch. He, Lützow, yelled back, "I will wait and see what the Führer says, as your judgment has not been sound for some time, and everyone in Germany knows it. This is finished." Then he said a few other things that I cannot remember. We all looked at each other again, and stood up and began to leave, with Goring screaming even louder, telling both Lützow and Steinhoff as we left that they would both be shot, and then he screamed again that we would all be court-martialed. He then yelled that he would have that traitor Galland shot first to set the example. Goring had completely lost his mind, and we had all just witnessed him having a nervous breakdown. Trautloft walked over to the desk in the hallway where he had been speaking with Galland periodically, and when we went back into the meeting, he had left the telephone off the cradle. Galland heard most of it, and Trautloft quickly filled him in on what happened. Once Hannes hung up the phone, I asked him what Galland's thoughts were. He said, "Adolf thinks we should save time as he did." Well, I naturally asked him what he meant. Trautloft said, "Get measured for our coffins now. He did his before Christmas." I was not certain if he was using gallows humor or if he was serious, but he did not smile. All of us were sweating in the corridor, except Lützow, who muttered something like, "That damned fat bastard. I wonder how long he will last sitting on his fat ass as we lose a war he and Hitler started." I was stunned that he said openly what we were all thinking. The corridor was full of officers who heard the explosive conversations. Needless to say, the rest of that day was spent wondering about our futures. We already knew that the Gestapo had been recording the telephone calls, and we were well aware that after the Stauffenberg plot and the resulting backlash against hundreds, if not thousands of people, that we were not exactly in the best position to be antagonizing the second most powerful man in the Reich. However, sometimes we must follow our conscience, and I did, as did the others. I later had a long talk with Galland about those events. He was under the impression that soon would be the time for scapegoating. Goring was never one to take personal responsibility for his own shortcomings. This was very well known throughout the Luftwaffe. I suppose the same could be said of almost all of the higher leaders in the Reich at that time. It was just much simpler to apply blame, punish the accused, and then move on to the next debacle. Goring was also a great disappointment when it came to ideas and concepts. He would only approve of something if he thought it would work, and if he could take the credit for it. He was a truly disturbed individual. Well, Goring followed through with his threats for the most part. Gordon Golob replaced Galland as general of the fighters, and Steinhoff and Lützow were banished, but later joined Galland and many others when he created his JV-44 with the Me-262 jets. I went back to Italy and was able to watch the Allies continuously move up the country. The various groups of JG-77 and JG-27 were scattered around, as the defense of the Reich order had been issued in 1944 and then revised in February 1945, which I think is correct. I know JG-27's groups were scattered all over the place. Our surrender was anticlimactic. After the war, I started an engineering company. Nothing fantastic, but it was a good way to use my time. I also kept flying later when that was allowed, and I flew with Galland, Gerd Schöpfel, and some of the others in private airplanes. As you may know, old habits die hard indeed. In 1989, many of us JG-27 survivors were able to place a proper grave marker for Marseille, and the Egyptian government was very accommodating. They respected our intentions. I was also honored by being appointed rector of the Free University in Berlin for a time. That was an interesting experience. After an event-filled life, I retired to Munich many years ago with my wife, and I like the Bavarian way of life. I am now an old man, and I like going to the reunions and seeing my old friends, who grow fewer every year it seems. I often think of those days, long ago, and what would life have been like for us all if the war had never happened? Would we have ever met? Would most of us become pilots? There are many what-ifs in a life. When I think of those days during the war, I cannot help but remember the excitement of battle and the feeling of loss as fewer and fewer friends and comrades returned. I must say that I regret the war ever happened. There was so much loss and suffering. I know that hoping mankind would be able to eliminate mutual destruction is an impossible dream. But we must have some hope for the future. The war brought me into contact with what were perhaps the most interesting people I had ever met, some being great personalities, some less so. I felt honored to have served with them, and I am proud to have those who remain around me later in life. I also look at our young people, and I have a good feeling that they will never have to suffer through what my generation did. I would wish only happiness and success to them. Father of the Night Fighters. Wolfgang Falk. 8 victories, Knight's Cross. August 19, 1910 to March 13, 2007. Wolfgang Falk was one of those men who simply fell into history as if by accident. As a young pilot and a natural leader, he was a thinking man. He was very similar to other young Germans in his position, where his skills and intellect combined in a wartime environment to create a very formidable adversary. Falk was to bring his creative genius to the forefront when he devised the concept of night fighting. Falk was on the ground floor during the creation of the Luftwaffe, and from the mid-1930s until the end of the war, he was intricately involved in the planning, policy-making, and logistics of defending Germany from 1940 onward. His contributions to history, aviation, and even technology and tactics will long outlive him. He was a living legend during the war, with the ability to speak his mind openly with the likes of Hermann Goring, Adolf Hitler, and senior generals and field marshals, just as easily as with an aircraft mechanic. When asked a question, he always gave a forthright answer: "Politics be damned." Falk was a very good-natured man, even during the war. He deeply cared about his pilots, as well as the millions of civilians depending upon him and his night fighters to reduce, if not eliminate, the nocturnal air raids that destroyed their cities. Falk was duty-bound to serve his nation, but he was also wise enough to know his own limitations, which were few. An intellectually gifted and deeply focused officer, Falk's photographic memory and logistical genius were overshadowed by the politically corrupt and intellectually bankrupt leaders of his nation. Like his boss and great friend Adolf Galland, Falk did not suffer fools easily. Like Galland, he also had the tendency to irritate his superiors by using logic to refute their arguments, as demonstrated in this interview. Falk was a major organizer and featured member at all of the annual reunions of the fighter pilots. He finally retired to his lovely home at the foot of his beloved mountains in St. Ulrich, Tyrol, Austria, where he passed away in 2007. The Happy Falcon will be missed. Wolfgang Falk. I was born August 19, 1910, in Berlin, so I am a dirty old man. My family came from West Prussia in Danzig, which is now Gdansk, Poland. My mother, Bertha, was from Bremen, and she married my father, Hans, who was from Prussia, as the family was from West Prussia, and he was a pastor. One interesting fact was that my grandmother was Catholic, yet she married a Lutheran, and the family was so from then onward. My oldest sister, Ilse, was born there on February 7, 1898. My other sister, Irmgard, was born on July 19, 1904. They both married officers and had children, but they have both been deceased for many years. It should be said that I was the only boy born to the family, as all my cousins were girls also. I was only 4 years old when the Great War started, but I do remember many things. My father and even my mother were very much involved with the soldiers, especially those who came back wounded. She was very caring in that way. I remember the families always receiving the notifications that their sons, brothers, husbands, or such were dead or missing. Also, during the war there were many times where we did not have enough to eat, but somehow my parents made do. This did not get better after the war either. After the First World War, times were very hard. Inflation was outrageous, no work, it was terrible. I barely remember, but there was a lot of talk and many problems about communists possibly taking over the country, just as had happened in Russia. There was a lot of fear, I would say. I recall many years of people waiting in great long lines trying to buy food, and there was not a lot to buy or eat. I remember my mother taking my hand as we waited for hours once, and a fight broke out in front of the only grocer in the town that was still selling anything. People were willing to even kill and steal for food. A couple of hundred children in my district were sent away to Latvia in a program for a few weeks. This actually left a great impression on me, as I made great friends there. I later returned a few times. I remember as a young man when Adolf Hitler was doing his campaigns, and his speeches would be played over the radio. He seemed to be the person who could save Germany from ourselves and the outside dangers. Well, of course we were wrong, but hindsight is always much more clear. I also remember as a young boy hearing about the putsch and how the National Socialists and Hitler tried to take over the government. As a boy, these things did not really interest me, But these events were to play a great role in my life, and in the future of Germany later. When the National Socialists came to power, suddenly there were jobs, industry increased, building of homes and cities were undertaken, the armaments industry created millions of jobs, and of course the resurgence of the military improved life as well. What we know today about the concentration camps and such during the war was unknown to most of us, even those of us in high military positions. I think this was probably because the leadership knew that the average German, and without doubt the average German officer, would have not been in agreement with those practices. I know that I would not have been, so keeping it quiet and only spoken about amongst themselves makes sense, I suppose. That does not excuse what happened, but it should be mentioned that the situation with the camps during the war was not a well-known collective operation. These terrible events were undertaken by men who abused their power in the name of the German people, and this led to our destruction and had nothing to do with the true soldiers, the professionals. We as Germans will always have that era around our necks. From 1917 to 1931, I was educated in the Realgymnasium at Berlin-Treptow, and I passed the Abitur. That was the point where you either went to a university or learned a trade. I became a member of a flying group. Some of us students who, under the watchful eye and control of a teacher, built and flew models of gliders. After I finished my education, I had decided to join the Navy. It just seemed to be a great adventure for me. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending upon your perspective, I was eventually transferred to the Army. Ironically, my uncle was an Oberst and a veteran of the First World War. He commanded the 7th Hirschberger Battalion, so I applied. I then began the track to becoming an infantry officer. Since we were living in Berlin, I visited all of the air shows in the area, including airports where I admired and studied the different types of aircraft. I was like most young boys all over the world. I was terribly fascinated by aviation, aircraft, and pilots. I had decided that even at that young age, I wanted to be a pilot. I read everything I could get about pilots and air combat. I could not get enough of it. It just seemed to be the best choice for me, but the chances were few and far between. I had an interview once where I was asked about aviation, and I replied that I did have an interest. I think that started the ball rolling that would change my life. This was due to the fact that the Versailles Treaty limited Germany to a 100,000-man army. The Navy was allowed only 15,000 men, and U-boats and the Air Force were both totally banned. This was called the Reichswehr, and each year the Army took about 225 volunteers as cadets to be educated as officers. Thousands applied each year, and it was considered great luck if you were accepted. My unit, the 2nd Rifle Battalion, 7th Infantry Regiment, Hirschberg, Silesia, decided to take me as one of the 5 men accepted each year. Since the German government decided to establish its own air force, the Ministry of Defense selected 30 young men each year, previously enlisted by the regiments, to receive the education necessary to become pilots. This arrangement would go on in secret for 1 year, and the camouflage was excellent. Then, in 1933, Hitler and the National Socialists took the government, and in 1935, Hitler abandoned Versailles and openly stated that Germany had a military and was rebuilding. You must understand that this was a very good time to be a German, and we were a proud nation again. We felt that we now had a future. But I do not think that the great majority of us could have ever predicted what that future would eventually be. I was so lucky to be one of the 30 who were later selected, So on April 1st, 1931 to March 1932, I was at the Deutsche Verkehrsfliegerschule, German commercial flight school, in Schleißheim, near Munich, where I finished advanced training. We were civilian students of the school, where we were officially trained as the pilots of the airliners. This was all before Hitler brought everything out in the open. After the one-year training period, 20 were sent back to their regiments. Then 10 men from Schleißheim were selected to spend about half a year in Lipetsk, Russia. The trip took 24 hours by train, with our destination being just south of Moscow, where we were to be trained as fighter pilots. This was a very interesting time, as Germany and the Soviet Union had agreements for trade and training. There were thousands of Germans there, including those men who were learning tank warfare and additional specialty schools. We even toured the sites, and I was able to see Lenin in his tomb, which I thought was quite interesting. At that time, there existed a top-secret arrangement, combining the treaties of Rapallo and Berlin between the Reichswehr and the Red Army, and Germany was allowed to operate this school away from the eyes of the Western governments. There was also a camp farther to the north for making and training with chemical weapons, with another training camp close to the Ural Mountains for tanks. At this time, Germany was not even allowed tanks or U-boats. This was how I spent the summer of 1932, from April to September in Russia. It was like a holiday, with flying thrown in. We all had a great time, and we also got to know the Russian girls very well. I really liked this part of my time there, and I had a steady girlfriend, a wonderful girl. However, we had to be careful, as all of these girls would have loved to marry any foreigner just to leave Russia, which was still a very impoverished country. It is still pretty primitive even today, I suppose. I can also say that we ate better than the average Russian, as most of our supplies came in from Germany or were purchased in Russia, which meant that our money was more available than their rubles. The time there was really exciting, and it was very interesting the first time I had an in-flight failure. I collided with one of my fellow pilots during an air combat exercise. He had turned into me, and I had an immediate engine problem, as I heard and felt a bang in the engine, and the cowling blew away. Well, I still had power and landed. I was severely chastised for not bailing out, as the plane was in bad shape. I thought I had done the right thing, but I was told in no uncertain terms that aircraft were more easily replaced than pilots. That period was a wonderful time for me and for the Black Air Force. This was despite the fact that we did have deaths in training, which was expected in any flying regimen. I had an interesting situation when Soviet Marshal Mikhail N. Tukhachevsky arrived for an inspection. Later, he would be killed by Stalin in the Great Purge, along with many of that nation's best and brightest leaders. On October 1st, 1932, I rejoined my regiment, yet no one but the regimental commanding officer knew that I was a qualified fighter pilot. Now, to be a recruit was a hard time for me, but then I graduated, and we received the regular education, as all the other aspirants in the regiment and throughout the infantry school. This was the Academy for Future Officers in Dresden until September 1934, with one exception. During this time, when the normal cadets trained at a camp proving ground, I was again sent with the other selected pilots for refresher training at Schleißheim. On October 1st, 1934, I was promoted to Lieutenant and simultaneously eliminated, or retired, from the Army. I then joined the Deutsche Luftfahrtverbände officially, and in this organization I earned the title of Kettenführer, or section leader. This organization that we called the Black Luftwaffe was the camouflage for the future Luftwaffe, and I later became the chief instructor at the fighter school. In 1935, when Hitler terminated all the restrictions placed on Germany, as stated in the Treaty of Versailles, and everything was in the open, we were officially designated the Fighter Pilots School, and it was then that we were again officially readmitted into the German armed forces, in this case, the Luftwaffe. I was then officially reinstated as a lieutenant. I attended this school and flew the Arado and Heinkel types, and became quite proficient. This was where I also met and became lifelong friends with Günther Lützow, Günther Radusch, Hannes Trautloft, and many others. I also knew Adolf Galland and Dieter Hrabach as well from these early days. It was strange how we would all be thrown together later. While there, we were visited by Hermann Goring. This was when we were informed as to the unveiling of the Luftwaffe. On April 1st, 1936, I was assigned to JG2 Richthofen, and I was assigned to the 5th Staffel, or 5 JG2, located at Jüterbog Damm. My primary job while there was to train the young new pilots who came to us from the fighter school. On April 20th, 1936, I was promoted to Oberleutnant. This was also Hitler's birthday, which was in fact the established date for all promotions. We held a memorial service on April 21st, celebrating the day that Baron Manfred von Richthofen had been killed in 1918. Since the squadron leader was given a command at the academy, I became the commanding officer of that squadron at the age of 27. Before the war began, this was normal at my age. During the war, we had squadron leaders who were younger than 21, and Geschwaderkommandoren younger than I was, who were Majors, or Oberstleutnante. Then, setting aside my duties a little, I was married to Machilis von Berchem in September, and she was Catholic. This created a strange environment for my father and I. I was later to learn that because I was married, I could not go to Spain with Lützow, Galland, Trautloft, and the others. Well, although I was unable to go to Spain, my son Klaus was born the next year, on June 21st, 1937, which was a great highlight in my life. The Bf-110, Me-110, was coming into production, and we in the Luftwaffe were going through a selection process for the pilots who would fly it. Since it was really Göring's pet project, the 110 had this elite stigma attached to it. During this selection process, I came to know Helmut Lendt, who became a great friend and was an outstanding flyer. This was an interesting year, as I was one of a few pilots chosen to fly some airplanes to England, following a visit by the commander of the Royal Air Force. I was able to meet some outstanding British flyers, and made some friends that would actually serve me well after the war. I suppose that I was lucky that, even given my future leadership of the night fighters, my old friends held no grudges against me many years later. I think that really shows the professionalism of the British, which I have always appreciated. One of the men I met was a Mr. Charles G. Gray, an editor of the journal The Aeroplane. He was a very interesting character, and this was a very innocuous meeting, at least until December 1939, but that comes later. Later that year, I became the adjutant to the group commander and was stationed at Döberitz, not far from Berlin. In 1938, a third group of JG2, Dritte Gruppe Jagdgeschwader II, was stationed at Fürstenwalde to the east, and it was there that I became a squadron leader, holding the position but not the rank. Later, in 1938, we were given a new name and refitted as Zweite Staffel, Zerstörergeschwader 76, or ZG-76, a heavy fighter squadron. I had flown many hours in the Bf-108, which we called the Typhoon, and then transitioned into the Bf-109, which I liked very much. We had all of these fighters at that time, although the 108 was a trainer. I found these early model 109s interesting, since they had wooden propellers. This would of course change later, but it was still a novelty from the previous era. As a Staffelkapitän, I flew the 109 all the time, and logged many hours in it. I was definitely in love with that fighter. Then I began flying the Bf-110. It must be said, as it is often forgotten, that the Heinkel Aircraft Company had produced the HE-112, which was, in my opinion, a better fighter, since it had a wide landing gear and a tighter turn radius, due to a larger wing surface. I also know that the HE-112 was easier to fly, especially later in Russia, or even North Africa, where there were not too many paved runways. I am quite certain that politics played some role in this decision, but I think both fighters should have been produced. The 112 would have been a much better fighter for early pilots, who could then graduate to the 109. It just made sense to me, since the HE-51 was outdated by that time, and was only good for dive bombing and ground attack missions. Perhaps one good thing about not having the 112 in large numbers was that it looked just like a yak, and that may have caused problems later. During this time, we had unified with Austria and taken the Sudetenland, and then all of Czechoslovakia. All of this activity increased the buildup of the military, especially the Luftwaffe, and the units were dispersed all over the east and south. We received our new planes, the Me-110C Zerstörer. When Willy Messerschmitt obtained a majority share in the Bayerische Flugzeugwerke, the aircraft he designed were redesignated based on his name, starting with the Me-109E and the Me-110C. From this point forward, we no longer operated in single-engine fighters. Now we had a rear gunner, 2 engines, and greater range. It was with this unit that I flew my first missions of World War II. The shortcomings of this aircraft were yet to be revealed to us, the very shortcomings as a day fighter that made it a wonderful night fighter. After we occupied Czechoslovakia, I was stationed at Pardubice. Each of us unit leaders took over the command of individual Czech fighter units, and I did feel compassion for them. There were many Sudeten Germans living in the area who were very supportive of us, even very helpful and welcoming. They saw us as liberators of sorts. This was when we began using the Me-110 twin-engine fighters in great earnest, learning everything about them, including blind flying. This experience would become critical later. It was during this time I chose the ladybug as our emblem for the unit. I also had pins made for the crews, as it was a very morale-lifting thing to do. The night before, we had had our briefing, planning our mission, and this was all very exciting. We had spent the best part of August near the Oder River in Silesia. Well, the next day, on September 1st, 1939, we invaded Poland, and I flew early morning operations to Krakow in the south. We started early, before sunrise, and on this particular mission we escorted a bomber group, which flew a raid on an enemy airfield, and we encountered no opposition. We had a few flak guns open up below, but without any results. The only excitement was when I almost shot down a Stuka by accident, due to the red letter E that was painted on it, and we were looking for the red and white checker pattern on Polish aircraft. Later, due to this near event, the ruling throughout the Luftwaffe was that black letters would be used, and even later in the war, when even white would be used, but that was usually on Western Front aircraft from 1944 onward. No Polish aircraft were to be seen this first day. During the next few days, I scored my first 3 victories, all of them obsolete Polish aircraft. After the Polish campaign was finished, we were transferred to the Western Front to protect Germany against possible French air raids, but we never had any. This was the start of what was called the Phony War. The second mission was interesting because we came upon a German reconnaissance aircraft, a Heinkel HE-45, that started shooting at me. I guess everyone was a little nervous. I had a good mission on September 5th when I shot down a Polish 2-seater. That was my last contact until a few days later, September 11th, when I shot down a Polish-flown Fokker trimotor, and then I shot down a reconnaissance plane. Soon afterward we relocated, and I was told that I had to go meet with Goring in Breslau with my Staffel. When we arrived, I met with his nephew, who was an Oberleutnant, and he took me to Goring's special train. This was when he handed me the Iron Cross Second Class, very unceremoniously, I might add. It was in a bag. I later learned that I was, in fact, the first Luftwaffe officer to receive that decoration. My Staffel was going to fly escort for Goring's Ju-52, taking him to the front. He toured our airfield and remarked about the unit, asked a few questions about the Me-110, and seemed to have a really good time. Then he was gone. However, of great interest is the fact that it seemed Goring had only just left when Hitler arrived aboard his Ju-52. He spoke with us very informally, asked about the war, our unit, and asked technical questions about the Zerstörer, and chatted almost as if we were all just comrades. I also had a chance to speak with Hans Bauer, his personal pilot, who was an old Great War flyer and a record-setting Lufthansa airline pilot, and quite famous, and as fellow pilots we chatted. I have to say he was a very comfortable person to be with. Shortly after this, we relocated back home, near Stuttgart. On December 16, 1939, we received orders to relocate the unit to Jever on the North Sea, which is west of Wilhelmshaven, and by the next day we were established. We received new gear, all of it for flying over water, which was just extra rubbish to place into the aircraft. However, I could see the value in having an inflatable life raft and a vest, just in case. I was involved in a December 18th battle, now referred to as the Battle of the German Bight, or Bay, where the Royal Air Force tried to bomb German ships in the harbor at Wilhelmshaven with 24 Vickers Wellington bombers. I took the Staffel on a routine patrol and familiarization flight, just to get used to the area. We had to be careful not to breach Danish airspace, so we followed our maps. I just happened to be marking my map when the radio came alive, stating that a British bomber force was en route. With my heading toward Helgoland and flying at about 12,000 to 13,000 feet, we entered the airspace. I saw flak, and a plane was hit and going down, a Wellington bomber. I had to get closer to see anything more. These fellows had been hit by flak pretty good, but I locked onto one Wellington and fired into him, killing his right engine, and he went into a slow spin toward the sea below. I then knew that we were at the extreme end of our mission as far as fuel was concerned, and we had to turn back. But I still wanted another kill, so I looked for another bomber. I attacked another, pretty far away, and then closed in for another pass. I got him, but I was also getting some defensive fire, killing my right engine. Just when I thought the worst was over, I had thick smoke coming into the cockpit, so I opened the sliding windows to clear it out. I could breathe with the oxygen, but I could not see anything. Okay, I thought. I can make it on one engine, no real problem. And then the left engine locked up, and then I smelled fire. And then I learned firsthand that my remaining ammunition was on fire. All of this really started off a bad day, even with 2 more kills to my credit. Well, I found out that all the glider training we had as early pilots paid off, since I was now flying a very heavy, smoking and burning powerless glider over the North Sea in winter. Then it dawned on me that I still had a long way to go to get home. I could see the ice below me, and the thought of freezing to death was what kept me in that cockpit as long as possible. I then thought about lightening the load, so to speak, so I began dumping my fuel. This would give me more time in the air, eating up distance until I could at best make dry land, or at worst hit more shallow water, close to shore where the sea rescue boys could get me. I was down to the treetops, and I mean I was probably touching branches, and I heard from my gunner, Alfred Pauli Waltz, over the radio that we were going down. The best part was that I was not alone, and my boys knew where I was if I did go down. Luckily, I made it to Vangahoga and touched down, a classic powerless or dead stick landing. My faithful wingman flew on to Yeva, refueled, dismissed his radio man and gunner, and came back. He picked me and Waltz up. I should also mention that this place, Vangaroga, was where I was first introduced to the Freya radar system, very primitive at the time, but it was the beginning of the technology I would later become so familiar with. Of the 22 bombers, we managed to shoot down 12 of them. Also on that mission was Johannes Steinhoff, then an Oberleutnant, who would be promoted to Hauptmann himself, leading a flight from 4th Gruppe JG2 in Me-109s. After this mission, we received some outstanding press, and our superiors in Berlin were pleased with the result. What followed this battle was a press conference, or more properly, a feeding frenzy. This was the first encounter between British and German aircraft, especially enemy bombers and our fighters, so this was big news. The propaganda ministry and even the world press were there. I was asked what I thought about the British, my enemy, and I said that I admired them, that they were very brave. Steinhoff, Oberst Karl August Schumacher, myself, and another pilot were ordered to Berlin. This was the same time my unit joined JG-1. This was commanded by Oberst Schumacher, a really outstanding officer who was also on the mission in question. It was not long afterward that the same Mr. Gray, from The Aeroplane, wrote an article about me, remembering our meeting 2 years before. He was the first person to call me the Happy Falcon, because of my good-natured humor, I suppose. He did not attack me as a Nazi or even as an enemy, but simply another flyer just doing his job. We also flew many missions providing air cover for our Navy, mostly destroyers and other ships, and we became very good friends with the Navy men based at Wilhelmshaven. In January 1940, I was promoted to Hauptmann and made the commanding officer of 1st Gruppe ZG-76. While with this wing, I participated in the campaigns against Denmark and Norway, which commenced on April 9, 1940, flying the Me-110. These were pretty much ground attack and aerial umbrella missions, so there was not a lot of air combat for me at that time. Once, we encountered some Bristol Blenheims, and I ordered an attack, but the weather was so cold the guns would not work, and all of the pilots had this problem. I was very frustrated, but I tried many times warming the guns up, and finally managed to catch up to one of the bombers. I hit one, and he went down, and then I attacked another. That bomber just blew up in a bright flash, and I was not too far away. It really shook me up, but I was undamaged. That was a very spectacular thing to see, and I was all alone. I thought my men had flown back due to weapons failures, but I found out they had continued following the formation also, just out of my sight. When I came in to land, I learned that I had not escaped unscathed, as a British gunner had hit my aileron, doing some good damage. Shortly after this, I was awarded the Iron Cross First Class. I was then reassigned to command a destroyer group in Düsseldorf, where I was to train a new group of young pilots. This was where I first met Max Helmut Ostermann, a wonderful young pilot who looked like he was 12 years old, but a fellow who could not handle the Me-110, so I sent him back to an Me-109 unit. I liked him very much, and I wish he had survived the war. He flew with JG-54, and while on the Eastern Front, shot down 102 enemy aircraft. He died in combat, but managed to receive the swords. I still do not think he had even started shaving then. In March, I was informed that we were going to invade Denmark, and our missions were bomber escort, as well as shooting down any enemy aircraft in the air, but not destroying aircraft on the ground. My flight plan took everything into account, including an early morning attack, low altitude, with the sun in the enemy's eyes. Getting the surprise was critical, as in every battle throughout time. Well, we attacked the airfield, but our orders were clear. We were ordered not to shoot up their aircraft unless they violated the orders we issued and took off. We approached, and the enemy planes were sitting there, running, and despite the leaflets dropped previously, telling the Danish Air Force to stand down, this one fellow was taking off. So following orders, I shot him down just as he lifted off. The anti-aircraft fire came up to greet us, and I was hit. Then my right engine was shot out, so I radioed I was going to fly back to our new base at Bot. I knew the route and roads our army would take, so I just thought that if I flew along that route, and I did crash land, I would be among friends. I landed on the good left engine without any problem, with the exception of locating a bullet that had shredded the stick and lodged in my parachute. That was unnerving, so I dismissed it and then jumped into another Me-110. And while I was flying, I saw one of my Me-110 crews on the ground, surrounded by Danish soldiers, so I landed and inquired. They were fine, and the Danes were not in any mood to fight, so I took off, once I confirmed that a rescue and repair team was on their way. I went on to Aalborg, thinking about how that parachute had stopped that bullet that had entered from underneath the fuselage, and probably saved my life. We knew that we were going to fight British fighters soon. However, even in the hands of an expert pilot, dogfighting against Spitfires and Hurricanes in an Me-110 was not recommended. The 110 had superior firepower, which could destroy any aircraft and at greater range than our enemies, but the lack of maneuverability and slow crime rate were sheer suicide. The diving rate was outstanding, and that was perhaps the saving grace of pilots flying the Zerstörer, including myself. I know that Hans-Joachim Marseille had scored day kills against British fighters in the Me-110, and he survived. My later operations started on May 10th with the invasions of Holland, Belgium, and France, and also operations on the English Channel coast against the RAF. I could tell that the Me-110 was an excellent ground attack and even a bomber attack fighter. It also had the range to be very effective, over 2.5 times the range of the Me-109. The invasion of Holland was a new experience, and we met a lot of flak on the way in, but we had no losses. Our Fallschirmjäger, paratroops, had landed earlier, taking key bridges and securing installations. We saw many Ju-52s shot down and burning, apparently troop transports hit by flak and attacked when they landed. During one of the missions, we encountered British destroyers sailing to Holland from Britain, but when we flew over, they turned around, which I found interesting. Then we played with them a bit, and they fired at us, but no harm was done, and we could do nothing to them. I learned later that these ships were supposed to rescue the Dutch royal family, so I guess we delayed that operation. The invasion of France was more involved, but the great point of interest for me was Dunkirk, when we had the entire British army in Europe pinned against the sea, and then Hitler ordered the Panzer divisions and their infantry to halt. I could not believe it as I flew over and saw the masses of men, and all the ships coming to get them. We had assumed that Hitler wanted the British to save face, abandon the war against us, and join us against the Soviet Union later. This was the theory anyway. This was where I first began to suffer losses to our Me-110s against the Spitfires and Hurricanes, and where we learned just how vulnerable they were. But it would take another 2 to 3 months of losses over England before the High Command saw that wisdom. The same would be said of the Stukas also, which were even easier targets. The only advantage was our heavy firepower in the nose, which could destroy any Allied aircraft. I never had the good fortune of shooting down a British fighter, but I did have a few experiences with them that I will never forget. Once, I was flying over the Channel on an escort mission when we were jumped by Spitfires. My flight was scattered, and as I reported to the Geschwaderkommodore, Oberst Huth, that we lost 1 crew killed, his Me-110 exploded. I saw this happen, and his fighter fell to earth in flames. Then I was hit from above and the right. The engines were still functional, but I had holes in the wings and fuselage. In fact, I had so many holes in the side of my aircraft, I had in-flight air conditioning. The wind whistled in and cooled me off. The 110 was shaking as if it would fall apart. Then I was hit again, so I inverted my fighter and tried to shake this man off of me, but it took both hands to move the stick and complete the half roll. It was about this point I looked at the altimeter to see if bailing out was an option. Well, that was not working, since the instrument panel was shot away. Just then, I thought that this was one hell of a way to earn a paycheck. 2 Spitfires were still on my tail, and they were faster and closing. I threw the machine down to the treetops, and I mean I was probably touching branches, and I heard from my gunner, Pauli Waltz, behind me, that they were still following, but seemed to be very reluctant to drop that low. Perhaps they were thinking that I was evading them into a flak trap or something, but I was certain that they could not get a good firing angle, not at high speed, and fighter pilots do not like low speed at low altitude. Feeling a little better, I climbed for more altitude, just in case we were forced to bail out. But then the 2 British fighters were still following, and when I reached almost 300 meters, Waltz called them out again, so back down into the trees for me. I was sweating like never before in my life. I was hoping Waltz would be able to get a shot in, even if he did not hit them, just to scare them away. I was hugging the ground contours, crossed a road, and I really had to pull the nose up to avoid hitting a British soldier on a bicycle, believe that or not. I know I scared him because he fell off and hit the ground. Despite the grim circumstances, I laughed at the whole ordeal. Well, I managed to shake off the Spitfires, and they probably broke contact due to being low on fuel. I will never know, but I was not complaining. Upon landing, I was informed that Kesselring had arrived to see his old friend Huth, and after climbing out, I looked at Waltz. He was white as well, and we were both drenched in sweat. I think I lost a couple of kilos in weight from the experience. Then I had to report to Kesselring, and Hoot informed him of our pilots' and gunners' deaths. We continued our patrols and a few minor support missions, and each flight became more dangerous. We were losing 110s and crews at an alarming rate due to the British fighters. This was when I knew that we were flying an inferior aircraft, inferior as far as dogfighting went. It took almost twice as long to train a destroyer pilot as it did a single-engine pilot. I could get new fighters. It was waiting for the pilots to qualify in destroyer school that crippled us operationally. We even had a few bomber pilots move in to handle some of the flying operations, since they had twin-engine and instrumentation experience. I first began thinking about the night fighter idea after we relocated to Aalborg in northern Denmark. We could actually hear the British bombers passing overhead on their way to their targets. But it was at Dalen, Holland, that I made my decision. Every evening the RAF bombers flew over us on their way to bomb Germany, and us as well on their return trip. They would bomb our airfield or machine gun our aircraft during low-level attacks, and here we were, the fighter pilots, sitting in a trench. As you may imagine, this was a very demoralizing situation for us. I thought, if the RAF can fly at night, why couldn't we? I then checked out 3 other crews, including Werner Streib, Radusch, and Taya, as well as myself, about the possibility of flying the Me-110 at night, and the initial results were positive. Ironically, it was Streib who thought the entire plan was illogical, since he later became the first night fighter ace and a top-scoring pilot. Up until his death in 1986, I always reminded him of this. Right before all of this started, the Luftwaffe II commander, Generaloberst, later Generalfeldmarschall, Albert Kesselring, came to see us. He was an extremely likable man, very friendly, very intelligent, and seemed to know the answers to the questions he asked, just to see what our responses would be. He was well aware of us, and I was surprised that he even inquired as to the status of the night fighting method. I was unaware that anyone else was even aware of it. We discussed this and many other things. I told him that it was possible to fight the British at night, but there would be necessary modifications implemented before this was feasible, including making the necessary arrangements with the local anti-aircraft battery commanders regarding searchlights, and later, the only radar station, which was located not far from us. He listened very carefully, and he understood all of what I was saying, which gave me hope. I also became an even more than interested expert on radars and searchlights, as well as holding night-flying navigation classes. One night, or very early in the morning, the RAF returned from a mission into Germany, and as usual dropped a few bombs on our airfield. I ordered the flight to take off with 4 planes to intercept. We were totally unprepared, but we 4 crews lifted off anyway. We did not even have runway lights. 3 of us saw an enemy bomber, and I attacked, but it disappeared into the fog just over the sea. Radusch actually took some enemy fire, but landed safely. I wrote that report up, and after I collected a few similar reports, I began to build my case. However, from this we learned that it was possible to fly at night with a certain amount of organization, aircraft modifications, such as exhaust dampeners, and new instruments with special illumination, as well as special ammunition for use at night to reduce muzzle flash, which would not blind us. Then we knew that we could fight the bombers. My group commander asked me to write a report about the incident, including all of my proposals for such missions. I did the report about the mission, and I believe that this particular report was more or less the only one read by Goring and possibly even Hitler. I was called in to meet with Generalfeldmarschall Erhard Milch, who flew to Aalborg and was quite interested in my plans. We had a very long chat, and he asked me many questions, and I liked the discussion and the man. I saw some promise in him, but after the meeting, I did not really think much about it. 2 years later, in January 1942, Galland told me that he knew Goring read it, and that Milch had discussed the night fighter operations in detail with Goring, and even mentioned my report. This report was the birth of the Nachtjagdflieger. Well, the birthday of the Nachtjagdfliegerdienst was actually on June 26, 1940, when I was made Commodore of the new outfit. This was after I received a call from Ernst Udet, asking me to come to Berlin. I still had part of my wing stationed in France on the North Channel coast, just west of Le Havre, and it was just before the beginning of the Battle of Britain. Then we were ordered back to Germany due to the bombing raids. All of a sudden, I received special orders from Kesselring back to Düsseldorf in order to fly against the British bombers at night. The RAF was attacking the Ruhrgebiet, Cologne, and so forth. I was very angry about the order because we had no experience. The crews did not possess the necessary knowledge to accomplish this task, and we did not have all the necessary equipment, all of which I had expressly requested in my report. I had not even received the special night ammunition I had ordered, which was tested and proven to be quite effective. Ironically, I had just been assigned back to Düsseldorf with the Geschwader in another memorandum, this one from Milch, which was way above my immediate chain of command. I was then informed that we were ordered to start night flying operations against the British bombers at night, and I protested. I pointed out in very clear terms the various reasons why such missions at that time were nothing more than suicide missions, as we were still unprepared. I was only 2 months beyond writing a proposal, so nothing had been established that met my criteria. I was still learning what we needed. Udet understood, and I learned that he had an ulterior motive. We flew several night missions, which were very dangerous, given the lack of proper ammunition, the necessity for landing lights on the airstrip, and even establishing proper radio and telephone networks, wired on a separate system in case a bombing raid destroyed a radio tower or a telephone exchange. I also did not have enough experienced pilots for such missions, as many were replacements. We flew anyway, and on more than one occasion, we came back shot up, with nothing to show for our efforts. Well, orders were orders. Upon my arrival, I ordered 2 Ju-88 medium bombers to Berlin-Schönefeld to take part in some tests, but I did not know what this was about at first. Udet informed me that our industry had developed some instruments, which could locate targets with distance and altitude, and this was why my crews were sent there. I met the civilian engineers, and they showed me to the station, called Würzburg Geräte, WG. But that was still in the near future. There was a desk for me and another desk where another man sat, and he had a map, which was painted on a glass disc showing the present position of one of the Ju-88s, which was playing the enemy. This was picked up by Würzburg Geräte. The same controller guided the other Ju-88 to the target in order to come up from behind him. This type of flying took a lot of awareness, instrumentation, and natural cognitive ability. It was very exhausting, even if only for a couple of hours, and mentally demanding. I watched this procedure 3 times. I saw the problem. These engineers were not pilots, and they gave the night fighter the present position to the target, which made the fighter fly a Hunderkurve, and the fighter had problems arriving in the right position. I asked the people if I could take over the directional guidance by radio, and I had no problem finding the heading of the target, and I gave the night fighter the correct orders to locate the bird, and it worked. The engineers were quite surprised that I guided the fighter to the target so quickly. I was deeply impressed and convinced that this was the way of the future for night fighting. I called Udet and gave him the full report, complete with my assignment and opinions. Udet reacted immediately and positively, and he asked me to arrange for 2 Fiesler Storch aircraft and to mark off a night fighting maneuver area. Udet correctly believed that if it worked at high speed and high altitude, it should work at lower speeds and altitudes. Udet came in, and he took off in a Storch with a radio, and I flew the other one without any radio communications. I was the target, and Udet was the fighter. If he located me and came in from behind, he would fire a signal rocket. I would then disappear, and he would do it again. So we flew at night without any position lights, and he killed me twice. After landing, everyone was happy, and this assured continued development. Afterward, I reported to Kammhuber, and he then authorized the next step, the Würzburg Reise and onboard radar. I then returned to my unit. That was when I was ordered by Goring in a telephone call to form Nachtjagdgeschwader, Night Fighter Wing, or NJG-1. Udet and I had long talks about all of this, and I wrote down all of my points. He assured me that Milch wanted all of the details, with specific requirements, and I would receive what I needed. I gave him the list, and said that I would write the formal report, which stated the following requirements. 1. Dimming switches for the cockpit instruments, including the gun sight, to reduce glare, with blackout curtains to eliminate side lighting, giving the night fighter away on dark nights. 2. Low flash exploding ammunition and night tracer. 3. Landing light markers, specifically designed for approach path viewing, covered until the landing approach, and then uncovered to show the runways. This included special direct high-beam searchlights for the airfields. 4. All pilots having passed blind flying instrumentation in the 110, and also passed the handling and flight characteristics examinations, including blind landing and blind navigation. 5. Staggered overlapping flights and attacks, coordinated between various units, based upon radar and ground control observation. The 2.5-hour flying time of the Me-110 was sufficient to successfully engage enemy bombers, both inbound and then outward bound, with overlapping attacks on a continuous basis. This also required basing the units along the well-traveled air corridors, minimizing the time to intercept, and allowing for more time to engage. 6. Better radios and a consistent and effective radio communications network, so that all fighters could stay in radio contact, coordinated by the ground controllers, without overloading the channels, thus rendering communications ineffective. I also stated that special radios with linguists be established, listening to the RAF channels. Much intelligence could be gathered by listening to the enemy. 7. Establish very clear zones of responsibility, dividing up the flak and fighter zones to avoid friendly fire situations. This would also increase the lethality of the overlapping defenses, which was what the Kammhuber line became. These were just a few of my demands, if the higher powers wanted to successfully address the night bombing issue. Udet looked approvingly, and he liked the tactic. This was when Udet said something very important to me, something that I never forgot. Falk, remember that Goring's star rises and falls upon the Luftwaffe's success. Failure is not something he will accept, because his career depends upon it. Hitler is also looking at him, so the pressure is immense. You are now the next great feather in his cap. If you fail, we all fail, and I can assure you that is not a position to be in." Well, I thought, me and my big mouth. I had started all of this as an idea, and it had snowballed into a major political issue at the highest level. 2 days later, after arriving back in Dusseldorf on June 25, 1940, I was then summoned to Wassenaar in Holland to meet with Goring and General Friedrich Christiansen. I must mention that there were many very important people in this meeting, all of whom I was unaware would be attending, so you could say I was ambushed. Senior generals such as Gustav Kastner-Kirdorf, Bruno Lürzer, Udet, Wolfgang Martini, Kesselring, Schmidt, and of course Goring were all seated, and a few others who I cannot remember and did not know. Goring started the meeting, long-winded as usual, and mentioned the issue at hand: British bombers attacking Germany. This was when he openly announced the creation of the night fighter wings. He ordered me to establish the first night fighter group, which I did with the help of Johannes Steinhoff, and it became NJG-1. He then made me Commodore on the spot, which was a first, since every other Commodore was a World War I veteran and a senior officer, all above the rank of Oberst. I was only a Hauptmann. When he mentioned this fact, there were no grunts of discontent, no eyebrows raised. I assumed from that response they were already aware of his decision. Goering gave me a long list of orders, and he finally asked me what, if anything, I needed, or if I had any questions. Naturally, being me, I did. I stated that under no circumstances should the night fighters be placed under subordinate control of anti-aircraft artillery commanders. This made no sense for many reasons, all of which I outlined in front of these high-ranking officers, so I was a little nervous. Then I remembered what Udet had said, and I found the strength to take a chance. I also stated that I needed all of my required materials as given to Udet, and written in my report for Milch. I then suggested that the searchlight batteries be placed under my command and control. That area of responsibility was under the command of Oberstleutnant Sebastian Fichtner, and Goering would not allow that. He did say that he would order that the two of us work together, coordinating our efforts. I then requested my own radar expert, the very competent Oberleutnant Georg Teske, but Goering said that was impossible. Then I mentioned Lieutenant Erich Bode in Denmark, who had given me my first crash course in radar, and Goering agreed to have him assigned to me. I was then told to drive back to Dusseldorf and relieve two of my senior officers and appoint their replacements. This was unheard of, and I asked for a letter signed by Goering, giving me such authority. He had one drafted, which he signed, and from that point I was answerable only to him. This was also quite unique. Then, after a couple of hours, the meeting broke up. Then Udet came to me and pinched my arm in boyish excitement. "Wolf, I told you, your ideas went to the top. Now it is all up to you." As he left, Kesselring came to me, and he stated clearly that he had reservations about the entire affair, but that he trusted that if anyone could pull this thing off, it would be me. That made me feel better. I was then informed that my daughter Irmgard, named after my sister, had been born, so it was a great day all around. I was allowed home leave for a few days as a result, and it felt good to see my family again. I returned to my base before going to Fürstenwalde to see the family, and I was with Johannes Steinhoff, my old friend. I called for Steinhoff to meet with me to receive his orders as his new commanding officer, and I was very upset that he was very late and had not called me. I was pacing like an expectant father. I thought that the very man I was going to trust with my unit could not even make a meeting on time, and that I would have to make an example out of him, firing him, and thus ruining his career. Then I heard a report that a Blenheim had been shot down nearby, and the news did not really have an impact on me. Then, within the hour, Steinhoff walked in, still in flight gear, and apologized for being late. He stated that he was flying in to see me when he came across a Blenheim and shot it down, hence being late. He and I then jumped into my staff car and drove to the crash site, where the dead crewmen were still strapped in. Steinhoff stood there and said, "Poor bastards," and I nodded. There is the exhilaration of the kill, but then, being pilots, we rarely see the end results. I said a silent prayer for them. Brave men, very sad, but it was war. Then I saw the human side of Mackie Steinhoff. There were many onlookers gawking at the crash and the bodies of the dead airmen. One of the men went up and kicked the lifeless body of a dead man, and Steinhoff, for the first time that I ever saw, and never really after that, exploded. He jumped at the person, screaming at him to be respectful, that these were soldiers, men who died such a noble death. I was also outraged, and we both dressed that idiot down for his actions. The rest of the crowd got the message. I placed him in temporary command while I was gone. I then had to inform Fichtner that his unit was now under my command. He was being relieved, and as you may imagine, this meeting did not go well. He demanded to know under what authority a junior officer had to issue such a court-martial-worthy offense. I told him, "The Reichsmarschall's orders, sir, not mine," and I produced the letter signed by Goring. He was still enraged, and I was afraid that he was going to be a constant thorn in my side. One night we had bombers reported crossing the North Sea coast, and at this time we did not have onboard aerial radars. In fact, we did not even have ground control-to-air radar and communications set up. On top of this, on the night in question, we had almost zero visibility, with sporadic thunderstorms and heavy rain. Fichtner, the non-flyer, ordered me to send my men up anyway, and not being a pilot, I forgave this idiocy. So, in the spirit of détente, I offered to send him up with one of my best pilots to see the weather for himself. Naturally, and as I expected, he declined the offer, but he kept his mouth shut regarding my future decisions on flight operations. In time, our relationship developed into a friendlier one. This may have been more due to the fact that I received calls from Kammhuber, Kesselring, and Goring on a regular basis, and that kind of clout could not be ignored. Steinhoff was a mastermind, organizational genius, and an excellent pilot. More important, he was a great friend, extremely honest, and very dedicated to his work. He became one of my best friends until his death a few years ago. I loved and respected him very much, and more important as well, I could trust him with my life, and in air combat, that is not a small thing. I cannot say that there were many people I ever had that much trust in. On July 19, 1940, I was called to see Goring again, and he promoted me to Major, and I was the first official Geschwaderkommodore of the new generation, and the youngest at that time. Soon, Mulders, Lützow, Trautloft, and Galland all became Kommodoren, so the new generation was taking over. That was as it should have been, in my opinion. I always believed that men commanding pilots should be flying combat with their men, leading by example. Men sitting in chairs, issuing orders, should have the first-hand experience to justify those orders. This is what I called white-knuckle command. I highly respected the World War I pilots in command, as these were real heroes in every sense of the word. But I also understood that with the modern war and ever-increasing technology, they were, for the most part, completely out of their depth. Some of them understood this and worked within their limitations, while others refused to accept that they were unprepared for this new age. It would be almost the same as giving a medieval monk a computer and expecting him to be competent with minimal instruction. It should be said that on July 20th, 1940, Werner Streib of 2nd Staffel NJG-2 accomplished what we had been working on. He scored the first confirmed night kill, which was a British Whitley bomber. By October, he had 10 confirmed kills. I received his after-action report for the first mission, and I requested all of the reports from all the units be sent to me. Soon, I had massive amounts of paperwork coming in, most of it worthless from an operational perspective, but all of it worth quite a bit regarding the lessons learned from each flight. I requested all of the unit reports, which were normally overall summaries of actions, combining all of the after-action reports into the unit diary. Yes, I wanted those copies, but I also wanted each and every individual pilot's reports, right down to the smallest detail. This included rounds fired, weather, altitude, speed, radio contacts, any kills made, all contacts, damage reports, fuel use reports, flying times. I wanted it all. I had to know what I was working with, and most important, what was not working so well that could be improved. Once I was able to read their after-action reports, see the ground control reports, then, if possible, after speaking with the pilots to learn from them each specific detail, I could develop a better picture of what was developing and then take corrective action if necessary. This was important, since we were literally flying through uncharted terrain. Every success, every shortcoming, every maneuver, anything that could be improved upon, was approached accordingly. Once I collected the reports, I wrote my own, and when Goring received Streib's report, he was ecstatic. He called me on July 22nd and thanked me. I told him that Streib was the one to thank, as he had managed to prove the concept. Later, upon my recommendation, Goring personally authorized and awarded Streib his Knight's Cross. Streib, the banker before becoming a pilot, finished the war with 67 night kills and 1 day victory, and he was a stellar personality. I was also proud to not only recommend him, but also see him receive the oak leaves later. I found out from Udet, who heard firsthand from Kesselring, that Goring had personally sung my praises to Hitler regarding the night fighters. According to Udet, and this was later confirmed by Kesselring himself to me, Hitler asked if Goring thought the expense was worthwhile and if he saw any future in it. Goring replied, yes, and Hitler gave one of his rare smiles, and then said, very well, this is between you and Falk. It is well known that Germany had the toughest air defenses in the war. I know this firsthand, and Josef Kammhuber was the reason why, so that was why it was called the Kammhuber Line. He was a great believer in flak, creating 20-mile-wide defensive belts that grew stronger as they fell back deeper into German territory. The entire Reich was broken up into specific grid squares, each with its own flak and fighter zones, searchlights, ground control, and telephone and radio centers. Soon we received even more advanced radar-guided artillery, which made the 105mm and 88mm guns even more effective. We also had radar-controlled searchlights, which really made a difference. Initially, the searchlights would pick up the incoming bombers, often heard by the ground observers, and also picked up on our ground-to-air radar. Oftentimes, a smaller raid would hit the radar sites, knocking them out before the main strike came. Many times, these strikes would be made by Pathfinder aircraft, and the master of ceremonies who would fly ahead, drop flares and a few bombs, marking the target easily for the main force following behind. Then there were the special raids hitting the radar locations, as they could home in on the emissions that emanated from the radars. This was a British tactic to blind us electronically. The searchlights then joined or even replaced the radar. This was why I requested a redundant system, as a backup in case we lost these critical intelligence-gathering areas. The Kammhuber line was the first layer in a very complex defense network. It started in France along the Channel coast, Belgium, Holland, and Denmark, all starting at the North Sea approach in a sort of irregular circular pattern. Then, like the ripples in a lake when a stone is thrown, it grew outward and expanded. The defensive belts went from Norway to the border with Switzerland, and all the way from France to Poland later in the war. Also, in 1943, the line extended to Italy as well, all the way to the Gustav Line under Kesselring, when Hitler ordered guns of the heavy 88mm and 105mm type transferred to that theater of operations. I would have to say that the Kammhuber line was one of the best concepts and actions undertaken by the Reich Defense Department and the Luftwaffe. That was until Hitler took away our flak guns. This decision placed even more pressure upon me and the newer Wilde Sau units, but at least it left fewer flak guns to shoot us down as well. Not long after this, I received another wing, which became NJG-2. I very soon had crews fresh from destroyer school, as well as a flood of volunteers and complete groups, which we converted to night fighting. Since I was the old man and the inventor of this idea, the men named me the Father of the Night Fighters, a nickname that has followed me ever since. That is my primary nickname, among a few others, perhaps less flattering. As you know, several books have been written about that over the years. With this new position, I was fortunately able to requisition what I needed, and this helped tremendously in organizing and deploying new units. I could bypass normal channels, unlike the day fighter force, as Kammhuber used his authority to push through everything with a quick pace after the start of 1941. By 1942, we really wanted for nothing, but by 1943, we were hard-pressed to get newer and replacement equipment. Getting new pilots as the war progressed was a different story altogether. After this inaugural scenario was successful, and the force officially established, Goring awarded me the Ritterkreuz officially on October 1st, 1940 for my service, but I arrived on October 7th, and was there to also see Werner Streib receive his Knight's Cross as well, and Major Bernd von Brauchitsch, son of the Army Chief of Staff, and a good friend of mine, as well as Goering's adjutant, placed the medal around my neck. Afterward we had lunch, and I sat next to Milch. The one discussion that came to my mind was the rule that the families of men who died with less than 10 years' service received no pension, and I asked him if that could be changed. I was promised that he would look into it, and he kept his word. Those of us at the table were also informed that those of us so decorated would receive estates in the East on top of our pensions when the war was over. I thought that kind of odd, but I did not say anything. During this time of building up the night fighters, my request to include Ju-88 and Do-17 medium bombers within the night fighter community was scrutinized, and once again I had a meeting with Goering, and this time Dietrich Peltz and Kammhuber were there. Having twin-engine fighters used for night fighting was one thing, but requesting bombers for such missions raised eyebrows. Then I had a message to fly to Cologne to meet with Kammhuber. I flew in bad weather to get there, diverted to Münster, where I managed to land without fuel and unable to locate the runway. Well, despite standing on the brakes and reversing the throttle, I crashed head-on into a Ju-88, which was quite embarrassing. Following this event, I arrived, and I discussed the current developments with the aircraft types, modifications I had requested, and the rather slow delivery of all the items I had requested. I told him bluntly that I could not be expected to perform my job properly if I did not have the required radars, planes, and trained crews. Goring understood, and he said that he would have a chat with Milch and Lotze about the problems. I told him, above all, that I needed those medium bombers and more Me-110s. Then I had another meeting not long afterward with Goring in Berlin, due to my previous meeting with Kammhuber, and Milch and Peltz were there, in which I explained my rationale, such as longer ranges for those aircraft, further extending air-to-air contact, and shadowing missions. I also developed the concept of an airborne control aircraft, a tracking plane with a pilot and a radio operator who could relay information from the aircraft in flight to the respective zone ground control commanders. I knew that this method would also free up the radio channels, allowing the most critical data to be streamlined. I then explained to Goring that the bomber and reconnaissance pilots were already instrument qualified. Many had bad weather flying experience, and they could be trained on aerial gunnery. The medium bombers would also allow for an extra crewman, working as a radar operator, freeing the gunner to do his job and also handle air-to-ground communications. These issues had to be addressed. I also explained that using these aircraft made logistical sense, as we could use the older versions being replaced by newer models for bomber service, thus saving on aircraft production. I also stated that if these bombers could be retrofitted at the factories for night fighting, it would save us a great deal of time. Goring listened, and he was absolutely fascinated, and Peltz looked at me, and I could tell that he saw the logic, but that I was treading into his waters. Well, the meeting was over, or so I thought, when the room was called to attention. Then Hitler walked in, with a couple of officers, including Generaloberst Alfred Jodl. Well, he walked in, waved his hand, took his seat, and simply said, "Continue." I had stopped in mid-sentence, and was going back to one of my points, when Hitler interrupted me. "Falk, how much will all of these planes cost?" I was stunned at the question, because I did not have an answer. Budgetary concerns were not part of my operational repertoire, so I simply said, "My Führer, I really have no idea. My apologies." Hitler leaned forward with his elbows on the large oak table, and he looked at me, then at Goring. "Well, I do happen to know. I ordered a study of this plan of yours, from top to bottom. I could outfit 3 Panzer divisions for the cost of your radars and fighters, not to mention Kammhuber wanting more flak guns. However, I am also interested in this using of bombers idea. Tell me more." So I did. And after I was finished, about 20 minutes later, Hitler nodded to Goring and said, "Make this work." And then he stood, we went to attention, and he left without any ceremony. Once the door closed behind him, Goring came up to me and punched my arm and said, "You see? Even the Führer sees the value in this concept. Now, Falk, the rest is up to you." I left that meeting feeling pretty powerful, I have to admit. Then Milch walked up to me and said, "Falk, be careful what you wish for." I was not quite sure how to take that comment. Being back in Düsseldorf, I had a lot of planning to do. I also came to know the Gauleiter, political district commander, who was a former pilot himself. I found him to be the most enthusiastic and easiest person ever to work with, a very friendly character. I had to develop good working relationships with all of these Gauleiter throughout Germany. Their cooperation was critical to my success, although some were much less willing to work with me than others. Due to this fact, always I carried that wrinkled and crumbling letter signed by Goring with me everywhere I went. Once I had the Knight's Cross around my neck, and became a rather well-known quantity, at least by name alone, I received a lot less flack from these people, so to speak. I had worked out my plan from top to bottom. I created two parts to my fighter force, the short-range interceptors and the long-range interceptors. These two units were organized as such based upon which aircraft were flown by each unit, such as the medium bombers converted to night fighting, spending more time in the air. These were the planes that actually followed bombers back to England from their bases in northern France, Holland, and Denmark. Some of these bombers were special aircraft, fitted with additional internal fuel tanks, turning them into flying fuel cells, and no armament. They carried a pilot, co-pilot, and a radio radar man, no gunner. These were strictly observation aircraft, to monitor enemy formations. They were to stay out of direct sight and have no contact with the enemy. I preferred the Do-17 for these missions, as it was fast and was a reliable aircraft. Sometimes, when we detected enemy bombers taking off from their bases, I would have commanders send a few of these long-range night fighters into British airspace to hit them at the beginning. I returned to Dalen, Holland, and got cracking on these missions and training. The Me-110 units handled the regions within their sectors, attacking inbound and outward-bound bombers that slipped through the long-range fighters. I knew as an airman that we were not just going to make a material impact upon the enemy. The psychological impact would also be tremendous. I also began a test program using forward-mounted searchlights in the nose of a Do-17. This proved a failure, since rear gunners would just shoot out the light, and the beam showed every gunner in the enemy bombers where the attacking fighter was, giving a clear direction in which to fire. After that failure, I thought about other things that we could do. I was very interested in the new infrared searchlights that were developed, and we tried them out. They were primitive by today's standards, but they did work. You could actually find the enemy in the dark, and once the radar located the enemy, you could shut it off, lessening the chance of being detected, and use the infrared alone, which picked up the heat signature. Unfortunately, it was a fragile assembly, was only good to about 300 to 500 meters, and often just the vibration of the engines worked parts of it loose. Then they were mounted in specially designed rubber mounts under the nose, dampening the vibration effect, and they worked better. We just did not have enough of these. Among the many other tests, Kammhuber ordered me to conduct a study on the use of overlapping radars, both ground-to-air, and the feasibility of using the newer air-to-air radar as well, so that our fighters could locate the enemy in the air more precisely. I took this task to heart, and I called upon every expert within these respective fields throughout the Reich, and Kammhuber rubber-stamped every request. Upon completion of these experiments, we had installed Freya long-range and Würzburg direct contact from fighter-to-bomber location radar systems. The year 1941 was to prove challenging, to say the least, as my mother died in February, and my father conducted the service, and she was buried in Bremen. I was also given a lecturing tour, speaking to youth groups, explaining to them about the Luftwaffe, the night fighters, and my experiences, and so forth. This was a public relations tour. Nothing more, really. I guess the entire program was designed to get the young men prepared for military service, and get them excited about a possible future in the Luftwaffe. The summer started very well for us. That is until we heard about the invasion of the Soviet Union. This was not good news for us, especially me. I knew what that meant. I also thought about the fact that if it was hard to get what I needed before June 22nd, 1941, how much more difficult would it be to get my things from that point forward? I also paid several visits to the flight schools, as I became the self-appointed carnival pitchman of sorts for my night fighters. We needed volunteers badly, but I would only take volunteers, and the best need only apply. These were heady times, and I rather enjoyed the respite, but I did miss the unit. I personally reviewed many of the applications for the night fighters, as flight students completed primary and often secondary training. After one of these lectures, I returned to Dalen. I had learned that we had lost a couple of fighters and crews in accidents, not even in combat. The landing lights I had ordered had been delivered, but they were nowhere to be found, and the electrical system had not been updated per my orders. I also learned from the local deputy commander that a flak officer had decided to use some of my lights to supplement his flak perimeter. His defense was that they were just laying there in crates, so we used them. He had no reason to, so I sent my ground crews over to rip them up and have them wired on my field. I could not believe it. Well, this guy found out his lights were missing, and he was incensed, and he stormed over to my base. Being an Oberstleutnant himself, and knowing the rank of the base commander, he was probably under the illusion that he could pull rank and confiscate my lights again. When he came in, my adjutant told me I had a visitor. I walked in, and this guy was fuming. Then he saw my Knight's Cross, and then, as prearranged, my adjutant popped his head in and said, "Herr Major, Reichsmarschall Goring on the line for you, sir." I told the flak commander to please wait. I walked out of the room and then closed the door. I placed my finger to my lips, and my young man tried not to laugh. I began talking as if I was on the phone with Goring, knowing he could hear me from my office. "Yes, Reichsmarschall, I did receive the lights and equipment, but I have not received the electrical upgrades as promised by Generalfeldmarschall Milch." I was trying not to laugh. After about 4 minutes of this charade, I handed the phone to my man and walked back into the room. "Now, Herr Oberstleutnant, what may I do for you?" He looked as if I had just dropped a dung heap on him. I knew why he was there, but now he was in the position of demanding the return of items his men had stolen that were issued to me from both the Luftwaffe Supreme Commander and expedited by the Luftwaffe Commander-in-Chief. His response was a simple apology that there was some kind of mistake, and then he left. We had an excellent working relationship from that point forward. To make things worse, that very same evening the phone rang, and my adjutant said it was Kamhuber. I took the phone, and he told me that there was a massive RAF raid heading our way, and that he wanted everything in the air. We had not received any reports of incoming bombers. Making matters worse, I had mostly new crews, fresh from school, and my spare parts had not arrived. Half my planes needed engine parts, many experienced pilots were on leave, several fighters needed tires and cables. Maintenance was necessary, so therefore spare parts were needed. I did not even have my complete fuel and lubricant allotment yet. I also did not have the required ammunition, and much of the ammunition we did have was old, exposed to weather long before I received it, and many rounds failed to fire and the guns became jammed. I also did not have replacement bulbs for the instrument panels, and my landing lights were just being placed along the runway. On top of all of that, our monthly fuel delivery was over a week late. Kammhuber wanted no excuses. He wanted the fighters up to engage the enemy that he said was reported inbound. Well, following orders, we went up and saw nothing resembling an enemy plane, and the ground radar controllers were just as perplexed. We did manage to lose a few fighters due to mechanical failures, crash landing. One crew bailed out, some landed in fields, one hit the North Sea. It was a disaster, and I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. However, despite this episode, things were not all bad. We were steadily scoring kills, and we had our 100th night victory on April 26, 1941. While modest when compared to some of the day fighter units, we were proud. We had been in existence unofficially for a year at that time, active as a designated unit for 10 months, and had to beg, borrow, or acquisition everything we had. I was quite proud. By 1943, we were very well established. We were both responsible for the defense of Germany both night and day, and it was a job full of problems. In August 1943, I asked Galland, who was General of Fighters, to give me a command somewhere at the front. I could not take Hitler and Goring any more. He understood completely, but he told me that not even he could cut me orders. This had to come from Milch, that I was hot property. Not long after this, April 26, 1941, I was ordered to Hamburg for another meeting, so I took off from Dahlen in my Me-110. Kammhuber wanted complete updates on all aspects of the operations, and Martini was there to address my communications concerns. I learned about the new transmission and receiver units we were getting soon. These were more powerful, working on a narrower bandwidth, and also much lighter by half in weight, which was always good news. I also received a briefing on the new radar systems for the fighters. These were the advanced airborne radars, such as the early Morgenstern, Flensburg, and advanced SN2 Liechtenstein sets. We were also going to receive new devices to detect enemy bombers from their exhaust emissions, the early Noxos detection system, and so forth. This was all very technical, even over my head, but I had the experts to work out the details. These guys were just brilliant. On my return flight to Dahlen, I was informed over the radio that an unknown aircraft was flying in my area at the same altitude, so I was vectored to the location. I could not see it, and I opened the throttles, but could not catch it either. When I landed, I saw the plane in question. A Spitfire had landed on the airstrip after its pilot, Peter Tomlinson, had an engine failure. It was not often that one was able to have a drink and speak with the enemy, especially a Spitfire pilot, so I invited him to the officers' club. Fraternization was greatly discouraged, but nearly all of us fighter pilots abandoned that taboo. I had met with downed British bomber crews on several occasions, and I had a great time with them. I even remained in contact with a few of them long after the war. He and I spoke at length, and I found him a very likable person. We connected again after the war, as he was living in South Africa. We went to visit him, and he came to St. Ulrich and visited us. We became great friends until he died. It was interesting to speak with an old enemy, down on his luck, or perhaps lucky, since he survived the war. I suppose I should mention the events of November 1941. Udet had committed suicide, which shocked the entire nation, not to mention the fighter community. The official story was that he had died testing a new aircraft, which everyone knew was a lie. I was called to attend his funeral, and as a man I admired, truly a friend, I went. Mulders was ordered to attend also, and he flew from his base in the Ukraine. His HE-111 crashed in bad weather, and no sooner did we bury Udet, we were burying this great man also, and he was the first recipient of the diamonds. It was a very somber mood indeed, and we were freezing, it was so cold. At Mulder's funeral, I was in the honor guard with Galland, Schalk, Lützow, and others. This was when Goring appointed Galland General der Jagdflieger, and Galland's best friend and competitor was barely cold. He was later promoted to Generalleutnant, and I guess the rest is well-chronicled history. Galland did make great contributions and changes to the fighter arm. We all benefited from his genius and experience. However, I sometimes think that the war may have been over sooner had a less able man been in charge. I guess we will never know. Then the worst thing imaginable happened. The Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, and we were also at war with America. There was not a single officer I knew who truly believed that we could win the war now. It was just going to be impossible, and many of us openly discussed what we thought Hitler would do to negotiate a peace. Of course, these discussions were done in private, and only amongst trusted fellow officers. I knew that it would only be a matter of time before we began fighting American aircraft as well. I would have to say that 1942 was the apex of our night fighting success. This was before the British began developing effective countermeasures, as well as night fighters of their own. But we also had an almost unlimited budget, great men, and a new line of aircraft, as I saw the Me-210 and 410 as the next generation of short-range night fighters. In addition, I had perfected the aerial component to the Kammhuber line, and successes were mounting. This success continued through 1943, and I was pleased. In January, I visited the Heinkel Works and spoke with Professor Ernst Heinkel personally, as he was developing the HE-219 twin-engine fighter. He was of the opinion that it would be a good night fighter, so Kammhuber asked that I accompany him and look at it. We flew to Rostock, which was one of the worst places to be during the later British bombings. We were both very impressed with the fighter, but due to delays from Milch's office and other factors, we were late getting them, and we did not really get enough to staff all of the units fully. Right after the launching of Operation Cerberus, which was Galland's planning for the air umbrella over the Prinz Eugen, Scharnhorst, and Gneisenau, a superb operation by any standard, I received orders regarding a similar operation. We were to fly cover for the Prinz Eugen and Admiral Scheer, which were to leave Wilhelmshaven and go to Norway. The Royal Navy ruled the North Sea, so this was definitely a mission of great importance. The mission was a great success, although we lost 2 Me-110s, and we never learned what happened to them. In June 1942, I was ordered to report to Galland as a member of his staff. I reported and was told to fly to Vinnytsia in the Ukraine, which was where Goring's staff was located. From there I went to Crete, where I was to organize an aerial escort for our transport and supply ships to North Africa. The most interesting part of this operation was that I had no specific orders, no plans, and when we landed in Heraklion, we had no base. My radio man Waltz asked what we were supposed to do, and at just that time, British bombers appeared, heading at low altitude right for the airfield. I told Waltz to get off and run, and we were just out of the blast radius when the bombs fell, and one blew up my Me-110. I was pretty damned angry. We also lost our suitcases, uniforms, personal items. Everything went up. We were taken care of by the local garrison, and Kesselring arrived in his Do-17, and we spoke. He agreed that the entire mission was a waste, and although I could not fly back with him, he would send a bomber back for Waltz and I. I went on some sightseeing tours at Knossos, and just relaxed until the next day, when his plane arrived for Waltz and I. I arrived back at Dalen 2 days later, and after a few organizational issues, was ordered to join Kammhuber in Venice for a meeting in mid-July. We were to meet with Italian General Bielo, who was in charge of the Italian night fighters, a pretty pathetic group. We were supposed to serve as advisors, but what they needed was a complete reorganization program. I could not believe that they were even considered operational. Although their hearts were in it, their experience and expertise were somewhat lacking, to put it mildly. Well, at least the hotel was nice, very first-rate. We left on July 18th, and I was asked to submit a report. That was perhaps some of the most entertaining reading the Air Ministry ever received. In fact, I was told by one of the staff officers that when Milch read the 6-page report, they could hear him laughing all the way down the corridor. I guess he enjoyed it. However, the report was very unflattering, and the result prompted a visit from our ally to see an effective night fighter operation. The following month I was visited by General Bielo at the airfield at Echterdingen. We gave him the complete tour, from the aircraft, men, radar apparatus, and I explained the air network, while Kammhuber explained the ground defenses that enhanced the defensive positions stretching across Europe, to include the Kammhuber line with the flak batteries and fighters working in conjunction. I could see that he was quite impressed, and to his credit he asked dozens of questions, all technical or tactical in nature, and his adjutant took notes. In August, I met again with Jeschonek and Milch, and we had many discussions, but the most important part was our relationship with the Navy. We had a spy ship, a steamer in the North Sea, packed with all of the necessary radar and communications equipment, and it worked as a floating early warning system and controller platform. I had also worked with Deutsche Bahn, and we had a special train fitted with special rail cars. One contained radio communications gear, one for the pilot's sleeping quarters, a library, and a galley for preparing meals. I had assigned Oberleutnant Heinrich Prinz zu sein Wittgenstein as the first commander of the Dark Night train, and they were operating out of Russia at first. I had special orders issued for another such train for the West, hence my meeting with Hans Jeschonek and Milch. I had to travel from the Black Sea to Finland, then Norway, and through the Balkans. These inspections were also to look at any major gaps in the defense network, and we had quite a few, to be honest. I visited every major city and town, and covered the entire Eastern Front. I spoke with all of the pilots, and gathered their reports and recommendations. These trips were good for another reason. I was able to reunite with many old friends, such as the Commodoren I had spent time with a decade earlier, when we were all just young, fresh student pilots, especially Trautloft, Hrabak, and Lützow. I was able to meet some of the outstanding day fighter aces, speak with them, and learn of their hardships. The men in North Russia, and especially the men in Finland and Norway, suffered miserably. This was when I also first met Robert Ritter von Greim, who was highly respected throughout the Luftwaffe. We stayed up late after dinner, and he presented a fine red wine, one of my weaknesses, and I learned much from this meeting. Greim knew that the war was lost in the East. He said so in so many words. Greim had no faith in Hitler, and had never joined the party, and he hated Goring, thought of Milch as a lackey. Jodl was an idiot, and Goebbels was a crippled hanger-on, and he said flatly that Himmler was psychotic, and that Martin Bormann was someone who needed a sense of self-importance. He hated them all. I realized that I was in the presence of a man who saw the future and knew the past. I left that visit with a deep sense of foreboding for my country. I trusted Keim's instincts, and I respected his insights. I finished the tour, and I sent my report to Yeshonek, including the recommendation that all the medium bombers be retrofitted as night fighters, at least the Ju-88 and Do-17 models, as newer models came online to the front. He called me in for a meeting a few days later, and we discussed it in great detail. He agreed with my recommendations and issued the appropriate paperwork, giving me authorization to do what I needed. We had also increased the numbers of all of our radar units, both ground-to-air and air-to-air units in the fighters, and the entire network grew even more, from the North Sea to the Adriatic Sea and Northern Mediterranean Sea. When the British developed their radar detection systems, we developed devices to home in on their detection beams. Then they created a disruption method, which we countered, and so on. The British also introduced window, also called chaff, which they first used over Hamburg, and were nothing more than half-meter-long strips of tin and aluminum dropped from the bombers to disrupt the onboard radars in the night fighters. The first few times it worked, but then a few of our pilots figured out how to beat that method. It also interfered with the radar-guided AA guns and searchlights, which had to go to manual operation. The pilots learned quickly that when the screen went snowy, they just focused upon the darker shadows, which were the bombers, barely visible through the visual static. This technique was not new to us, since we had discovered this tactic when the Navy developed the first versions of our radars, so we knew how to counter this problem. I also knew that there would be greater losses of planes and pilots, thus a greater demand placed upon the training schools, and as such, the inevitable drain of aircraft and crews for the night fighters. At that point, I became depressed, and for the first time began doubting that we would win the war. But I kept those thoughts to myself. I only flew occasionally for about 3 years to remain current, and after my promotion to Oberstleutnant on January 1st, 1943, I was transferred to the General Staff, where I became 1A, which is Chief of Operations in the staff of Air Fleet Reich at Wannsee, west of Berlin. In fact, Gallant's office was right down the hall from me, so we had many personal moments, and I learned a lot about the political intrigues from him. We often had to visit Goring at the East Prussian HQ he had. Gallant and I spent many hours with him on his private train, which he called America. We heard about Stalingrad over the radio. It was unbelievable, as the magnitude of this disaster was not lost upon us. We knew that we could not win the war at that point, not with North Africa being overrun. It was only a matter of time, just as Keim had foreseen. I was then ordered to create a control center in Bucharest, Romania, by Kamhuber. This was to enhance the day fighter defenses of the Ploiesti oil fields, which were our greatest strategic production of petroleum. I inspected that facility and was very impressed with all of the organization. This was when I began working with Generaloberst Alexander Löhr, whose HQ was in Belgrade. He was a completely different type from what I was used to, well-educated, and he understood the science behind my project. He gave me complete and unquestioned support. He and I boarded a Ju-52 to meet with Marshal Ion Antonescu, the Romanian leader. We discussed the air defenses and other matters, and when we were finished, Bleu returned to Belgrade. I also had many opportunities to meet with the German ambassador to Romania, Rolf Freiherr von Killinger, a man with whom I had absolutely nothing in common. Ironically, I was awarded the Bulgarian Commander's Cross, and Kamhuber received a similar award from King Boris. We also received the Virtutea Aeronautica, which was a high honor. There were many interesting people I interacted with, and my adjutant was Major Douglas Pitcairn, a successful pilot from the Russian front, and a real character. Then, while traveling to Rome for a meeting with Kamhuber, I heard that we had lost Africa. Sicily followed in 2 months, and the news only grew worse. Then I was invited to meet the Pope, but of course I had to decline. That would not have gone over well with my superiors. Not long after this trip, I was again called to Kachinhal to meet with Goring, where I was to give a detailed briefing on the status of the night fighters. In attendance was a lot of brass, all of the names I have mentioned before, and this meeting was an evaluation of my forces, and whether or not Goring was going to continue funding the night fighters. I was not too surprised, as the momentum of the night bombing had increased, especially after the 1,000 bomber raids started. I impressed upon Goring that we had inflicted an average of 7 to 10% casualties per mission. I did not count those aircraft knocked down by flak, just my night fighters. The Wilde Sau also had their own records when they came into the picture, which I kept separate from my files. This meant that on a great night, we could knock down 7 to 10 out of 100 bombers, sometimes even more, which was rare, but it had been achieved. The ratio was an actual average. Combining all components in the night defenses was between 10 to 18%, which was very solid. Then he suddenly broke up the meeting, took Lotsa out with him, leaving Kamhuber and I sitting there, confused. A few minutes later he came back with Lotsa, and I knew that he had taken some medication, a stimulant of some kind. I had heard about his drug addiction, but I suppose this was the first time I ever saw it firsthand. Then Goring gave me a friendly order. He wanted a special unit of my night fighters equipped to chase and shoot down the RAF Mosquitoes that flew not only as bombers, but also worked as the master of ceremonies, and later as night fighters. They were much faster than any of our fighters. Goring also said that he gave Gallant the same order. Both of us were to have specialized single-engine fighters, whose only mission was to catch these intruders. I understood what he was saying, and I completely agreed with him, and I told him so. However, I pointed out all of the problems with that request, and without getting too technical, as he tended to yawn a lot when anyone did, I put it in the simplest terms I could. We just did not have any fighters fast enough to chase down the mosquitoes, unless we were lucky enough to catch one. This was when he told me that he had ordered a German version, also made of wood, which he also called the Mosquito, and this would be his answer to the British wooden wonder. I then asked him how long it would take to get this new fighter online, and he said that he had spoken to Professors Willy Messerschmitt and Ernst Heinkel, and both were to create designs for his approval. He thought about 6 months before the first prototype would be ready. Well, I just nodded my head, wondering where he thought he would have the time or the trees to make his new weapon. It was my time to yawn at that point, and Kamhuber, sitting next to me, just touched his foot to mine, as if to say, just humor him. One of the most unique events to occur, in which I was somewhat involved, was in June 1943, when Hajo Hartmann entered the picture. He was a bomber pilot, an outstanding airman on all accounts, and he had an idea. He wanted to create a night fighter unit that used day fighters, using searchlights to switch the blacked-out cities into brilliantly illuminated locations to hunt British bombers. I know that he was in discussions with Gallant because Dolfo called me, and I spoke with him about the method. At first I was skeptical, but Hayo had some great ideas. I recalled my own experience flying at night, without any specialized equipment, nothing at all, just as Hartmann wanted to do. However, his plan was different. He would fly the faster Me-109s and FW-190s, using the brightly lit cities to illuminate the bombers from below, while his pilots flew above them. This way they would be silhouetted against any clouds, their shadows easy to see. Once they were caught by radar, and then tracked by searchlights, the day fighters would be able to get them on visual contact, no onboard radar being needed. This meant less cost to the program, but a higher loss ratio for day fighters and even pilots. My concern was not about the practicality of such a program. I knew that they would have successes, but I was worried about the attrition rate we may suffer due to the fact that night flying is dangerous enough without being in battle. But, since his pilots would all be instrument qualified, some even former bomber or reconnaissance pilots, I had no objections. Goring was even very excited, and I think he was wondering if I would have any objections about sharing the night fighter role. I assured him that I would enjoy any and all assistance, once the logistics and tactics were worked out. I did not want to have just another night fighter operation going on, with aircraft in the sky without any command and control. It was crowded enough with the RAF up there. I wanted to have both methods and all units working together to be the most effective. I knew how difficult it would be to get the proper relationship established between Hartmann and the flak units. I had my own stories, and he had his. Well, we met and discussed this. I was very impressed by his concept as he detailed it. I knew that he was going to have a lot of trouble convincing the flak gunners to not fire upward into enemy bomber formations until the orders were given. I also knew that the Gauleiter were going to be hard to convince that lighting their cities under bombardment was a sound idea. I made a few calls and gave Hartmann some contacts, and he had a meeting with Jeschonek, Milch, and even Goring on the matter, and he finally received the assistance he needed. He was fortunate that we in the night fighters already had a good, established relationship with all parties concerned. I suggested that he meet with Kamhuber, and that managed to seal the deal, so to speak. Hartmann, who is still a great friend to this day, managed to get his single-seat fighters in the air, and they did have some great success. Unfortunately, later in 1944, his JG-300 was increased into additional units, such as JG-301 and 302, and then they became day fighter units in 1944 with the home defense. I saw the merits of his method, especially from a psychological standpoint. Once we worked out a method of overlapping belts and zones of responsibility, the RAF began feeling the triple hammer blows of both fighter groups and flak. The way it worked was quite simple. My radar-guided night fighters would engage the enemy outside the target zones, on the outer periphery of the grids. Then Hermann's Samazau, tame bore, using twin-engine and even single-engine fighters, would shadow the formations, usually flying in the stream formation. They provided accurate plots for direction, altitude, speed, and other critical details. These were sent via radio to the ground controller. They plotted the enemy and our units, and kept all informed. This started in July 1943, when I was promoted to Oberst. Jeschonek committed suicide in August, and General Günther Korten replaced him. This was not an easy relationship, as Korten ordered the night fighters to also actively engage the American daylight raids. This was not really feasible for a number of reasons. Pitting Me-110s against Thunderbolts, Mustangs, Lightnings, and Spitfires was already proven to be a flawed concept. Then, in September, the Allies invaded Italy. Once the bombers passed through the radar-guided fighters, they would be engaged by the flak units, and then on prearranged signals, the flak would stop firing, and the Wilde Sau using the lights from below would then attack the survivors. Due to their short range, they usually carried drop tanks and could engage for almost 2 hours. The twin-engine fighters could land and refuel, and then catch the enemy bombers on the way out. Sometimes the Wilde Sau units scattered throughout the Kammhuber line had time to rearm and refuel, then engage the enemy again as they left the target area. I can only imagine what those poor RAF boys were enduring in their minds, with 3 to 6 waves of fighters hitting them on top of the flak. Some of our twin-engine fighters would follow them into British airspace, shooting them down when they thought they were safe. Well, by late 1943, and especially in 1944, the tables were turned, because the British began sending their own night fighters into our airspace to engage our night fighters. We lost quite a few great pilots that way. This was when we had to change our methods, especially in using the runway lights, which were a dead giveaway to enemy planes hunting us down. The successes of the Wilde Sau brought Hartmann the oak leaves and swords, as well as a position on the general staff. It also almost got him killed when he was hit by our own flak once, and he was blown out of his fighter at very high altitude. It also brought an order from Goring for him to stop flying, which was an order all of us dreaded. Interestingly enough, although not without precedent, Hartmann did not obey, and he still flew. Hartmann actually scored 9 kills as a Wilde Sau pilot, on top of his great record of sinking 70,000 or so tons of shipping. He led an interesting group of volunteers, as they were all volunteers. He was, as I said, a great aviator, and a very brave man. During this time, I was informed by Galland that a rumor I had heard was in fact true, that Himmler wanted to create his own elite SS Air Force. He did not think that the Luftwaffe, or even the Wehrmacht in total for that matter, was exhibiting enough National Socialist zeal. I could not believe that, and Galland just laughed it off. But then he grew serious. Himmler was not one to challenge. Fortunately, this infantile suggestion later died its own death, and we were the better for it. In choosing the night fighter pilots later in the war, I did the same as I had in the beginning. I visited the destroyer school. There I created a report for the standards for the foundation of the night fighters, and several pilots came forward. We gave volunteer notifications later. Also from the battle units, and later even from the fighter units, came the best men, including Hajo Hermann and the wild boars to take their shot. Such men as Prinz Heinrich von Zusein-Wittgenstein, Prinz Egmont zur Lippe-Weißenfeld, Helmut Lent, Werner Streib, Paul Zorner, Hans-Joachim Marseille, and Heinz Wolfgang Schnaufer, and the others, were simply the best at conventional night fighting. It was their success and the propaganda that followed that lured young recruits from flight schools into the night fighter program, more so, I believe, than my personal lectures and visits. Our night fighter force was impressive, working through intelligence, radar, and flak commands. We had our intercept monitors and search reporting service with radar for all of them. We even used coast watchers who used acoustic listening devices to pick up any noise of incoming aircraft. There was never, at any time, any mention of the high-frequency war. It was all too new. That was when I transferred to the Luftwaffenbefehlshaber Mitte in Berlin and became more or less an administrator. From this position, I finally had access to all of the intelligence, ours and the enemy data. This newfound wealth of information taught me a lot. It taught me just how little real valuable intelligence we were being given at the front. I could plot the enemy coming in from their bases. Our spotters kept track of their direction, while the shadow fighters monitored their speed and altitude. All of these factors were on a glass wall map, where lights indicated the positions of friend and foe alike. We could listen to their transmissions, knew their codes and call signs, and could usually determine their targets half of the time. We were also constantly improving the science and technology. The way it worked was like this. The ground radar would pick up the British bombers coming in over the North Sea and give their location, speed, and later, with better radar, their altitude every 50 miles. We could take off, vector at the coordinates that we received en route, and the onboard radar operator would then cut his radar on, which would help us find the enemy in pitch darkness. Once a bomber was picked up, the radar operator guided the pilot in, and the attack was made visually. Later, the radar operator would shut the scope off, as the British had detectors that would pick up the beam, and then home in on the source, and this would guide their own night fighters into vectoring positions against our night fighters. It was really quite exciting, but very dangerous. The Kammhuber line was one of the best actions undertaken by the Reichsverteidigungsdienst, Reich Defense Service, and the Luftwaffe. The night fighters complemented the overall defense network, although we were later to become the most important component, and were expected to destroy the lion's share of enemy bombers. As the war progressed, we learned from our early mistakes. Also, you must remember that there were many continuous upgrades to all of the systems, to include creating better jamming devices to prevent the enemy from detecting us, and then also jamming our radars, or even sending deceptive signals to throw off our fighters and ground control centers. I would say that there were perhaps more scientists and specialists working within the night fighter technology area than in any other part of the military program. I had all of this equipment that was to be moved and could fall into Soviet hands. I ordered those items that could not be taken with us to be destroyed immediately, and then the personnel evacuated. I valued the people over the technology, which was state-of-the-art for that time. Today, there is no difference between night and day fighter aircraft anymore. They see each other via radar and thermal imagery. They can engage each other without a pilot seeing his target. Because of the new technologies, you cannot compare the aerial warfare of today with the primitive methods we used in the Second World War, which was the same difference as our war versus the Great War. We had managed to build up our ground control intercept relays into a formidable defense network, complementing the Kammhuber line. The greatest feat I had to contend with was working through the various personalities and egos within the various military districts. Trying to coordinate these military commanders, especially the flak artillery unit commanders, was a primary job all on its own. I was finally able to get a lot of these things done, especially when Kammhuber and Goring began making telephone calls on my behalf. Goring may not have been good for very much, but he did have a way of removing obstacles from my path. The men became better, the technology as well, and the aircraft became more specialized and capable of performing the tasks required, and our ability to cooperate with the ground defense, which was always a great problem in the beginning, began to work itself out. We knew that we had the right program with which to inflict heavy damage against the British. All we had to do was hope that Goring and others in Berlin kept their hands out of it and let us do our jobs. Inevitably, this was not to be the case. We also had a great amount of support from Hitler, and especially Goring, with regard to resources, at least until 1943 or 1944. We were able to develop our ground-to-air and also air-to-air radar systems, especially the upgraded Liechtenstein, to include Himmelbett, supplementing Wotan from the early days, Freya and WG, among others. For me and Germany, 1944 was a watershed year, and so many things happened, and none of them good. We were losing the air war on both fronts where the day fighters were outnumbered, and we night fighters were also being outmanned. On July 20th, I had just finished a full day's paperwork at my Wannsee office when the phone rang. I thought it was Gallant, calling me back about a report he had sent to me. It was not Gallant. This was when I learned that Stauffenberg had tried to kill Hitler. I was in shock, to be honest, as I had met and spoken with Stauffenberg the previous week regarding the Operation Valkyrie plans for the military defense of Berlin, should there be any repeat of the 1918 to 1919 revolution. All the senior leaders from all branches of the military were briefed on this plan. The assassination attempt not only concerned me from a professional standpoint. Stauffenberg was my wife's cousin. I first met him in 1936. I liked him very much. He epitomized the German officer. He was good-looking, very devoted to his family, and a devout Catholic. He was well-educated and well-spoken. I wondered about my wife, my family, and even myself. I had no idea just how deep the Gestapo would go, but if I knew them at all, no one would be safe. I knew my father-in-law was anti-Nazi throughout, and as an Oberst from the Great War, and the officer in charge who ordered the army to shoot Hitler and the rest during the 1923 putsch, I knew his days were numbered, hence the connection that disturbed me. Well, Berlin was sealed off. I was given my orders to handle things, and I answered to Generaloberst Hans Stumpf, who was at that time my immediate boss, and he placed me in charge of all of Berlin. I was in my room, with my pistol, prepared to do what I had to. But I was not going to join the great many who had already been arrested, and subsequently shot. As history shows, those shot were the lucky ones. By 1944, I was having my own problems with Hitler and Goring, and I needed an escape. I spoke to Gallant about this problem. Gallant understood my plight, as he was having his own problems with them, and he was well aware of my connection to Stauffenberg, and I was concerned that my old acquaintance, General Werner Kreiper, was not my ally. This fear was later dispelled. Well, Gallant did me a great service, and in September 1944, I became Fighter Pilot Leader Balkans, which included Greece, Romania, Bulgaria, and Yugoslavia, and I returned on a few occasions to observe my empire. While there, I received reports about the Stauffenberg family being arrested, the children taken away, and the events that occurred at Plötzensee prison. It was medieval, to say the least. I called my wife as often as I could, just to see if the family was doing well. I just never knew when Himmler and his henchmen would continue their roundups. I am certain that Gallant saved my life. At least if I died, it would not be at the hands of the SS or Gestapo. The one bright light was that Pitcairn was still there, so I had a smiling face to greet me. The radar systems in Greece to the Peloponnesus were within my empire as well. I was initially situated at Pančevo, near Belgrade, on this second Balkan assignment, and this meant that I was responsible for the defense of these countries night and day against hostile air raids. Most of these raids were conducted by American day bombers, mostly B-24 types and a few B-17s, which were increasing after the Allies took Sicily and then invaded Italy. This job was important, but it did not last long. Later, in October 1944, we corrected our positions, because all these fighter units were withdrawn to the home defense force of Germany proper over a period of time, and all during this short period we had constant trouble with partisans and the Russians. As the situation deteriorated, I had all female Reich workers sent home by train, as this was not a place where they needed to be. To get to the train, they had to cross the Danube River. Well, some vehicles were not so lucky. One struck a mine, drowning all the women on board. Some of my girls came back after having climbed out of the river. They decided that they would stay and fight, so we trained them on the weapons. In Panchevo, because we did not have enough regular soldiers, all of the support staff were hastily trained on the infantry weapons we had, and I had helped establish defensive perimeters. We also had established foot and reconnaissance patrols to locate and report on any enemy activity. The women were the last line of defense, and as appalling as this was to me professionally and personally, it made perfect sense logically. However, I then ordered them to try and get out again, and this time they called from Vienna. They were safe. My heart felt much better for them. We had several engagements when the partisans attacked, and this lasted for several days. Some of these partisans wore German uniforms, which was a real problem. I flew a Storch to try and locate a band of them after we received somewhat reliable information that they were going to attack us. Once I saw anything of interest, I would radio to the ground troops, who would be waiting in ambush. On this plane with me was a major with a machine gun, just in case we did come across anything. Well, we saw some, but this major only fired one shot and did not know how to operate the weapon. He was not a combat officer. I was furious, so I flew low again and fired my pistol out the window as I passed overhead. This gave the German soldiers and the civilians we recruited the idea of where they were. As I came in to land, there was a small hill between the Germans and partisans, and neither could see the other, but they were headed into each other. The Storch landed in the wet mud and tipped over forward, and we were upside down hanging by our straps. The soldiers got to us and broke us out, and soon afterward we captured about 30 or so partisans. I handed them over to the army commandant. I had reports coming in from all up and down the Eastern Front. Romania switched sides and joined the Allies, and then Bulgaria also defected from the Axis. As the war closed in on us, we retreated towards Vienna, and thus ended my command of the Balkans. I received last-minute calls and a few radio messages from my subordinates all over the Balkans, following my orders to retreat. Most were encircled, and these calls were farewells. I never heard from any of these men again, their fates not too hard to understand. My empire had all but dissolved, and I had jaundice. I had my faithful Me-110 blown up, as there was no fuel anyway, and I joined my collective troop in vehicles on the drive out of hell. After a while we came across a tank, and we breathed easier when it turned out to be German. Well, we all then crossed the Timish River, and no sooner had the bridge been blown, we saw Soviet tanks on the opposite bank where we had been. That was close, to be sure. That was the first time in my life, as a non-smoker, I asked for a cigarette, and I had more than one. We reached Vienna, and the SS Home Guard was stopping all persons coming in from the east. They were going to take me and my staff and form a small unit to work with them. The highest rank was an undecorated and obviously inexperienced Unterscharführer, and I told him in no uncertain terms that I had my own orders, and to basically mind his own business. I know that my decorations and rank were intimidating to him, so we were given a guide through the city. This was when I ran into my old commanding officer, Generalmajor Albrecht von Massow. He was the flight center and training commander, and when he asked me if I wanted a job, I said yes. That month through November was quite eye-opening for many reasons. I was in a state of shock when I saw just how cavalier these people were operating, and I could not understand why. The Russians had crossed the Oder River, and it was only a matter of weeks, if we were lucky, before they hit Berlin. East Prussia was under threat. Then I heard some of the radio broadcasts coming out of the propaganda ministry, promising that new weapons were going to the front, and that our brave armies had stopped or crushed another enemy division here, or a battalion there. I looked at these other staff types and the civilians, who just had no idea. I then suggested that all the staff and workers be trained on infantry weapons, because they would need them. You would have thought that I had just suggested that we celebrate May Day. They were not comprehending the reality of it all. In December, Hitler launched his offensive in the West, which proved to be just another futile effort, and Operation Bodenplatte on New Year's Day was another disaster, and they just seemed to mount. Then, on January 19, 1945, there was the Fighters Revolt, and it only really took that name after the war, by the way. I think that Galland, Trautloft, and Steinhoff can provide more information on that. This was when Galland lost his job, and that fact probably saved his life. Afterward, I had a call from Lutzow, just as he was leaving for Italy, to where he had been banished. He asked me to have his adjutant bring a few things before he left. I had known that man for a decade, and I admired him. I also felt sorry for him and the others. The last few months of the war were a trying time for me personally, and after a fright, my older sister Ilsa and her family managed to get out of East Prussia, but my father, who was with them, did not escape. He has not been heard from since. I also called upon old friends, and managed to organize a few air evacuations of civilians and friends of mine who were in danger. I personally flew one of the twin-engine supply planes and loaded up some people. We had to get them out, especially the women and children. We had all heard of what was happening to the women and young girls who were captured by the enemy. Then there was the bombing of Dresden. I ended up riding a train to the south, to attend a crazy school for no good reason, and I was ironically with Generalmajor Schumacher, whom I had known for years, when we heard the radio broadcast from Hitler. This was Easter Sunday, and he was ordering the final resistance, all civilians and disbanded military to create groups, called Werwolf, to target the advancing Allies on all fronts. I was then ordered to organize the resistance movement. Well, I asked this school leader if I could borrow his car and driver, as I had to have clearance from my Luftwaffe superior Kuiper to take on another task, non-Luftwaffe related. Believe it or not, he actually gave me his car, with the promise that I would send it back if I could not do the job, or come back with it if I could. This was good, because Kuiper was in Bavaria, as was my family. As I was leaving, this commandant threatened to find me if I failed to fulfill my national duty. I thought this odd, since I had spent over a decade serving my country, and this clown was not even in the military, but I believe one of the SA Old Guard. Well, I found Kuiper, and since he had no use for me, he told me to go home and be with my family. This was great, and all I had to do was check back on a daily basis in case a job surfaced. I then did receive orders to go to Munich and join von Kreim's staff, so I did. Munich was in chaos as a coup was underway. Kreim was ordered by Hitler to Berlin, and Goring had been fired. On April 26th, Reich flew him into Berlin, where he received his new orders, and was shot in the process. Grievously wounded, and now a Generalfeldmarschall, he flew out of Berlin as the Russians were crawling through the streets. While Grimm was on his odyssey, I was meeting with Trautloft, hoping that he may know something about my new job. He did not, so I went to see the commandant at Bad Aibling, who thought I was supposed to inform him of my top-secret assignment. I was stunned, because I thought he was the man to tell me my duties. I ended up with old friends, where we learned that Hitler was dead. The family, all anti-Nazis from the start, broke out the best champagne and liquor, as they had been saving it for years for such an event. The Americans came and I surrendered. But there is a good story here. I had bumped into a sergeant and a lieutenant, and I addressed the officer and identified myself. The officer was very professional and understanding. They took me into custody, and I joined some other officers, including Hungarians of all things, and one was a general, the other a colonel, I believe. The next day the Hungarians were taken away, and I was outside. There were some concentration camp prisoners that were walking by, as a camp had existed nearby. The soldier guarding me handed his rifle to one of these men, and told him to shoot me. He just handed the rifle back and plodded along. I can say that I had never felt such a feeling of relief. Soon, there were well over 1,000 of us POWs marching off to an uncertain future. We entered the horse racing track, guarded only by a few tanks and troops, as there was no fence, joining 15,000 others. There were no toilet facilities, washing areas, nothing. There were no barracks, no beds, just the ground. If we were lucky, you got to lay on grass. Otherwise, the dirt track was your bed. We were given nothing to eat or drink for quite a few days. Soon afterward, I was called in by an American captain and told I was the camp commander, as I was the senior ranking officer. I found out that all but senior officers, unless they were SS, SA, Gestapo, or card-carrying NSDAP members, were given quick discharges. I was a colonel and staff officer, and all of us in field grade rank or above were held, pending further investigations. Within a few weeks, almost all of the prisoners had either been released or handed over for special treatment, pending war crimes trials. Soon I was alone, and my 2 American captors, a captain and a lieutenant, were ordered to Austria. They drove me to Regensburg, which was the official discharge location for officers, or so I was told. Then we learned that no staff officers would be released from there, so we drove off again. Finally, my captors, feeling guilty and understanding me and my situation, forged the proper paperwork and signed my release. Then they drove me to my family. They even fitted me with a civilian suit, and I dumped the uniform. Later, I rode a bicycle in my new clothes, with my fake discharge papers, through many American checkpoints, and had no problems. I wanted to see my sister and her family, just to see that all was well with them. The only problem I had was a checkpoint guard who stole my cigarette case I had been carrying for years, and my scarf. I missed that case, not because I really smoked, but because it had the Iron Cross First Class mounted on it, the one I managed to retrieve from the burned-out fighter on Crete. It also had names of my friends, and each type of aircraft I had flown. It was more of a memento than anything else. I confirmed that Irmgard and her family were fine, but Ilsa and her family did not make it at first. They were used as slave labor until they were taken to Berlin, and then they managed to escape to the west. I tried here and there to find work to earn money, but after the war, no one dared hire a war criminal, as all of us were labeled. I tried to become a night guard in a factory to make enough money to survive, but I did not get that job. They did not dare employ me, even with all of my certificates, qualifications, and curriculum vitae. The next year in April I was tracked down and ordered to report to the British garrison at Bielefeld. There was some question as to the legitimacy of my discharge, so I thought the jig was up. But the British Army of the Rhine must have had certain information about me. They hired me as a civil officer in 1946 for a series of 47 stores not far from Bielefeld. I asked the major, "Do you know who I am?" And he answered, yes, that he knew I had been a colonel in the Air Force and had the Knight's Cross. He said that they were looking for people they could trust and were reliable. Germany had been partitioned under the Allied occupation, and the Americans and British wanted to get the German workforce back into gear to stabilize the economy. That was quite intelligent, simply due to the fact that the lack of work, high inflation, and the cost of living in Germany, rising after the First World War, were the reasons and methods by which the National Socialists came to power. The new enemy after the war was communism, and a working, productive society was not very likely to start revolutions. So I became the boss of 145 German labor employees, and my boss was a Captain R.E., and after some time we became good friends. In the evenings I attended a school for tradesmen, and after some time I passed the examination. I also took advanced English classes to improve in that language. In 1948, I joined a German company, which was a branch of the medical and pharmaceutical industry, and after some further education, I became a businessman. After that, I changed over to a large printing press company, which had started to produce playing cards. I started out as a lowly office employee, being promoted year after year, until I finally became the manager of that company. Later, around 1954, we moved to Switzerland, where I obtained my private pilot's license. It was not that difficult, but it was forbidden in Germany at that time. Later, that was lifted, and I flew again in Germany. In 1961, a high-level employer with North American Aircraft Company in Los Angeles asked me during an international fighter pilots meeting to join his company as a consultant in Germany. That was my chance to return to my old world. I liked my new career, especially when it came to re-equipping the new German Air Force. The aircraft industry was something that I knew about, and I had all of the old contacts, and knew most of those working in the Defense Ministry. In 1967, I was asked to work as a consultant to McDonnell Douglas. They courted me to leave North American, as they were also wanting to sell new military aircraft. I then became a consultant on an annual renewable basis, for a nice fee. I gave North American the contracted 2 weeks' notice. I really liked the fringe benefits as well. I was selling aircraft at air shows, basically. I was responsible for the German government buying the F-4 Phantom. So I was very busy in Bonn for the next 20 years working for MDC. I worked for them until I was 75 years old. It was a wonderful and most interesting time, and MDC, in its policies toward its employees, is, to say the very least, unique. I was also exposed to the corporate corruption, bribery, and other methods of doing business, things that I never participated in, and there were many investigations of all the companies involved. We were all cleared, but some others were less fortunate, as it should have been. Since my official retirement in 1986, I have been living here in Tyrol, and I enjoy life in this beautiful countryside. This is the most beautiful part of Austria. I had the great pleasure of knowing, commanding, and befriending the greatest pilots in history. And, on top of their bravery and skill, they were just really good men. They were real heroes, who knew the risks they were taking, and continued taking those risks without complaint. Even when completely exhausted, and even wounded, these fellows continued to climb back into the cockpit for years on end. Yes, they were remarkable men. When asked about the most memorable men I served with, I think of such characters as Prince Wittgenstein, who, like Weissenfeld, was a nobleman, yet not a National Socialist. He was typical of us pilots, simply apolitical. Collectively, we just did not care. Wittgenstein fought for Germany, as had his family, for 500 years, and he was quite successful and a true gentleman, as were all of them. He was killed in the war during an attack on a bomber, as was Helmut Lent, who won the diamonds with more than 100 victories, who died in an accident, along with Schnaufer, who had 121 victories and the diamonds, who died in a traffic accident in France after the war. A tragic way to go. Hans Jops, a good friend of mine, finished the war with the oak leaves and 50 victories. But the best was definitely Schnaufer. These were extraordinarily brave men. All of these men were under my command, and all were outstanding persons, full of idealism, and first-rate hunters and great pilots. They were very distinguishable people, strong-willed and very ambitious, but in a good sense. They were highly intelligent, with immediate responses to crises, untiring and happiest when they were on flight operations. Each in his own way was a unique character, but all were very reliable, and I was proud to have known them. Many dangers faced the night fighters, which the day fighters were fortunate not to have. We did not have to deal with enemy escort fighters until later in the war, as did the day fighter force, but we had the worry of our own flak, collision with our own planes, as well as the enemy bombers, the flares dropped by the British planes to blind us, which would also illuminate your plane, allowing the enemy gunners to shoot you down, the possibility of your onboard radar not working, leaving you blind, and flying across the sky locating black-painted aircraft. It goes on. The fighting at night, I think, worked on the nerves more than fighting during the day. All of these unknowns would mentally wear you down. My most interesting and dangerous missions were, of course, against the RAF. Later on, I was given the order by my boss that I was not to fly combat any longer because I was needed for the planning and development of the defense organization. I had 7 confirmed victories, with a few more unconfirmed. Altogether, I only flew 90 combat missions. This was not a great amount of time in the air, as I was given so many desk jobs and administrative duties. I would say that the most memorable mission was perhaps the one with Steinhoff over Wilhelmshaven in December 1939. That was really, at least in my opinion, the day that started the British on their path to a night bombing campaign against us. We shot down the majority of their Wellingtons, but that would later prove to boomerang back on us. From my first marriage, I have a son named Klaus, born in 1937, and today he manages a firm and the forests of his mother's lands in southern Bavaria. He has a daughter himself, who is a manager of a large storehouse in Cologne. My daughter Irmgard, who was named after my sister, was born in 1940. She's married and lives in Munich, and has 2 sons who are students at the University of Munich. Eri, my second wife, had 2 sons, both of whom I educated and prepared their careers. One is a banker and married with a son and a daughter. The other was in the Merchant Marine, and then served 20 years with Lufthansa as an instructor in their emergency division, and he also has a son and daughter. My third wife, Gisela, also has 3 sons. The eldest is a doctor in Hamburg. Her second son lives in Finland and is an artist, while the youngest owns his own company where he develops and constructs buildings, installations, and such all over the world for all kinds of fairs concerning German industry. None of them is married. There is something interesting about Gisela. She is the widow of Hans-Joachim Hahn, a well-known fighter pilot during the Battle of Britain, and during the war he achieved 108 victories and the Knight's Cross with oak leaves, but was shot down and captured over the Soviet Union in 1943, after making a forced landing. He spent over 7 years in Russian labor camps until he was released. He wrote his autobiography titled I Tell the Truth. I know that Erich Hartmann did not think much of this book. We discussed it a few times many years ago, and on that I have no comment, since I never experienced what they did. I first met Ossie in 1937 when I joined JG2, and we, including our wives, became good friends. Eri died of cancer in November 1982, and this was when I learned that Ossie was also dying of cancer. Ossie died in December 1982, 5 weeks after my second wife, and I was with him before he died. In late 1983, Gisela moved from southern France, where she and Ossie had their home, to Tyrol, and we started a life together. My second wife, Eri, and I built the home in St. Ulrich, where I now live with Gisela. I still wake in the morning and look at my mountain as I have breakfast. Regarding my advice to young people, be grateful that we are living in relative peace, that you have a home and do not suffer from hunger. Take over the responsibility for your family and your country. Be tolerant of everyone. Stay honest and busy, and look forward to what you intend to do with your life. Always have a target, and make sure that what you are fighting for is worthwhile. Life is short.